Chapter 51:26. Fellow cultivator, you don't have to be suspicious. Today, I took the initiative to stay here and did not leave. I am indeed very sincere. Feeling the gradually dignified pressure in Yi Xian's body, the red refined star python did not dare to keep him in suspense. He hurriedly continued, if I am right, your real purpose should be for the Heaven Path original liquid, right? I was also the incarnation of the will of the Heaven Path in the big world. In order to resolve the old grudges, I am willing to give you the Heaven Path original liquid. I wonder if you can accept it? Dao original red liquid? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. It was not because he heard about the origin red liquid, nor was it because this red refined star python was once the incarnation of the will of the natural way of a big world. Instead, it was because the other party was so sure that he visited the forbidden grounds of the ferocious beasts on the left bank and right bank for the origin red liquid of the natural way. In fact, Yi Xian did not do this for the Heaven Path original liquid at all. He was completely angry in his heart. He wanted to vent his anger and collect the Heaven Path blood essence on the way. But since the other party had this guess, it was obviously not without reason. Also, in other words, this so-called Heavenly Dao origin liquid probably had some sort of secret that the current Yi Xian didn't know about. This immediately caused him to develop a strong interest in this matter. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a dark light flashed within the violent ape's eyes. Yi Xian's voice instantly sounded out. In that case, could it be that the so-called Heavenly Dao origin liquid has some sort of special secret? In that case, why don't you tell me in detail? Are not here for the red liquid? As soon as he finished speaking, the red refined star python was startled. Then, its face suddenly changed. Before it finished its words, it suddenly let out a terrifying roar, screech, rumble. At the same time, the huge body of the red refined star python also retreated quickly like a red lightning. Its speed was extremely fast. Not only him, but the other dark jade star boa, whose cultivation base was at the 4th level of the heavenly way, also did the same. It abruptly retreated to the left. This scene once again surprised Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the middle stage ink jade star python that was only at the 4th step. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true body directly chased after the scarlet refined star python that was retreating explosively. Needless to say, this red refined star python was worthy of being in existence of the 8th order of the heavens. It was not far from the peak of the 9th order of the heavens. Now that it had fully activated its cultivation base, its speed was extremely fast. Show. Boom! With a flash of cold light, Bao Yuan immediately made his move. The big-headed black stick that was originally behind him was raised above his head. He held the stick in the middle and threw it with all his might. It shot out like a spear. Sharp and extremely sharp sound broke through the air. A black light traversed the void at lightning speed and caught up with the red refined star python in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the middle part of the python's body. A red liquid as red as fire poured out from the python's body and spread across the void. Heavens! Dao source red liquid. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. The black mist clone immediately made a move, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force swept out. In the blink of an eye, the boundless red liquid that was like a large river was swept over and absorbed into his body. Bang! At the same time, as the big-headed black stick flew back and fell into his hand, Demon Ape Yuan also pushed the power in his body to the extreme and directly activated teleportation. Xiu! With a whistling sound, Demon Ape Yuan appeared out of thin air. The big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand smashed out immediately, and the giant purple golden fist of the skeleton avatar also blasted out. With a crisp sound, a thunderbolt exploded above the severely injured red refined star python's head. A crimson lightning with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles struck down, instantly making his body spasm. Before the red refined star python could recover from this spiritual lightning, the big-headed black stick and the giant purple golden fist of the skeleton avatar had already blasted down at the same time. Its huge body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and was absorbed into the body of the black mist avatar in the blink of an eye. After all this, Xian suddenly turned around and looked at the black refined star python on the left side that was rumbling away. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the voice of divine thought suddenly came out, "You can't escape." Shio. Before the voice had died away, the 9 colored ribbons entwined around the huge body of the black fog doppelganger had already shot out. It was so fast that it was as agile as a giant python in the starry sky. Like a dazzling waterfall, it expanded in the wind and turned into a vast and endless 9-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye. It penetrated diagonally and directly cut off the path of the black jade star python in front. "You have got the natural way red liquid. I am not the incarnation of the natural way of the big world, and I don't have the natural way red liquid in my body. Why are you still chasing me?" As the sea of flames filled the sky, the ink jade star python that was shooting in that direction came to an abrupt stop. It turned around and looked at Xian. Its eyes flickered with a dark light, and the voice of its divine sense was instantly transmitted over, "Because I can refine your fleshly body into a heavenly Tao blood essence." Xian's heart was suddenly relieved. He immediately sent out a voice transmission. The next moment, he had already arrived in front of the black refined star python. This time, he didn't even use his skeleton avatar. He only swung the big-headed black stick, which instantly blasted the huge body of the black refined star python into a cloud of blood mist. Shio, shio. With a whistling sound, the 9-colored flame sea instantly condensed and turned into a 9-colored ribbon again, which wrapped around the huge body of the black mist avatar. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the black refined star python was collected by the fierce ape and sent to the Shenong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Previously, Xian already had 30 natural way blood essences in his hand. Now, after killing 2 natural way beasts, he took the blood mist after their bodies exploded and started to condense them. In this way, the total number of natural way blood essences in his hand had reached 32, but everything was not over yet. Although the 2 natural way beasts in the red refining forbidden area had been killed, the doubts in Xian's mind had not been solved. First, when he killed the red refined star python, he didn't hold back at all. The opponent was a rank 8 natural way. Even if he left a wisp of soul, it would be difficult to find anything. But this black refined star python was different. He was just a rank 4 middle natural way, and his aura was not very stable. Obviously, he had just broken through. Not long ago, he was just a rank 3 early stage natural way. With Xian's current cultivation and strength, he was more confident to search his soul. Because of this, Xian intentionally held back when the big-headed black rod struck out. Now that the blood mist had been absorbed into the violent ape's body, there was still a strand of remnant soul in the air. It was precisely left behind by the ink jade star python. With a wave of his hand, the wisp of soul that had lost consciousness was directly rolled up by the fierce ape. Then he immediately extended his powerful divine sense into it and started the soul search with all his strength. In a short time, he got the result, which made Yi Mao's body tremble violently, and his eyes burst out with splendor. Shio. With a faint sound of breaking the air, the fierce ape suddenly waved his hand, and the wisp of soul that had lost consciousness in the void in front of him was directly rolled up. Then, Xian immediately extended his powerful divine sense into it and started the soul search with all his strength. In just a short time, he got the result he wanted, which made Yi Mao tremble violently, and his eyes burst out with splendor, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Previously, he was worried that this dark jade star boa did not know the secret of the origin liquid of the natural way. But after hearing what it said before it died, he suddenly felt relieved. After the soul search, Xian finally understood everything. The reason why he was so surprised was that this discovery was very likely to be helpful for him to deduce the perfect formula of the level 31 primordial pellet. First, previously, when he was deducing the perfect formula of the primordial pellet in the vast dark void in front of the right section of the left bank, Xian had a strong intuition that the refining of the primordial pellet was very likely to be more complicated. In addition to the 5 elements guiding agent added when refining the level 30 primordial pellet, there were most likely to be other factors added. Now, it seemed that this intuition should be correct. In addition to the 5 elements guiding agent, the other elements needed to be added in order to refine the level 31 primordial pellet were very likely to be related to the origin liquid of natural whey. The origin liquid of natural whey was extremely extraordinary, and it had nothing to do with cultivation strength. Even if it was a peak whey of natural at the peak of rank 9 or a primordial fierce beast with an extremely special bloodline, if it was not the incarnation of the will of natural whey of a macro world, there would be no origin liquid of natural whey in its body. In other words, the origin liquid of natural whey was related to the heavenly Tao of a macro world, and these macro worlds were all created by the chaos demon gods that were born in the primordial era. Although there were only 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial era, these chaos demon gods were the favorites of the primordial era. The primordial era opened new epochs time after time, and the 3,000 chaos demon gods were born so that they could be spread out like seeds of chaos. The primordial era hoped to give birth to a supreme existence in the primordial era. Once it appeared, it meant that the entire primordial era would transform, and the opportunity to step into a higher level of the primordial era would appear. Because of this, after these chaos demon gods were born from the nests, they would possess the primordial era cultivation after the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of the macro worlds they created naturally contained some primordial era energy. Known many years ago, there was once an outstanding expert of the primordial era who became interested in this matter. He tried to collect some origin liquid of natural whey and started to research it based on the primordial era's secret refining method. Most after that, this remnant expert finally obtained something. He announced that he could use 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids to refine a type of treasure liquid. After swallowing this treasure liquid, it would be beneficial to peak heavenly Tao stage 9 Great Circle heavenly Tao cultivators who wanted to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. This kind of treasure liquid was called the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid. Every single one of them. The refining of a portion of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid required 9 different kinds of origin liquid of natural whey. This ancient and mysterious expert of the primordial era had limited ability and could not collect too much origin liquid of natural whey with his own strength. However, he did need to refine the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid to break through to the primordial era's Great Tao Treasure Liquid. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he announced that whether it was the expert of the primordial era or the ferocious star beasts, as long as they could bring 9 different kinds of origin liquid of natural whey, he could refine the Heavenly Great Tao Treasure Liquid. However, he had to take half of the refined treasure liquid as a reward for refining. This matter happened millions of years ago and once caused an uproar on the left bank of the Milky Way. The turmoil lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless ferocious star beasts and experts of the primordial era fell because of it. But in the end, there were some powerful experts of the primordial era who had stepped into the Great Perfection stage Heavenly Tao. They collected enough origin liquid of natural whey and asked the mysterious expert of the primordial era to refine the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid. The exact number was unknown, but it was certain that the ancient expert of the primordial era in the demonic wolf forbidden land was one of them. It was after that time that the ancient expert of the primordial era in the demonic wolf forbidden land left and sought a place to break through to the primordial era's Great Tao Treasure Liquid. Until now, he had not returned, except, apart from him, there were also some ferocious star beasts and primordial era experts of the primordial era who disappeared on the left bank of the Milky Way at that time. Since then, there had been no news of them. Presumably, like the expert of the demonic wolf forbidden land, they had obtained some of the primordial era's Great Tao Treasure Liquid and sought a place to cultivate in seclusion. Among them, this included the mysterious and ancient expert of the primordial era. Every time he refined a furnace of the primordial era's Great Tao Treasure Liquid, he would take half of it as a reward. No matter how many furnaces were refined in total, there was no doubt that he had the most primordial era's Great Tao Treasure Liquid in the entire left bank of the Milky Way. Just as he was because of this, he left even more carefully. There was no news of him overnight, and no one knew where he went. It was said that even in the primordial era where he was, no one knew about it. After this person left, the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid was lost on the left bank of the Milky Way. For millions of years, although there were countless experts of the primordial era who were good at refining the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid, no one was able to refine it. The reason why the red refined star python, which was killed by Yi Xian just now, believed that Yi Xian visited the primordial era's great Tao treasure places one after another to collect the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid was because there was a rumor in the outside world that Yi Xian had refined the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid and was now preparing to refine the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. Everything could only be said to be a freak combination of factors, but it inadvertently helped Yi Xian and pointed out a possible useful way for him. Otherwise, if there was no chance, who knew how long he would have to wait to know about the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid? Those ancient experts are really not simple. They can think of such a way to steal a wisp of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid and use it to help break through this realm. The primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid is indeed feasible. After understanding everything clearly, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a touch of dark light, and Yi Xian's murmur also sounded, clearly showing a touch of unstingy appreciation. This was also a kind of enlightenment for him, but this information was obviously not enough. It would be best if he could understand the general refining method of the primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. In this way, when Yi Xian introduced this element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial era's great Tao treasure pill, it would be more smooth and convenient, and he could take fewer detours. This matter is not urgent. Go back to the ancestral star field of the ancient and mysterious primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. As for now, naturally, it was still according to the original plan. It just so happened that he could collect a few more types of primordial era's great Tao treasure liquid. Xiao. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a spatial rift and immediately stepped into it, leaving far away. The Milky Way star domain was very vast, and the two sides of the Milky Way were incomparably long. Although Yi Xian's goal this time was only the right section of the left bank, in fact, with his current peak Heavenly Tao cultivation at the peak of the 9th step, if he were to traverse the void with his physical body, it would take at least 7 days to travel from the leftmost end of the right bank to the rightmost end of the left bank. From this, it could be seen how long the right bank of the Milky Way was. Calculating the time, it had only been 2 days since Yi Xian left the Blood Rock Forbidden Area. Although the changes in the Blood Rock Forbidden Area and the Violet Martin Forbidden Area had already spread, it had not yet been known to all of the Vicious Beast Forbidden Area and the Remnant Star region on the right side of the left bank. In front of him was the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, which was adjacent to the Red Refining Forbidden Land. Yi Xian left the Red Refining Forbidden Land and took less than half a day to arrive here. After walking out of the spatial rift, he immediately rushed forward and rushed into the interior of the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land's star domain. There were 6 Heavenly Tao fierce beasts in the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, but there was only one guarding the Forbidden Land. The other 5 Heavenly Tao fierce beasts were all in seclusion in the parallel void. The one guarding the Forbidden Land was a Thunder Ape. Its cultivation level was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Tao realm. Among the 6 Heavenly Tao fierce beasts in the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, this Thunder Ape happened to be the only one who had participated in the battle to encircle and annihilate Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian had come at the right time today because soon, 2 of the 5 Heavenly Tao fierce beasts that had entered the parallel void would come out of seclusion. At that time, this Thunder Ape would enter seclusion. If Yi Xian had just arrived, he would probably not have been able to touch it. Roar! Just as Yi Xian rushed into the Astral Thunder Forbidden Land, a shocking roar came from the depths of the star domain in front of him. A figure walked out of the void and rushed over with large strides. It was none other than the 5th level Thunder Ape. This, although the Thunder Ape's cultivation level was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Tao realm, its body spanned 80 million kilometers, making it rather rare. Due to the lightning attribute in its bloodline, this lightning ape's temperament was also extremely violent. Otherwise, seeing a pinnacle great perfection 9th level heavenly Tao descend with such murderous intent. If it were any other 5th level heavenly Tao, they would probably have turned tail and fled at the first moment. One with Yi Xian's current cultivation, he could instantly kill this middle stage Thunder Ape with a single strike. However, because he didn't know if this Thunder Ape was once an incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao from a large world. In other words, he couldn't be sure if he had the heavenly Tao origin liquid in his body, so Yi Xian didn't plan on exploding it with a single punch. Otherwise, if he were to instantly kill it, even if this Thunder Ape had the heavenly Tao Fierce Beast, it would not be able to pour out due to its instantaneous death. Instead, it would explode with its body, turning into a bloody mist that would dissipate. The heavenly Tao Fierce Beast would only surge out when the embodiment of a great world's heavenly Tao was severely injured. Rumble. In a blink of an eye, both parties were already within 50 million kilometers. The violent ape did not hesitate at all as it immediately raised its big-headed black cudgel and smashed out. However, it did not use its full strength for this strike. Otherwise, the cudgel would have directly blasted the Thunder Ape into a bloody mist. Bam! Roar! The ape's temperament was unyielding and brutal. Half of his body was destroyed by this strike, but he still let out an earth-shattering roar with a hint of defiance. But however, there was no heavenly Tao origin liquid in the void. Only the faint golden blood was splashing in the air, spraying everywhere. A wisp of disappointment flashed through Bao Yuan's eyes when he saw this. Yi Xian's voice sounded out with boundless coldness. Since that's the case, you can die now. Bang! With a bang, the big-headed black stick smashed into the Thunder Ape's huge body. The already heavily injured Thunder Ape had no time to react. It didn't even have the chance to raise its head and roar. Pang Da's huge body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that quickly spread out. Phew! In an instant, the howling of the wind rang out, and the black fog body waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic and invisible chi whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the Thunder Ape's body. It was absorbed into its body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Since he was not the incarnation of the heavenly Tao will of the great world, he did not have the heavenly Tao origin liquid in his body. Naturally, there was no need to waste any more words with him. Not after tying everything up, Yi Xian's divine sense spread out and enveloped the entire vast Thunder Astral Forbidden area. After confirming that there was not a single heavenly Tao beast's aura left, he immediately turned around and tore through the void to leave. And, at this time, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had already reached a total of 33. In the next 10 days or so, Yi Xian walked and killed all the way, successively visiting 5 forbidden zones. In these 5 forbidden zones, he killed a total of 15 heavenly Tao beasts, so the total number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands was now 48. Unfortunately, among the 15 heavenly Tao beasts that were killed, none of them were the incarnation of the heavenly Tao will of the great world, so there was no heavenly Tao origin liquid in their bodies. This made Yi Xian quite disappointed, and at the same time, he also realized the difficulty of collecting this heavenly Tao origin liquid. By now, the news of Yi Xian's revenge and massacre in the right section of the left bank had already spread throughout the entire right section of the left bank, causing a shocking uproar. However, there were too many forbidden zones in the right section of the left bank, including the remnant star domain. Yi Xian did not visit them one by one, and it was impossible for him to do so. That would definitely cause a shocking commotion, and the consequences would be unpredictable. The forbidden zones that he visited were all related to the 33 heavenly Tao beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation. There were a total of more than a dozen forbidden zones, and in each forbidden zone, at least one heavenly Tao beast had participated in the encirclement and annihilation. Of these dozen forbidden zones, only 3 forbidden zones had not been visited, including the Golden Crow Forbidden Zone where the 3-legged Golden Crow resided. Yi Xian had put that place last, which meant that before he went to the Golden Crow Forbidden Zone, there were still 2 forbidden zones that he had to visit. Of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Yi Xian, apart from the 7 that had been killed on the spot, there were only 4 heavenly Tao beasts that had not been dealt with, excluding the 3-legged golden crow to the primeval heaven's eye. The 4 heavenly Tao beasts were in the next 2 forbidden zones. One forbidden zone had 3 heavenly Tao beasts, while the other only had 1 heavenly Tao beasts. The blood elephant forbidden zone was one of these 2 forbidden zones, and it was the forbidden zone that had 3 must-kill targets. After dealing with the 3 heavenly Tao beasts in the blood elephant forbidden zone, of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts that had participated in the encirclement and annihilation of Xianxia, only 3 were left, including the primeval heaven's eye and the 3-legged golden crow. Brain with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xianxia did not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore open a spatial rift and stepped into it, heading towards the blood elephant forbidden zone in front of him. Today, the news that the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, had wreaked havoc on the left bank and right bank, and had visited more than 10 forbidden zones in less than a month had already spread in the left bank and right bank. But the blood elephant forbidden zone was located at the right end of the left bank, close to the vast dark zone at the end of the Milky Way's right bank. Thus, the news had just spread here, and at this time, Xianxia had also just arrived. There were only 5 heavenly Tao beasts in the blood elephant forbidden zone. Originally, these 5 heavenly Tao beasts just happened to be guarding the forbidden zones, but when they heard that Xianxia was wreaking havoc on the left bank and right bank, the 2 heavenly Tao beasts that had nothing to do with this matter immediately entered a parallel space to cultivate in seclusion, as if they were afraid of being implicated. Left, it was not that the 3 old fellows below did not want to leave, but the 5 of them had already reached an agreement that one of them had to stay behind to guard the forbidden zone, so that the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, would have a target to vent his anger on when he descended. Otherwise, he would definitely descend again in the future. The one who came down was undoubtedly destined to die, but the other 2 might be able to escape this calamity, so this was the best way to deal with it. At the very least, these 3 heavenly Tao beasts had acknowledged this. However, the 3 of them could not come to an agreement as to who would be left behind to bear the lightning. While, at this moment, Xianxia had already descended, in the outer space of the blood elephant forbidden zone, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared. Immediately after, the 3 6-armed demon apes in their true forms rushed out of the crack, and Xianxia rushed out in his true form. His body was originally only around 10,000 zhang in size, but after rushing out of the spatial crack, he rapidly expanded in size, and in just half a breath's time, he had already reached 10 million li in size. The peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao aura spread out in all directions, instantly enveloping the entire blood elephant forbidden zone and locking onto the auras of the 3 heavenly Tao beasts. Damn it, how did he get here so quickly? It's too late. Fellow Taoists, this old man will take his leave first. Why should you leave? This venerable one doesn't want to stay behind either. Roar. Seeing Xianxia suddenly descend without any warning, these 3 heavenly Tao beasts were caught off guard and instantly lost their footing. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. As they spoke, they immediately waved their hands to tear open a spatial crack and escape into the parallel space to seek refuge. How could they still regard these 3 mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts with such hasty and flustered expressions? Even Xianxia was rather speechless and rolled his eyes. There's no need to argue. Since this venerable one has already descended, the 3 of you, don't even think about leaving today. Screech. As soon as the voice of knowledge fell, the black fog clone of the 3 demon bodies had already raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, the spirit source core suspended above the sea of knowledge in his mind began to operate rapidly once again. An invisible wave of spirit energy instantly radiated out like a tsunami, completely enveloping the 3 heavenly Tao beasts in an instant. The black fog clone had indeed used a spirit energy secret technique, but it wasn't the spirit vortex or the annihilation spear, nor was it the spirit lightning technique or the spirit reversal technique. Instead, it was the spirit crush. The spirit crush was a secret technique that used spirit energy to form a mental attack. Compared to the divine sense attacks of human cultivators, spirit energy was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. However, This kind of spirit energy secret technique had a certain limitation. If one's cultivation base was too close, the effect would not be good. However, the 3 heavenly Tao beasts in front of them were only mid-stage heavenly Tao beasts of the 4th and 5th stage. With Yi Xian's current peak heavenly Tao cultivation base at the peak of the 9th stage, there was no suspense at all when he suddenly moved and instantly suppressed them. At this moment, as this spirit energy completely enveloped the 3 heavenly Tao beasts, who were about to escape, all of their bodies inexplicably froze, and their consciousness instantly fell into a trance. As if they had been bewitched, their eyes were filled with confusion and sleepiness. It was at this moment that the violent ape made its move, whoosh. Shoulder with a shake of its head, the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape instantly closed in. Without any hesitation, it raised its big-headed black cudgel high up and directly smashed it at the 3 heavenly Tao beasts. Of course, it still did not use its full strength. Otherwise, the cudgel would have blown all of them up. Pooh! Pooh! Pew! An incomparably dull thud sounded, mixed with the extremely clear sound of bones shattering. Under the might of this cudgel, the 3 heavenly Tao beasts, who had fallen into a trance, were completely unprepared. At the same time, they were heavily injured and vomited blood. Half of their shoulders collapsed, and their precious bodies cracked. Although precious blood splattered out, but not a single drop of heavenly Tao origin liquid could be seen. Very obviously, these 3 fellows were not the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of the great world. Yi Xian's efforts were in vain. Thinking about it, ever since he obtained the river-like heavenly Tao origin red liquid from the red refining forbidden area 10 days ago, although Yi Xian consecutively killed more than a dozen heavenly Tao beasts, he did not obtain a single drop of heavenly Tao origin liquid. This time, because there were 3 must-kill targets in the blood elephant forbidden area, Yi Xian more or less had some hope. However, the result was still the same, and it was truly regrettable. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately felt an unknown fire in his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he no longer hesitated. The violent ape continuously waved the big-headed black cudgel in its hand and smashed it down ruthlessly. Chapter 51:27. Bam! 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 Loud bangs sounded one after another as the big-headed black cudgel struck the 3 heavenly Tao beasts' massive bodies. The trio's consciousnesses were still in a daze due to the psyche suppression. Before they could react, their massive bodies exploded one after another, transforming into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly dispersed. Phew! Although they were not the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of a great world, they did not have the heavenly Tao origins liquid in their bodies. However, they were still 3 heavenly Tao realm astral beasts. The blood mist that exploded from their bodies was not to be wasted. Black the Fog Avatar immediately waved its hand, and a gust of wind howled as a boundless and invisible force swept up the 3 clouds of blood mist and absorbed them into its body. At that moment, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands finally broke through the 50 mark, reaching a whopping 51. This was not even counting the few pills he had swallowed earlier to forcibly break through his cultivation base. Every single one of the heavenly Tao blood essences represented a powerful heavenly Tao realm fierce beast. 51 of them meant 51 heavenly Tao fierce beasts. Even Yi Xian was moved when he thought about it. So it turned out that so many heavenly Tao fierce beasts had unknowingly fallen into his hands. If news of this were to spread, it was unknown how many cosmos experts would be frightened out of their wits. Of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts that participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, 30 had been killed. The final 3 targets were the primeval Heaven's Eye, who had entered the parallel void ahead of time. The second was the strongest expert in the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the 3-legged Golden Crow. The final target was the demon runic ghost demon of the Ghost Demon Forbidden Land. This demon runic ghost demon was his next target. After finishing it off, Yi Xian could return and head for the Golden Crow Forbidden Land located in the middle of the left bank's right bank. The Ghost Domain Forbidden Land wasn't considered very powerful on the left bank of the Milky Way. At the very least, it was far inferior to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land presided over by the three-legged Golden Crow. However, because the creatures gathered in this forbidden area were somewhat different, the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area was very special. Not to mention the survivors of the primordial era, even some fierce beasts were unwilling to set foot in this place. The strongest experts presiding over the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds were two ghost imps. These two ghost imps were at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, and the one that participated in the siege of Yixian was only one of the two ghost imps. Within the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds, there were only two late-stage 7th Order ghostly immortals guarding it. In addition, the so-called fierce beasts of the Forbidden Grounds were all resentful spirits, evil spirits, or existences like souls. In fact, although the ghost demon was also a kind of living creature, it was not completely a living creature of flesh and blood. The existence of this kind of living creature was between a soul and a living creature of flesh and blood. It was quite special. It was because of the special bloodline of these two ghost immortals that they could be regarded as both living beings of flesh and blood, as well as soul-form beings such as vengeful spirits and evil ghosts, that all of the so-called fierce beasts in the forbidden area were soul-form beings such as vengeful spirits and evil ghosts. This soul-form beings were basically filthy and evil creatures of the world. With so many vengeful spirits and evil ghosts gathered together, over time, it imperceptibly affected the environment of the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds, causing this vast star domain void to be gloomy all year round. Not only did the survivors not like it, but even the fierce beasts of the starry sky were quite disgusted. Therefore, the entire Ghost Region Forbidden Land, including its star area, was empty and silent for a long time. It was rare to see the figures of the remnant experts or ferocious beasts in this place. It was like a vast ghost region in the starry sky. Since Yixian was wreaking havoc on the left bank and right bank, the two 7th Order ghostly immortals in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds naturally knew about it. A day ago, the 7th Order ghostly immortal that had participated in the siege of Yixian had entered a parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. This was clearly the rhythm of a temporary retreat. It did not dare to face Yixian's arrival. As for the other ghost demon, it remained in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds. This, over the past half a month, although the Master of Magic Hall, Yixian, had been massacring more than a dozen fierce beast forbidden grounds on the left bank and right bank, these fierce beast forbidden grounds were all places where Heavenly Dao realm experts had participated in the siege of him. Although Yixian had indeed killed some of the heavenly beasts that hadn't participated in the encirclement and annihilation of him in these dozen or so forbidden areas, it was only because of the conflict that these innocent heavenly beasts were affected every time, in the opinion of the 7th Order ghostly immortal that remained in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds. The other ghost immortal that had participated in the siege of Yixian had already fled in advance and did not remain in the Forbidden Grounds. Even if the Master of Magic Hall, Yixian, were to descend, there was no reason for him to start a war. Naturally, there was no possibility of him being implicated. Sila. After waiting anxiously for 2 days, the crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the outskirts of the Ghost Domain Forbidden Grounds. A void fissure appeared out of thin air within the Star Domain Forbidden Grounds without any warning, imperceptibly exuding a domineering aura. Someone who dared to be so rude as to tear through the void and descend into the Forbidden Grounds naturally could not be anyone else. The Master of Magic Hall, Yixian, had finally descended. At this moment, the ghost immortal that remained in the Forbidden Grounds felt relieved, but it immediately tensed up again. He felt relieved because after waiting for 2 days, the other party had finally arrived. Following that, he immediately tensed up again because the other party had arrived. But would it be as he had guessed? Seeing that the other ghost immortal was not here, he would immediately turn around and leave. Although he had some confidence in his heart, he was not very confident. Whoosh! With apprehension, the ghost immortal's figure flickered and rushed out of the abandoned planet where the cave mansion was located. His entire body turned into a blue light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he came to an abrupt stop in the void hundreds of billions of miles in front of Yixian. This ghost immortal was not small, at least tens of thousands of miles long. When he stood up, his appearance was extremely ferocious and terrifying. He looked somewhat similar to the desolate ancient Xianxia, but he did not have the pair of flesh wings on his back. His body was between flesh and blood and an energy soul body. He did not have hair, his skin was blue and black, and looked somewhat dry. There were some blood-red demonic patterns on his surface. His claws were extremely sharp, presumably incomparably sharp, and his bloody mouth was full of fangs. It was a ghastly sight. However, although his appearance was incomparably ferocious, and looked even more terrifying than the evil ghost, at this time, facing the rude arrival of Yixian, this ghost immortal did not have the slightest temper, and was extremely respectful and humble. The moment he came to an abrupt stop, his face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. His voice was dry and hoarse, but his voice was deliberately soft and gentle. Slightly bowing, he cupped his hands to Yixian and said, "This must be fellow Taoist Yi from the Magic Hall Forbidden Area on the right bank. This king is Meng Qi, one of the 2 7th-order ghost immortals guarding this ghost immortal forbidden area." Meng Qi's voice suddenly stopped, and after a short pause he continued, "This king has already known everything that fellow Taoist Yi has done recently in the right bank of the left bank. Today, you have come to my ghost immortal forbidden area for the other 7th-order ghost immortal guarding here. To tell you the truth, this person is called Meng San. More than half a year ago, he was indeed tricked into participating in the encirclement and annihilation of fellow Taoist Yi, but he has already repented. Although he hurriedly returned half a year ago, he quickly turned around and left, saying that he was going to find a secluded place to reflect on his mistakes. Before leaving, Meng San asked this king to tell fellow Taoist Yi that if fellow Taoist Yi comes in the future, he wants this king to apologize on his behalf. When he comes out of seclusion in the future, he will definitely go to the Magic Hall Forbidden Area on the right bank and personally offer a humble apology to fellow Taoist Yi. Although this matter has nothing to do with this king and that Meng San come from the same large world, and this king is the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of that large world. Meng San is also considered this king's subordinate, so if you think about it carefully, this king is not completely without responsibility. At this point, the smile on Pei Qi's face became even uglier. The corners of his mouth had already curled up to the back of his ears, revealing a hint of flattery. However, that bloody mouthful of fangs really made Yixian feel disgusted. This king will definitely punish him later and urge him to personally go to the Magic Hall to ask for forgiveness. At that time, I hope that fellow Taoist can give this king a short life. Seeing that he has repented, I can spare his life. Spare his life? You are quite considerate of your subordinates. You can't even save your own life, but you still want to plead for mercy for others? After Wu Qi finished speaking, the eyes of the 3 demons, who had been coldly watching him, suddenly flashed with a cold light. Immediately after, Yixian's divine sense sounded out, "You dare to show off in front of me with such a little trick? You really don't know what's good for you. He really deserves to be killed." Roar. With a furious roar, Yixian's figure flashed and suddenly shot out, boom. Yixian suddenly attacked and instantly appeared in front of Pei Qi. Pei Qi was caught off guard and did not expect him to be so decisive. He immediately attacked at the slightest disagreement. Pei Qi's expression changed greatly and he immediately pulled back, but he was still half a step too late. With just one punch, Pei Qi's chest caved in and he was seriously injured. A stream of blue liquid gushed out like a river, causing Yixian's eyes to instantly light up. Since Xiao San was not here, he was too lazy to make a move, but this Pei Qi thought that he was smart, and his words just now made Yixian extremely unhappy. More importantly, this old fellow actually took the initiative to say that he was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao of a large world. This was simply courting death. Even if Yixian did not intend to make a move, he would not let go of this opportunity after hearing this. This punch was also because he had held back. Otherwise, it was very likely that this punch would have directly blown Pei Qi to pieces. For example, today, he was heavily injured, and the surging blue liquid that was like a large river gushed out, causing Yixian to be incomparably happy. The black mist clone immediately waved its hand, and an invisible force swept out, absorbing all of the heavenly law origin blue liquid into its body. Roar, crack. At the same time, the violent ape raised its head and roared. The big-headed black cudgel was like a giant pillar that held up the sky, smashing directly toward Pei Chi's head. The black fog clone once again activated the spirit source core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a thunderbolt exploded above Pei Chi's head, and a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles appeared. He was an existence that was between a physical body and an energy soul, so he was very afraid of lightning and had the effect of restraining it. Now that the spiritual lightning technique was used, the blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles struck from the top of his head, instantly making him dizzy. By the time Pei Chi came back to his senses, the big-headed black cudgel had already smashed down, bang. A loud sound was heard as the big-headed black cudgel landed squarely on Pei Chi's huge body. Pei Chi, who was already seriously injured, did not have time to react. His whole body instantly exploded into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Whoosh! As the wind whistled, the black fog clone immediately waved his hand and an incomparably majestic invisible force whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist and sending it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. At this point, Yi Xian had one more Heavenly Dao blood essence in his hands. Previously, he had 52 Heavenly Dao blood essence, but now he had 53 Heavenly Dao blood essences. Not after this battle, he originally wanted to leave, but after the power of his divine sense spread out and scanned the entire gloomy ghost region forbidden area, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although that old guy Pei San had escaped into the parallel void like the primeval heaven's eye and would not appear in a short period of time, just killing Pei Chi was not enough to deter him. It just so happened that the abandoned stars in the ghost region forbidden area were full of resentful spirits and other energy souls. He could use them as a blood sacrifice for the withered demon blade. Withered demon blade. The withered demon blade was Yi Xian's weapon, but ever since he entered the primordial void, to be precise, ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, the withered demon blade had rarely been used. Bao the same went for the indestructible Nirvana armor and the small private warship void-breaking shuttle. Matter in fact, these three weapons, armor, and battleship had all reached the rank of Starry Sky Supreme Treasure after being refined multiple times by him. But although Starry Sky Grade Treasures and Desolation Grade Treasures were both called Supreme Treasures, Starry Sky Grade Treasures were refined in the current era, while Desolation Grade Treasures were ancient existences that had experienced the accumulation and baptism of countless years. Although both were Supreme Treasures, Desolation Grade Treasures were still stronger than Starry Sky Grade Treasures. Since after Yi Xian stepped into the immortal realm, these three weapons, armor, and warship were no longer suitable. The power of the weapon was not sharp enough, the defense of the armor was not enough, and the small private warship, void-breaking shuttle, was also useless. Its speed was not as fast as Yi Xian's ability to tear through the void or traverse it with his body. This was indeed a pity. When Yi Xian thought about it occasionally, he felt a sense of regret. But he was not in a hurry, because if he encountered an opportunity in the future, these three weapons, armor, and warship could continue to be refined, and their grades and power could be improved again. For example, the 4 war charms that had been integrated into the 4 heavenly kings' bodies were like this. For a period of time, Yi Xian had put them aside because they were useless. But after being refined again, and with the help of the kinetic energy within the war charms, they seemed to have regained their vitality and were still powerful today, and now, the opportunity to refine the withered demon blood blade had arrived. Here the blade had been refined 6 times by Yi Xian and consumed a lot of resources and energy. After the last refinement, the shape of the withered demon blood blade had obviously changed dramatically. Here previously it was a sword. Now it was a blade. Moreover, it was a glossy, and ferocious supreme demonic blade that was covered with fine blood patterns. After the last refinement, the withered demon blood blade inside the blade had been in a deep sleep. Now it must have awakened. This time, Yi Xian was going to refine the withered demon blood blade for the 7th time. If nothing unexpected happened, Once the refinement was successful, the withered demon blood blades grade would be upgraded from the current starry sky grade to the desolation grade. And because there was a blade spirit inside the blade, the refinement of the withered demon blood blade would be reflected in two aspects. First, the refinement of the withered demon blood blade would be upgraded. These two things could only be done separately, and the first thing to be done was obviously the former. Withered demon blood blade. While muttering, Xianxia waved his hand. Instantly, a black light rushed out of his body and expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a glossy, ferocious and domineering supreme demonic blade that was covered with fine blood patterns. It was his starry sky grade weapon, the withered demon blood blade. Roar. As soon as the withered demon blood blade was taken out, the blade trembled violently. An earth-shattering roar came from it, and a ferocious aura filled the sky. It was as if a demon had awakened and was about to devour someone. Don't be impatient. I'll let you eat to your heart's content. After comforting it, Xianxia waved his hand again. In an instant, more than a dozen fine lights shot out. They were all kinds of top-grade metals that he had collected in the Hongmeng Void over the years. They were the best materials to refine the withered demon blood blade and improve the quality of the weapon. First, after the preparation work was completed, Xianxia immediately activated the forging system attached to the devouring system. Soon, the withered demon blood blade and more than a dozen kinds of supreme starry sky grade metals were taken away by the system. They turned into fine lights and entered Xianxia's body. At this time, the system prompt sounded in his mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 7th refinement of the demonic blood star Tears sword has begun. Progress 1. It finally began. Xianxia breathed a long sigh of relief. His heartstrings were inexplicably tight. From the beginning to the end, although his weapon, armor, and battleship had been fused many times, there had never been a failure. So far, the withered demon blood blade had succeeded 6 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the greater the possibility of failure. Similarly, the further the fusion went, the greater the loss for Xianxia. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little nervous at this moment. After all, he had not used the forging system for a long time. It felt a little strange. Whoosh! When the 7th refinement of the withered demon blood blade began, Xianxia's figure flashed and instantly arrived at the central area of the ghost region forbidden area. He directly sat down cross-legged in the void. On the one hand, he was waiting for the result of the refinement. On the other hand, he was sitting here to deter the countless resentful spirits, ghosts, and other energy souls in the abandoned stars in the ghost region forbidden area. They were waiting for Xianxia to complete the 7th refinement to be used as a sacrifice for the withered demon blood blade. He could not let them escape. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, Xianxia suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. At the same time, the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. The 7th and 8th refinement of the withered demon blood blade had finally been completed. Congratulations to the host. The 7th refinement of the devil blood star Tears sword has been successfully completed. You have obtained the treasure, the withered demon blood blade. Grade: Antiquity Supreme Treasure Grade. Quality: Flawless Perfect. Sure enough, after the 7th fusion, the grade of the withered demon blood blade, which was originally a starry sky treasure, finally increased once again, reaching the level of a primordial treasure. Even for the current Xianxia, it was still suitable. However, it was obviously not enough to only upgrade the quality and grade of the blood blade. In order to make the withered demon blood blade reach its peak, the life level of the withered demon blood blade in the blood blade had to undergo another transformation. But this kind of transformation could be completed through a large-scale blood sacrifice. Whoosh! After calming down his excited state of mind, Xianxia waved his hand. In an instant, a blood-red light shot out. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-black demonic blade. It was tens of thousands of miles long and looked extremely ferocious. It was surrounded by a blood-black demonic fog, exuding a murderous aura. It could be said to be extremely ferocious. Hiss! The blood blade was launched and shot toward an abandoned star in the depths of the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area. The huge blade immediately let out a shocking roar, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. Hiss! The black demonic fog that swirled around the massive blade rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying demon god that was over 10 million miles in size. It stood on its hind legs and looked extremely ferocious. As it instantly sucked in the countless resentful spirits, ghosts, and other energy souls on this planet. It chewed and swallowed like a whale swallowing the sea. The blood sacrifice began. Roar, hiss, hiss, hiss. This scene was so frightening that it even frightened all the resentful spirits and evil ghosts in the Ghost Domain. Countless evil spirits and evil spirits roared and shrieked crazily in the deserted stars, showing endless despair and fear. At this moment, the entire Ghost Domain Forbidden Area was filled with ghosts and demons. It was like a real ghost domain. Whoosh! After circling, the withered demon blood blade changed direction and rushed to the second abandoned star in the blink of an eye. The ferocious withered demon blood blade, which was tens of thousands of miles long, raised its head and roared, opening its bloody mouth again. Xianxia did not pay attention to all this. He sat cross-legged in the void again, waiting for the blood sacrifice to end. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, the entire Forbidden Ground had turned into a true astral ghost domain. Countless demons and devils roared, but they couldn't change anything. In the end, they were all devoured by the withered devil blade spirit inside the withered devil blood blade. Since it was a forbidden area, and the strongest people guarding it were 2 7th-level Heavenly Dao realm ghost demons, then there would naturally be a primordial supreme in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area. This matter, in fact, it was true. There were more than 20 desolate supremacy-level demon spirits and demons in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area. As for the primordial supreme-level experts, there were nearly 100. There were also countless universe realm demon spirits and demons below the primordial supreme level and immortal level demon spirits and demons. It was fine if they were below the primordial supreme level, but the withered demon blood blade was only at the early primordial supreme level. There were nearly 100 primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area. The withered demon blood blade's strength was obviously not enough to devour the primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons. However, with Xianxia guarding it, none of this was a problem. These primordial supreme level demon spirits and demons did not dare to resist at all. Even more, besides, after the 7th refinement, the withered demon blood blade's grade had skyrocketed to the level of a primordial supreme treasure. It just so happened that the withered demon blood blade needed a huge amount of energy to nourish itself. After the countless demon spirits and demons in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area were devoured by the withered demon blood blade, their energy was all sent to the withered demon blood blade. At the same time, the withered demon blood blade absorbed and refined this energy, and then fed it to the withered demon blood blade, increasing its cultivation at a terrifying speed. This was a perfect virtuous cycle. It was enough to absorb and refine all the soul energy of the countless demon spirits and demons in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area. Whoosh! Then, after 2 days, when everything was over, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. After devouring all the demon spirits and demons in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Area, the withered demon blood blade returned to Xianxia's glabella as a thin beam of light. Is it over? At this moment, Xianxia opened his eyes and muttered softly. At the same time, he stood up from the void. With a flip of his hand, the withered demon blood blade appeared in his hand again. At this time, Xianxia was in his human form, so the withered demon blood blade was only 10 feet long. However, it was taller than him. It was blood-black in color and covered with obscure demonic patterns. It looked extremely ferocious. Boom! With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Xianxia raised his right arm and slashed forward with the blood blade in his hand. He did not use any of his own strength in this attack. He only raised the blood blade and slashed. Rumble! An earth-shattering roar was heard instantly. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The power of this attack was indeed astonishing. It was just a slash from a distance, but an abandoned star hundreds of billions of miles away exploded into a cloud of cosmic dust. It was as if a star had self-destructed. This was only the power of the withered demon blood blade's own domain. When Yi Xian slashed out with this attack, he did not pour his own strength into it. If he did, the power would be even more astonishing. That is, even if he was now a peak heaven's way at the great circle of the 9th rank, such a terrifying withered demon blood blade was definitely enough to use. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart surged. This weapon had been with him since the beginning. Later on, because of its lack of power, it had been put aside for too long. Now that it had been refined for the 7th time, it could finally come out again and accompany Yi Xian to conquer the starry sky. Screech! As if it felt the excitement in Yi Xian's heart, and as if it was satisfied with the power of this attack, the withered demon blood blade inside the blood blade also let out an earth-shattering roar at this moment, revealing endless joy and ferocity. Can't wait anymore? Well, it's time to go to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. With a smile on his face, Yi Xian turned his hand and put away the blood blade. Then, he waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. His figure flashed and stepped into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Next stop, the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Chapter 51-28. For nearly a month, Yi Xian had been killing non-stop on the left bank and right bank. Although it was tough, his harvest was amazing. For example, today, he already possessed 53 Heavenly Dao blood essences and 5 types of Heavenly Dao origin liquids. He got the Heavenly Dao green liquid from the primeval Heaven's Eye. He got the Heavenly Dao black liquid from the 3-legged golden crow. He got the Heavenly Dao purple liquid from the starry purple mink. He got the Heavenly Dao red liquid from the red serpent. Finally, he got the Heavenly Dao blue liquid from the ghost mandrill 7. For example, in addition to this, the withered demon blood blade had also completed its 7th refinement, as well as a large-scale blood sacrifice. Now, its power had skyrocketed, and its grade had also risen to the level of a primordial treasure, allowing the current Yi Xian to use it to kill his enemies. As for the 33 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that had participated in the encirclement half a year ago, he had killed 30 of them. The remaining 3, the primeval Heaven's Eye and the ghost mandrill 7, had fled into the parallel void to seek refuge. While Yi Xian was rushing to the Golden Crow Forbidden Land for the last target. That target was the 3-legged golden crow. Unlike the ancient demon bug in the Demon Bug Forbidden Land, which had left a long time ago to seek a place to break through to the primordial Dao realm, putting aside the strong people of the remnant people, among all the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that had appeared on the left bank of the Milky Way, the 3-legged golden crow was ranked 10th in strength. Although it was said that he was defeated by Yi Xian half a year ago and escaped with serious injuries, but that was only because he was suppressed by the heaven-falling Bao. He did not really fight with his own strength. Therefore, even if he lost that battle, it only meant that Yi Xian had made a name for himself on the left bank. It had no effect on the 3-legged golden crow's ranking among the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts on the left bank. Ro the ferocious beast Forbidden Land guarded by the 10th-ranked Heavenly Dao ferocious beast was naturally not weak. Its overall strength could be imagined. The Golden Crow Forbidden Land, where the 3-legged golden crow lived, was also ranked 10th among all the ferocious beasts on the left bank of the Milky Way. It was the same as the 3-legged golden crow's ranking among the ferocious beasts of the heavenly law. In fact, just by thinking about the overall strength of the primitive Forbidden Lands, one could roughly guess the situation of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Including the primeval Heaven's Eye, there were originally 11 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds. Of course, only 9 were left now. The blood-winged tiger and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast had fallen. Dang, when they first had 11 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts, the Great Desolate Forbidden Land was only ranked around 40 or 50 among all the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands on the left bank. From this, one could see how strong the Golden Crow Forbidden Land was. Tianxia, there were more than 20 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts in the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. Dang, however, not all of the 20 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts were presiding over the Forbidden Lands. Some were out visiting friends, while others entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. There were only about 10 of them that usually stayed in the Forbidden Lands. Among the 20-plus heavenly law ferocious beasts, the one with the strongest cultivation level was the three-legged golden crow. He had stepped into the peak of the heavenly law realm at the 9th stage perfection stage a long time ago. No, the golden crow Forbidden Land only had one peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage perfection stage. Apart from the three-legged golden crow, the strongest existence in the golden crow Forbidden Land was at the 7th stage. There were quite a number of late-stage heavenly Tao at the 8th stage. There were about 7 to 8 of them. Just the lineup of heavenly Tao realm existences was already so terrifying. It was obvious how massive the number of ferocious beasts under the heavenly Tao were. Their cultivation levels were also extremely high. There was, with such a heritage and the illustrious reputation of being ranked 10th on the left bank, it was naturally impossible for the three-legged golden crow to hide in the parallel void like the primeval Heaven's Eye and the ghost mandrill 3 to avoid calamity. Now, the news of the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, wreaking havoc in the right sector of the left bank had already spread to all the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands and the remnant star domain. Everyone was staring at the golden crow Forbidden Land. This was because the news of the three-legged golden crow and the other 33 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts had also spread. It was no longer a secret. This time, Xianxia had visited more than 10 ferocious beast Forbidden Lands in the right sector of the Milky Way and began a massacre. It was clear that he was taking revenge for the previous encirclement. As such, he was bound to descend upon the golden crow Forbidden Land. This matter was simply shocking. All the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands and countless experts in the remnant star domain on the left bank and right sector were shocked. Too ferocious and domineering. More than half a year ago, he had single-handedly defeated the encirclement of 33 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Not only did he retreat unscathed, he even killed 7 of the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. Even more, as for the three-legged golden crow, who was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts on the left bank, it was no match for him. It was injured by the Heavenfall arrow and had no choice but to flee in anger due to its heavy injuries. This battle made the name of the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, resound throughout the Milky Way. As for the three-legged golden crow's reputation as the 10th ferocious beast on the left bank, it was covered in dust. Vaguely, there were already people secretly criticizing him. All of this was well known to the three-legged golden crow. He was also holding back his energy as he awaited the arrival of the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia. He also yearned for this battle because this was his only chance to prove himself. There was no way to avoid it, nor could he deliberately avoid it. He did not even recall the dozen heavenly Tao ferocious beasts that had left the golden crow Forbidden Land to visit friends or other matters, as well as those that had entered seclusion in the parallel void. Because, for this battle, he wanted to fight the master of the Magic Hall alone and defeat him in a head-on battle. Only then would he be able to completely wash away the dirt on his reputation as the 10th ferocious beast on the left bank. In the Ghost Domain Forbidden Land, Nightmare 7 thought that he was clever, but in the end he was killed by the master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia, in a fit of rage. He even implicated the entire Forbidden Land, causing the countless monster spirits and demons in the Ghost Domain Forbidden Land to be killed without exception. When the news spread that the master of the Magic Hall had killed all of them, the entire left bank and right bank was in an uproar once again. Following that, all the experts in the ferocious beast Forbidden Land and the remnant star region turned their gazes to the golden crow Forbidden Land. Because they knew that the master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia, would definitely descend here. Clang! The crisp sound of cloth tearing rang out as a spatial rift appeared in the void outside the golden crow Forbidden Land. Following that, a figure stepped out of it. It was none other than the master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia. This battle was the focus of everyone's attention. It could be said to be a battle of the pinnacle. At this moment, before the arrival of the Magic Hall's master, Xianxia, a few heavenly Tao realm experts from the ferocious beast Forbidden Land and the remnant star region had rushed over. However, they did not enter the golden crow Forbidden Land. They were not here to lend a hand, but to watch the battle. Therefore, to avoid arousing suspicion, All of them remained in the dark void outside the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. At that moment, with the arrival of the Magic Hall's master, Xian, far into the void, several psyche fluctuations instantly appeared. They were all the auras of Heavenly Dao realm experts. Xian had long expected all of this. He completely ignored them because these old fogies were 500 billion kilometers away. This was a clear indication of their attitude. Three-legged old black bird, this lord is here. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Xian's psyche voice resounded through the void. It was filled with endless disdain. Why aren't you, scram out here and accept your death? Screech, Xian, you are courting death, rumble. Just as Xian's psyche voice faded, an astounding roar sounded from the Golden Crow Forbidden Land in front of him. The three-legged Golden Crow's psyche voice sounded, accompanied by a shocking rumbling of thunder. A black gold sun rushed out from the depths of the forbidden stellar domain. He was indeed infuriated. A peak Heavenly Dao realm at the 9th order, a supreme existence ranked 10th among all the Heavenly Dao beasts on the left bank, had been reduced to a three-legged old blackbird in Xian's mouth. Who the F***K could tolerate this? Soon, the black gold sun rushed out of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land's stellar domain and came to a stop at the edge of the stellar domain. It was as massive as a star, and black flames billowed on its surface. It had an astounding might. Division with the black gold sun formed by the three-legged Golden Crow's body, 8 Heavenly Dao beasts, as well as hundreds of desolate supremacies and even more primordial mighty figures, charged out. All of them gathered behind the black gold sun, eyeing Xian covetously from 200 billion miles away. In less than a year, your cultivation has improved again. No wonder you are so arrogant. Xian's black voice sounded. On the golden day, the three-legged Golden Crow's deep voice sounded again. Unfortunately, even so, if you don't rely on the heaven-falling bow, you are still no match for me. Do you still intend to do this in this battle? It was clearly a provocation, humiliating Xian in public, mocking him for being arrogant in front of it only because of the heaven-falling bow. With the heaven-falling bow in hand, it is naturally easy to suppress you. Didn't you run away with your tail between your legs last time when you were seriously injured? Xian sneered and retorted. But this time, since you are not convinced, I will give up the heaven-falling bow and fight you head-on. So what? I will still suppress you. Walala. Just as his voice faded, there was the sound of splashing water in the void. Xian had appeared in his human form, but at that moment his body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void, exuding an endless bloodthirsty aura. Roar. Screech. In an instant, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. They were none other than Xian's 3 sea of blood avatars. The cultivation auras emanating from their bodies were all at the perfected Heavenly Dao realm. Shockingly, they were the 3 powerful experts at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, if they appeared at the same time, they would be able to set off a storm of blood. Now that they had appeared, they instantly caused the surrounding void to fall into a deathly silence. A large number of Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and remnant experts were lurking in the void 1 trillion kilometers away. All of them looked over and secretly drew a cold gasp. Soon as the figures appeared, the 3 sea of blood avatars raised their heads and let out a furious roar. The 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Power's final form, the Devil Ape True Body, was activated. Boundless power surged out from the 3 demon avatars' bodies as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with endless bloodthirstiness as they rapidly gathered and fused together. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape True Body appeared in the void. It looked down on everything in its path. Swoosh! Swoosh! The next instant, the berserk ape flipped its hands. Instantly, there was a faint sonic boom as a beam of light shot out. The Shengnong medicinal pestle, transformed into a big-headed black club, was dragged by its right hand as it emitted a torrential bloodthirsty aura. Swoosh! Splash! With a thought, the fog avatar shot out a beam of light from its glabella. Welcome! Under the expansion of the storm, it turned into a vast 9-color flame sea. In an instant, it condensed to the extreme, forming a huge 9-color ribbon. After a few twists and turns, it had already wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The two ends of the ribbon poked out from its chest like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It could burst out at any time and devour everything. Swoosh! As for the skeleton avatar, this time, it did not use the fallen sky bow. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in an instant. Its entire body was covered with countless obscure blood patterns. Its shape was extremely ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. As the blood blade was unleashed, the withered blade spirit inside the demonic blade let out an earth-shattering roar. It was a ferocious and ruthless aura that was simply frightening. Even the three-legged golden crow was caught off guard. The endless black flames rising from the surface of the black gold sun suddenly paused. He had never seen the withered demon blood blade before. Even though he hadn't tasted its might yet, merely the ferocious and ruthless aura of this blade was enough to cause others to raise their eyebrows and be moved. Originally, he thought that Yi Xian had already shown all his trump cards. Now that he suddenly saw a ferocious demonic blade that he had never seen before, he realized that the truth was far from it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the three-legged golden crow could not help but tremble slightly. Vaguely, there seemed to be a bad feeling growing in his heart, making him feel inexplicably uneasy. Gotcha? When the three-legged golden crow's mind was slightly shaken, an incomparably clear gotcha sound suddenly came from above the black golden sun like a star. Yi Xian made a move. Using the secret technique of spiritual power, he quietly blasted out a spiritual thunder lightning technique. Yi Xian used all his strength in this attack without any warning beforehand. When the three-legged golden crow realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. A blood-red lightning with a diameter of millions of miles appeared out of thin air above his head. It was so fast that it directly blasted down and struck him solid. Although the three-legged golden crow was not a living creature of flesh and blood, the spiritual thunder lightning technique was different from ordinary lightning. Yi Xian used all his strength in this attack, and the spiritual power source core suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind was pushed to the extreme. In an instant, the three-legged golden crow let out an incomparably mournful cry. Although it was not a serious injury, it was inevitable that he would be injured. The feeling was really unpleasant. Screech. Suddenly attacking, you are simply shameless, rumble. Suddenly, the three-legged golden crow was enraged by the sudden sneak attack. The sound of his divine sense was like thunder, rolling out and shaking the void. At the same time, from the black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless storm of black flames roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. It was too hot, and its power was incomparably strong. This scene could be said to be shocking to the eye. A huge tide of black flames with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles poured out from the black golden sun hanging high in the sky like a raging river bursting its banks. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of millions of miles of the void and covered Yi Xian in his true form in the form of the devil ape. This black river was formed by the world-destroying black flames. It was majestic and endless, and it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The three-legged golden crow blasted out in extreme anger, and its power was terrifying. Even the group of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors who were hibernating in the distance could not help but feel their eyelids twitch wildly, and they secretly gasped. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Rumble! In great anger, the three-legged golden crow suddenly attacked, and the sound of his divine sense was like thunder, rolling out and shaking the void. From the black golden sun hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless storm of black flames roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. This flame tide was condensed from the pure world-destroying black flames. The world-destroying black flames were famous for their ferocity, and they belonged to the top unusual flames of heaven and earth. The flame energy was as violent as the world. At this time, it was used to launch an attack, and its power could be imagined. What's more, this three-legged golden crow was also a peak heavenly law in the Great Perfection Stage 9th stage. Now that he had fully activated the Black Golden Sun, the black flame river pouring out like a raging river was really terrifying. In the battle half a year ago, a similar black flame river had once destroyed the 9-colored flame ball that enveloped Yi Xian's figure in one fell swoop. Now that Yi Xian did not have the 9-colored flame ball to protect him, if he was hit by this black river, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. No? Yes, Yi Xian had long been aware of this kind of attack. Although the scene in front of him was shocking, he did not panic. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the black fog clone immediately roared violently, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. At this moment, the mental power secret technique, the destructive vortex, was activated. The purple-black mental power source core that was suspended above the central domain of Yi Xian's mind also began to spin crazily. In an instant, the vast amount of mental power contained in the source core was extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny dot that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of the black fog clone's sea of consciousness and whistled forward. Boom! The sound shook the heavens and suddenly appeared in the sky. The small purple-black dot that was as small as a speck of dust, but in fact, it was formed by compressing nearly half of the origin power in Yi Xian's mind to the extreme. It had already exploded halfway. The boundless and endless mental power source collided with each other and instantly turned into a huge energy vortex. The invisible mental power was wild and tyrannical, as if it could annihilate everything. It revealed a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It directly blasted apart the black flame river that was rushing towards it. Countless black flame tides splashed in all directions in the void. Although, it still emitted a destructive aura that caused people to raise their eyebrows, but now that it had collapsed, it no longer posed a threat to Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage. Crackle! The three-legged golden crow seemed to have already expected this scene. Right? He actually did not have any reaction to the collapse of the black flame river formed by the world-destroying black flames. He immediately appeared and attacked. Soon, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, followed by the crisp sound of ripping silk. In front, in the void, this huge black gold star that was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide suddenly bloomed with a dark light that was as fast as lightning. When it spread out, it seemed as if even the void was melting. A strange sound entered people's ears. This was the three-legged golden crow's destructive light. This black light seemed inconspicuous, but it could ignore everything. Once it came into contact with it, everything would be destroyed. It was the essence that the three-legged golden crow refined from the world-destroying black flames. It had been refined in its body for many years and turned into such a murderous black curtain of light. In the battle half a year ago, the three-legged golden crow had also used this magical power at the end, but it was broken by the heaven-falling arrow that was shot from the skeleton's hand. No, however, the murderous light curtain of destruction collapsed, and even the three-legged golden crow was seriously injured by the power of that arrow. In the end, it had to turn around and flee in anger. But, this time, Yi Xian had already stated in public that he would not use his most powerful magical power, the heaven-falling bow. Therefore, the three-legged golden crow had high expectations for this light curtain of destruction. In its opinion, Yi Xian would definitely be able to resist it head-on. Even if he used the 9-colored sea of flames, he would not be able to stop its power. Even if he did not die, he would at least be seriously injured by this blow. Buzz. In fact, Yi Xian was indeed extremely afraid of this destructive light. It could be too powerful. Even Yi Xian did not dare to face it head-on. That would definitely cause his precious body to be injured. After all, it was refined from the essence extracted from the world-destroying black flames. But, although he did not dare to face it head-on, it did not mean that there was no way to resolve it. These thoughts flashed through his mind. A faint light flashed in the eyes of the black fog body, and he immediately moved his mind. Next, in an instant, a low buzzing sound rang in the void. The black fog body raised its head and let out a shocking roar. The roar was so shrill that it was as if it was going to pierce through one's eardrums. Void-dense scale-like ripples immediately appeared in the air. An invisible spiritual power roared like a raging river. The divine black hole moved. The roaring spiritual power was like a majestic sea, but it was invisible and formless. Its power was terrifying. As it surged, the void collapsed in an instant and spread all the way to the extreme. Like dominoes being pushed over, in less than half a breath, the continuously collapsing void had formed a huge black hole in front of them. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter, and it blocked the black light curtain of destruction that was sweeping toward them head-on. Hiss! Boom! In an instant, the black light curtain of destruction rushed into the huge black hole formed by the collapse of the void. It immediately collided with the majestic spiritual power in the black hole, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. At this scene, the three-legged golden crow, who was hundreds of billions of miles away, almost vomited blood on the spot. Never would he have thought that Yi Xian would be able to so easily neutralize his light of destruction without using his most powerful ability, the heavenly fallen bow. Up until now, Yi Xian had only passively defended and resolved his 2 consecutive attacks. He had not launched a counterattack. However, he was still a peak Great Perfection 9th stage Heavenly Dao beast. He was ranked 10th among all the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts on the left bank. Like this, today he had attacked twice in a row, but the other party was unharmed and easily resolved his attacks. This was really frustrating. He could not bear to lose face at all. I'd like to see what other tricks you can use today. Rumble. All of this flashed through his mind. The three-legged golden crow's earth-shattering roar sounded again in an instant. Vaguely, there seemed to be a hint of madness in it. His repeated attacks were all in vain. His heart was indeed filled with anger. At this time, he was on the verge of going berserk. He steeled his heart and directly used the divine ability that he had always relied on as his trump card. At this moment, the black gold sun rumbled. Rolling black flames soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the void within 100 billion miles. It completely enveloped the black gold sun, and it could no longer be seen. Then, before anyone could react to what had happened, the endless black flames suddenly condensed, and the black gold sun that had just been enveloped by the black flames reappeared, but it was no longer a single round. Instead, it was 10 suns in the sky. Whoosh! What happened? Why did the black gold suns in the void suddenly become 10? Their auras are exactly the same. They are all incomparably violent. They are all peak Great Perfection 9th stage Heavenly Dao. Heavens, what kind of secret technique is this? In the blink of an eye, 1 turned into 10? This is clearly the rhythm of 10 peak Heavenly Dao experts joining forces to fight against the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. In the surroundings, a large number of gasps and cries of surprise could be heard. In the face of this strange and terrifying scene, the existences of the Heavenly Dao that were hiding in the dark were all shocked. What happened? How could there be 10 black golden suns in the void all of a sudden? 10 great suns with the same aura, all of them are peak Great Perfection 9th stage Heavenly Dao. In the blink of an eye, 1 turned into 10? This is clearly the rhythm of 10 peak Heavenly Dao experts joining forces to fight against the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. As the three-legged golden crow used its secret technique, 10 great suns appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. In the surroundings, gasps and exclamations could be heard. Surface in the face of this strange and terrifying scene, the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and the remnants of the Heavenly Dao experts who were hiding in the dark in the void were all shocked without exception. It wasn't just them. In fact, even Yi Xian was shocked by the scene in front of him. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies were filled with shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The auras of the 10 black gold suns were indeed extremely powerful. They were all peak Heavenly Dao experts of the Great Perfection Stage 9. It was as if the three-legged golden crow had been replicated 9 times. However, all of this was obviously impossible. Yi Xian had never heard of such a terrifying and heaven-defying secret technique. His Blood Sea secret technique was already heaven-defying enough. In this vast and boundless primordial space, who knew how many experts wanted to obtain the complete Blood Sea secret technique? However, even the Blood Sea secret technique could only condense 3 Blood Sea clones that were of the same cultivation level as oneself. 1 into 3, this was already the limit. It was impossible for one to turn into 10 in front of him. This was definitely not something that could be described as heaven-defying. I have to say, you are indeed worthy of the fierce reputation of the master of the magic hall. You can actually force this venerable one to use my strongest foundation. You should be proud of yourself. However, you must think that among these 10 sons, there must be 9 illusions that belong to the void, right? In that case, this venerable one will let you see the true power of the 10 suns in the sky. Yixian, there is no suspense. Today's battle, you will definitely lose. Boo. Rumble. At this moment, the 3-legged golden crow's divine sense sounded like thunder again. Moreover, from the 10 black gold suns hanging high in the void, it sounded at the same time. The 10 voices gathered together, emitting a power that made people point their fingers and the void tremble. At this moment, from the 10 black gold suns hanging high in the dark night sky, a majestic and endless black flame storm roared and rushed out, rolling and surging. It was too spectacular, and the momentum was incomparably strong. This scene could be said to be shocking. 10 inside each black gold suns, there was a huge black flame tide with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles, pouring out like a furious river bursting the dike. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the void and covered Yixian, who was in the true form of the demonic ape. This kind of black river was formed by the world-destroying black flame. It was majestic and endless, and it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Previously, the 3-legged golden crow had just blasted out a beam, and the horror of its power was already shocking. However, now, each of the 10 black gold suns that spanned across the void rushed out a black flame river. The 10 flame rivers were like black giant dragons galloping up. The scene was so terrifying that it could not be described with words. When this scene entered their eyes, even the heavenly law beasts and the experts who were hibernating billions of miles away could not help but feel their eyelids twitch wildly again, and they all gasped at the same time. Next, subconsciously, everyone's hearts were in their throats again. This is impossible. In an instant, the 3 demon bodies also changed their expressions greatly, and Yixian exclaimed from the mouth of the demonic ape. First, previously he did think that 9 of the 10 black gold suns were illusions, but now that the 10 black flame rivers were rolling over, the power and aura could not be faked. Under the sudden shock, even Yixian could not help but be shaken. His body shook violently, and he suddenly felt a sense of confusion. It was at this moment that a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the demon's soul pupil. In the extremely faint buzzing sound, a tiny vertical eye appeared on the forehead of the demonic ape, emitting a mysterious light. It scattered toward the 10 black golden suns in the void ahead and the 10 black flame rivers that were surging over. Demon soul pupil? Demon soul pupil? Demon soul pupil? Demon soul. The demon soul pupil was known as the strongest pupil technique, and its power could be traced back to the source. It was just a piece of cake for it to see through all illusions. In Yixian's heart, he had always thought that this kind of Blood Sea secret technique could not exist at all, but he could not see any trace of an illusion. This was most likely because this kind of illusion technique mastered by the 3-legged golden crow was too strange and unconventional. But even so, if it was really an illusion technique, no matter how strange and unconventional it would definitely not be able to escape the power of the demon soul pupil. Everything Yixian was only moving in the dark. The demon soul pupil that appeared between the demonic ape's eyebrows could not be seen by outsiders at all, and they would not know that the invisible light radiating from between the demonic ape's eyebrows was sweeping through the void ahead. With just one look, the result was already clear. The power of the demon soul pupil was originally heaven-defying, and now that Yixian had the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, when fully activated, he instantly saw through everything and saw the truth. In fact, it was only natural. This the 10 black gold suns were indeed not illusions. But at the same time, they were not real entities. The so-called 10 suns in the sky were just a kind of projection of the divine ability. Among the 10 suns, only one was the three-legged golden crow's actual body. The other 9 were just projections of the three-legged golden crow's meticulously condensed divine ability. Through this strange divine ability, the three-legged golden crow's actual body and the 9 projections of the divine ability became one. Although there was only one real sun, it could turn from illusion to reality in any of the other 9 projections of the divine ability. No, there were only 10 suns, including the 10 black flame great rivers that were blasted out from the 10 suns, and it was the same. Among the 10 black flame great rivers, only one had the power to destroy the world. The other 9 were just projections of the divine ability. The real black flame great rivers could materialize in any of the projections of the black flame great rivers. Therefore, no matter how Yi Xian dodged, as long as one of the black flame great rivers came into contact with him, the majestic power of this attack would be instantly dispersed. Of course, if Yi Xian continued to use the same method as before to intercept, then what he broke was merely a projection of the divine ability. Out of the 10 black flame great rivers, 9 of them would still exist. If he continued to use the same method to intercept, Yi Xian would have to attack 9 times in succession before he could break all 9 projections of the divine ability. But in the end, there would still be one real black flame great rivers left, crashing down with a boom. In such a short period of time, it was not very realistic to attack 9 times in succession to intercept. Furthermore, even if Yi Xian could do it, if he did not die from exhaustion after attacking 9 times with all his might, the energy in his body would be mostly depleted. No, needless to say, this kind of divine ability was indeed strange. It was both real and illusory, mysterious and unpredictable. It was simply despairing. But, unfortunately, in the end, it could not block the power of the demon soul pupil. With just one look, everything was completely seen through by Yi Xian. Chapter 51-29. Boom! Boom! In the air, the rumbling of thunder shook the heavens. 10 streams of flame rivers surged up like black dragons, surging towards Yi Xian. The scene was so shocking that it was impossible to describe it with words. On the surface, no Heavenly Dao realm expert could remain calm against such a terrifying attack. Even a peak Heavenly Dao at the 9th Order Perfection realm would definitely not be able to withstand it. The only way to deal with this situation was to turn around and flee in a panic. In fact, Yi Xian had no intention of taking it head-on. The three-legged golden crow's strange projection divine power was like an open scheme. Among the 10 flaming rivers, 1 was real and 9 were illusory. But the 10 black rivers could freely switch between illusory and real. No matter which one he charged towards or touched, even if it was illusory, it could instantly turn real. Under such circumstances, charging forward or intercepting would be extremely passive. Rather than that, he might as well attack the root of the problem and take drastic measures. A deep hum sounded. At that moment, Yi Xian pushed his psyche strength to its limits, fully activating perfect concussion. First in an instant, his figure vanished as he concealed himself. Even his aura was perfectly converged. It was as though he had vanished in an instant. What? He actually escaped. This is only natural. Such an attack is something that even a peak Heavenly Dao at the 9th Order Perfection realm would not be able to withstand. After all, it's 10 black gold suns that similarly have a Heavenly Dao realm cultivation level. Magic Hall Master Yi Xian is still rather clear-headed. He knew that he was no match for Yi Xian, so he instantly used his mysterious escape technique to escape. After this battle, the three-legged golden crows ranking among all the Heavenly Dao beasts on the left bank will probably rise again. I never expected him to have such a terrifying bloodline divine power. To be able to split one into 10 is just too astounding. As Yi Xian's figure vanished, sighs could be heard from the surrounding void trillions of kilometers away. The Heavenly Dao beasts and remnant experts lurking in the dark were almost certain that Yi Xian had escaped. Knowing that he was no match for Yi Xian, he had silently fled. Even the three-legged golden crow thought the same. At this moment, he felt an extreme unwillingness in his heart. He originally thought that this attack would be able to trick Yixian, or at least severely injure him. He didn't expect that in the end he would see that the situation was bad and directly escape. No, although he wasn't able to heavily injure the Demon Hall's master, Yixian, at least he'd achieved the goal of this battle. Not only did he wash away the stain from the previous battle, he even managed to squeeze a few spots forward in the rankings of all the heavenly beasts on the left bank. He might even be able to enter the top 5. Boom! These thoughts flashed through his mind. Just as the three-legged golden crow was secretly delighted, an earth-shattering boom suddenly came from the top of his head. A big-headed black stick that was like a giant pillar that held up the skies smashed into his body at lightning speed. Stars appeared in his head, and his skull hurt terribly. "Oh, damn you, you didn't have asterisk king escape." Amidst the miserable howls, the three-legged golden crow's incomparably mournful roar sounded, revealing a monstrous sense of resentment. Yixian really didn't leave. He just used a perfect spiritual power secret technique to conceal his figure and restrain his qi. Then, he teleported slightly and directly appeared behind the 10 black and golden suns that were lined up in a row in the void. Similarly, one of the suns was real and 9 were illusory. The illusory ones were the projections of the 9 suns. Although the real one could materialize in any one of the 9 illusory suns at the three-legged golden crow's will, however, this obviously didn't affect him because at least one of the 10 suns was real at any moment. What was even worse was that Yixian had the demonic soul pupil and could see through everything. No matter where this real sun was, he knew it in his heart. Therefore, after quietly sneaking behind the 10 suns, Yixian immediately attacked. The big-headed black stick directly smashed down on the real sun as if it was a bludgeon. It was incomparably solid. As the stick smashed down, Yixian's figure also appeared. However, he immediately put away the stick and activated the perfect spiritual power secret technique. His figure was hidden again, not revealing a single bit of his qi, and there was no way to track him. In fact, after his stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow's mournful howls sounded at the same time that the real 9 illusory suns and 10 black and golden suns immediately changed. The 3 great suns were lined up in a row. The real great sun, counting from left to right, was originally 3rd. However, after being hit by the stick, the three-legged golden crow instantly switched from 3rd to 9th in order to avoid being hit again. In his opinion, Yixian's sneak attack was just a coincidence. But, unfortunately, as he switched, Yixian, who had hidden his figure, also quietly followed him. When he arrived behind the 9th sun, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the big-headed black stick smashed down again. Bang! Rumble! Oh! The heart-wrenching pain from the previous stick had yet to dissipate. He had just switched his body to the 9th sun when he was hit again. The three-legged golden crow almost vomited blood on the spot. Although he didn't want to howl, it was really too painful. He directly screamed at the top of his lungs. However, at the same time as this tragic howl rang out, he once again switched instantly. His original body, which had just reached the 9th position, instantly switched to the great sun projection that was ranked first on the left. All of this still couldn't escape Yixian's eyes. In an instant, his figure disappeared again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He held the big-headed black stick and rushed to the left. At this moment, Yixian suddenly thought of a game called whack-a-mole. Wasn't what he was doing now exactly the same as whack-a-mole? It was just that the level was higher. It wasn't wrong to call it whack-a-mole in the starry sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian, who'd already concealed himself once again, instantly arrived in front of his target. Without any suspense, he swung the violent ape club and smashed it down once again. Bang! Awoo, you actually saw through everything. This is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? Screech. He had been hit 4 times in a row. If he still didn't understand what had happened, how could the three-legged golden crow be considered a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage? At this moment, as the 4th stick smashed down, his mournful howl instantly appeared again. The three-legged golden crow's voice, which was filled with endless grief and indignation, sounded at the same time. The entire void trembled slightly, and anyone could feel a monstrous resentment that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Indeed, there was no way he wouldn't be sullen. In fact, at this moment, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. A mouthful of blood had already reached his throat. He was a heavenly Dao, and a peak heavenly Dao at that, but he was played like a mouse in public. This was simply a great humiliation. The three-legged golden crow felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Bang! Awoo, you actually saw through everything. This is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? Screech. As the fourth stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow's mournful howl sounded again, revealing endless grief and indignation. The entire void trembled slightly because of this. Anyone could feel a monstrous resentment that was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. At this moment, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. A dignified peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the ninth stage was played like a mouse in public. This was simply a great humiliation. The three-legged golden crow felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Biased, however, he still thought that he was infallible. A moment ago, he was secretly delighted in his heart. Now that he recalled all of this, his face burned with pain. It was too sad. All of this sounded long, but in fact, Yixian only swung the big-headed black stick and hit the mouse 4 times in a row. How long could it take? Although Yixian and the three-legged golden crow were well aware of all of this, the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the left bank and the experts of the remnant people who were secretly hibernating in the void billions of miles away were confused. For them, they only saw the figure of the master of the magic hall, Yixian, flash and disappear. The 10 rivers of black flames that the three-legged golden crow had blasted out by the 10 black golden suns earlier missed and rushed to the end of the void and disappeared. Immediately after, behind the 10 black golden suns that were lined up in a row outside the star domain of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the figure of the master of the magic hall, Yixian, suddenly reappeared. He swung the big-headed black stick and moved around, as if he was hitting a mouse. In a flash, he smashed the three-legged golden crow 4 times in a row. Every time the stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow responded with a miserable howl, each more miserable than the last. The dignified heavenly Dao at the peak of the great perfection of the ninth step was actually smashed to the point of howling like a hungry wolf. Anyone who heard it would shed tears. It was shocking to hear it, everything was so real, but it gave them a sense of absurdity as if they were in a dream. Dumbfounded, these heavenly Dao ferocious beasts of the left bank and experts of the remnant people who were hibernating in the void in the distance had their minds buzzing for a few seconds before they gradually came back to their senses. Their bodies shook violently as they gasped and exclaimed in horror, "Oh my God, what happened?" The master of the magic hall, Yixian, did not escape. Instead, he did the opposite. He hid his figure, restrained his aura, and quietly sneaked behind the 10 black golden suns. These are not important. The key is, what are they doing? Playing whack-a-mole? It looks like it. This is simply ridiculous. Why didn't the three-legged golden crow fight back? He even revealed his heaven-defying magical power of turning himself into 10. After being hit 4 times in a row, he only knows how to howl. This is illogical. Could it be that his head was damaged by the first hit? That's very likely. After all, this big-headed black cudgel is infamous for its ferocity. It's only natural for the Demon Palace Master, who has 3 heads and 6 arms, to give him a concussion or something. How is this possible? There are 10 black golden suns in the sky side by side. Even if the three-legged golden crow suffered a concussion from the first hit, the other black golden suns shouldn't be stunned. Why didn't they react and let him continue to hit them? Could it be that they moved away? The last sentence was simply a godly shot. Basically, it hit the three-legged golden crow's sore spot. When the words entered his ears, he was so angry that he almost spat out the mouthful of old blood that was stuck in his throat. Rumble. The secret technique was ineffective. He didn't know what method the master of the magic hall, Yixian, used, but he instantly saw through the mystery. Although the three-legged golden crow was unwilling, he had to accept it. In the void, the rumbling sound of thunder sounded again. From the 10 black golden suns, The black flames that were like a furious river instantly rose again. In the blink of an eye, they were connected to the sky and shrouded all 10 black golden suns. After one breath, when all the black flames instantly condensed like before, the 10 black golden suns disappeared, and only one remained in the void. It was as if the scene just now had never happened, as if it was just a dream. Far away, billions of miles away, the heavenly beasts and the survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void were all stunned. Although they didn't know what happened, they vaguely guessed something when they saw the 10 black golden suns being put away by the 3-legged golden crow after Yixian, the master of the magic hall, beat a round of rats. Screech. The moment the only black golden sun appeared again, an earth-shattering screech came from the black golden sun. Then, the black golden sun, which was as huge as a star, rapidly changed. Half a breath later, the black gold sun vanished, transforming into a black gold 3-legged golden crow. It was incredibly large, spanning 100 million kilometers in length. It even blocked out a corner of the horizon. The 3-legged golden crow was completely infuriated. He finally revealed his bloodline true body. But the strange thing was that this black golden 3-legged golden crow, whose body was more than 100 million miles long, had 4 dazzling big blood bags on its huge head. These were obviously knocked out by someone. At the sight of this, the heavenly beasts of the left bank and the experts of the heavenly path who were hiding in the void a trillion miles away suddenly came to a realization. Although they didn't see any clues until now, when they saw the 4 big blood bags on the 3-legged golden crow's head, they immediately understood that 9 of the 10 suns were illusory and could be switched between real and illusory in an instant. But, unfortunately, nothing could be hidden from the eyes of the master of the magic hall, Yixian. The big-headed black cudgel in his hand seemed to be smashing 4 different black golden suns, but in fact, all 4 of them fell on the 3-legged golden crow's body. Otherwise, when he showed his bloodline true body, how could there be 4 big blood bags on his head? Screech. Tang Tang, who was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, was forced to show his bloodline true body as soon as the battle started. Moreover, it was in this shape, with 4 dazzling big blood bags on his head, so unique. All this flashed through the 3-legged golden crow's mind, and he immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech. He was about to go crazy with anger. Netherworld Claw. Claw of the Netherworld. Yixian didn't pay attention to him at all. Bao Yuan suddenly roared, and the black fog doppelganger waved his hands again. Rays of light shot out, and as the wind rose, they turned into millions of miles long dark green withered claws and shot toward the 3-legged golden crow. Although the Netherworld Claw was also an extremely powerful Desolate Era magical power, it was not on the same level as the fallen Sky Bao. It was too weak. But, even so, the 3-legged golden crow was still afraid, but it was not as strong as facing the fallen Sky Bao. Although the Netherworld Claw was not too powerful, it was the most powerful bloodline magical power of the Desolate Era Netherworld. Desolation. The Desolate Era Netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world, and its bloodline magical power was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted, and once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure at the innate level would be greatly reduced. The Desolate Era Netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world, and its bloodline magical power was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted by it. Once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure at the innate level would be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, it was hated by both ghosts and gods. It was not a good thing, and once contaminated, it would only bring bad luck without any benefits. Against such filthy things, even Heavenly Dao realm experts would choose to retreat immediately. In fact, it wasn't because they were afraid of its power, but because they were worried that they would be contaminated, causing damage to themselves. At the next moment, the dark green withered claw hovering above Yixian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the Netherworld Claw had been fully activated by him. A few almost at the same time, the tens of dark green claws that darted out exploded at the same time. The raging dark green energy swirled in the air, expanded and expanded, then transformed into a series of dark green skulls that were tens of millions of miles long. Fierce flames flickered in those skulls' huge eye sockets as they dashed out at the three-legged gold crow in front of them as if they had teleported. Bam! 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 As soon as they approached, all of these dark green skulls rumbled and exploded apart without exception. Green liquid raged through space, and it covered the heavens and the earth while a strand of an evil aura that made one feel nauseous swiftly swept out. Boom! Boom! The three-legged golden crow's eyelids twitched as a look of disgust appeared on its face. Its massive body, which was nearly 50 million kilometers long, rapidly retreated. It was too large and its speed was very fast. Unknowingly, it caused an earth-shattering rumble in the void. Screech! Upon seeing this scene, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Black Fog avatar. It raised its head and roared, instantly activating the mental energy in its body again. At the next moment, the Annihilation Spear, one of the two mental attack mystic techniques, was fully activated by the Black Fog avatar. The Annihilation Spear extracted a large amount of mental energy, but it didn't transform into a mental vortex. Instead, it transformed into an extremely tiny dot that was like the tip of a spear as it ruthlessly stabbed out. Under such circumstances, a large amount of mental energy was extracted, but the attack was targeted at the smallest. This tiny dot that transformed into a battle spear was so sharp that it was indestructible. Buzz! Buzz! A buzzing sound was heard, and the mental source core that hovered above Xianxia's sea of consciousness also spun faster and faster as the mental energy circulated. In the blink of an eye, a tiny mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental origin power shot out from the Black Fog avatar's sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy thread, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Facing the three-legged golden crow, Xian had been using his mental energy almost all the time, and he continuously performed various mental mystic techniques and divine abilities. This was something that could not be helped. The three-legged golden crow was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of the golden crow great world. Just like the primeval heaven's eye, it did not have a physical body at all. Under such circumstances, although physical attacks like the big-headed black stick could hurt it, they could not shake its foundation. The nine-colored divine flame was originally the best choice to deal with this kind of existence. However, the three-legged golden crow had devoured all the stars in the great world when the golden crow great world that it ruled collapsed completely and was completely swallowed by the endless void turbulence. It had turned its body into a black gold sun condensed from pure black flames of destruction, and it was naturally immune to flames. The effects of physical attacks were barely satisfactory, and the nine-colored divine flame was not very effective either. Naturally, they could only use mental mystic techniques to suppress it. Although Xian was rather depressed about continuously exhausting his mental energy, it had to be said that mental energy was quite miraculous when dealing with such an existence. At the very least, the three-legged golden crow was clearly fearful of the Annihilation Spear, a secret technique that Yangming had unleashed with all his might. Under the pressure of the dark green blood from the dozens of dark green skulls that exploded, it retreated even faster. Xian attacked continuously, and it could be said that he had made a big fuss. How could he just watch as the three-legged golden crow calmly withdrew? After, "I've already prepared my next move." Screech! At this moment, the ferocious ape suddenly raised its head, and a resounding dragon roar suddenly sounded at this moment. In the next moment, the black gold dragon scale that was suspended in Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, and a large amount of origin energy was extracted, causing it to fall into a dim and weak state. A demonic dragon phantom that was millions of kilometers long suddenly appeared behind the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape. Its eyes were faint, as if it was opening a gap. In an instant, even this corner of the void seemed to flicker as the demonic dragon phantom's eyes opened. There was also an invisible mysterious force that restrained the black gold sun's figure, as if this gaze had imprisoned the void and fixed its figure. This, shockingly, it was the most powerful ability of the demonic dragon's bloodline that the black gold dragon scale represented, seeing through darkness and darkness. Demon the dragon was the torch dragon. also known as the Torch Dragon. The black gold dragon scale that was suspended in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness contained the Torch Dragon's bloodline inheritance, which included seeing through darkness and darkness. The Torch Dragon's bloodline ability was contained in a pair of torch eyes. When this pair of torch eyes was opened, it was day, and when they were closed, it was night. Of course, the so-called opening eyes was day, and closing eyes was night was just a description, but it showed the mysteriousness and power of the Torch Dragon's bloodline ability. At this moment, Yi Xian fully activated the black gold dragon scale that was suspended in the Sea of Consciousness in his Sea of Consciousness, performing seeing through darkness and darkness. The three-legged golden crow was caught off guard, and its entire body was imprisoned. Although, with its cultivation strength, this kind of imprisonment could only last for a short moment or two, but it was enough for Yi Xian. Puff, puff, puff. At the same moment when the three-legged golden crow's body abruptly stopped in the void, the dozens of skulls exploded and turned into dark green blood. In an instant, it had already covered half of its huge body. Filthy with the bloody body, the aura of the three-legged golden crow's cultivation instantly dimmed. It was also at this moment that the invisible spear formed by the Annihilation Spear, a secret technique of spiritual power, also whistled and pierced through its ribs in an instant. Unfortunately, it lost its accuracy and did not hurt the head and other vital points, otherwise, the three-legged golden crow might have died on the spot. This is not enough. Screech. These thoughts flashed through its mind, and the eyes of the skeleton clone flashed with a cold light. It raised its head and raised its right arm, and the ferocious withered demon blood blade slashed through the void of 200 billion miles. Puff! A bloody light suddenly appeared like a waterfall across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the three-legged golden crow. It slashed through its right shoulder and almost cut off the three-legged golden crow's right wing. At this moment, its huge right wing drooped down and hung weakly on its body. A large black river gushed out from its wound. It was the heavenly Tao's origin black liquid. Screech. Only at this moment did the invisible sealing power of the Torch Dragon's divine ability dissipate. The three-legged golden crow raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing endless unwillingness. No matter what, he never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was once again bloodied in the void. Screech. Only when the withered demon blood blade slashed out from afar and almost cut off its right wing did the invisible sealing power of the Torch Dragon's divine ability dissipate. The three-legged golden crow raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing endless unwillingness. No matter what, he never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was once again bloodied in the void. But, unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, he could no longer reverse today's battle. Just now, he had suffered heavy injuries, and now he was in an extremely serious state of injury. He only had half of his combat strength left, and if he continued to stay here, the final result would definitely be his death. Screech, master of the magic hall, this sovereign will definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the three-legged golden crow once again let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing monstrous anger and endless unwillingness. Then he directly tore through the void. With a flash of his huge body, he turned into a black and gold light. In the blink of an eye, he entered the crack and disappeared. Obviously, this old fellow knew that there was no hope for today's battle, so he immediately fled into the parallel void to lie low. After all, he was a peak heavenly way at the Great Circle of the Ninth Stage, and he had been in this realm for a long time. Even among the peak heavenly way at the Great Circle of the Great Circle, his cultivation and strength were among the best. He was also known as the 10th existence among all the heavenly way beasts on the left bank. When such an existence was determined to escape, even the current Yi Xian could not stop him. After all, the three-legged golden crow was different from the other heavenly way beasts. Yi Xian's 9-colored sea of flames was completely ineffective against him, and could not trap him at all. In an instant, the void crack that the three-legged golden crow had fled into was closed. Even if Yi Xian waved his hand and tore it open again, he would definitely not be able to trace the three-legged golden crow to the parallel void that he had fled to. Yi Xian was also a peak heavenly way at the great circle of the 9th stage, so he was well aware of this point, so he did not waste this effort at all. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the heavenly way's black liquid hanging in the void in front of him like a river. Old although that fellow had escaped, he had at least left behind a river of heavenly Tao origin black liquid. To Yi Xian, this battle was not in vain. Even though he already had the heavenly Tao black liquid in his possession, such a top-grade resource was extremely rare. Now that it was right in front of him, how could he not take it? Whoosh, brain as the thought flashed through his mind, the violent ape immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, an invisible force shot out. The black liquid river that was hanging in the air in front of him instantly emitted a strange sound as it was directly sucked over and absorbed into the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Everything took a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian waved his hand and blasted out the giant dark green claws to the moment when the dozens of nether claws exploded, the claws turned into the nether claws and turned into a huge dark green skull that exploded, forming a large stretch of blood that connected the sky to the earth, staining the three-legged golden crow's body, causing its condition to plummet and its cultivation aura to sink into darkness. Then, the Annihilation Spear's spiritual power secret technique was fully activated by Yi Xian, piercing the three-legged golden crow's ribs and injuring it. Then when the Torch Dragon Bloodline's most powerful ability was used, it caught the three-legged golden crow off guard and temporarily imprisoned it. Yi Xian also took advantage of this critical moment to summon the withered demon blood blade and almost cut off its right wing. In the end, the three-legged golden crow was heavily injured and had no choice but to tear open a crack and flee into the parallel void to seek refuge. From the beginning to the end, less than 10 breaths had passed. 10 breaths ago, although the three-legged golden crow was in a sorry state, it did not show any signs of defeat, nor did it fall into a disadvantageous position. But, all of this was completely reversed in the span of 10 breaths. Yi Xian's attacks were too fierce, one after another. It was obvious that all of this was a result that had been calculated long ago. He had been waiting for the three-legged golden crow here for a long time and predicted that it would end miserably today. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the heavenly beasts and experts of the left bank who were hibernating in the void billions of miles away finally regained their senses. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. They sucked in cold breaths, and exclamations of shock and astonishment instantly filled the sky and earth, resounding like a tide. Heavens, in such a short time, this battle actually ended in such a hurry? This is a bloody battle between two peak heavenly Tao experts at the peak of the 9th level. Logically speaking, shouldn't this battle last for months and years? This is too shocking. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has endless methods. In the end, he clearly used the Torch Dragon's most powerful bloodline ability, the Annihilation Spear. He even possesses the demonic dragon bloodline. It's simply heaven-defying. Monster. An unprecedented monster. Did this guy really come from the Great Wasteland world? This is simply unimaginable. I also deeply doubt this. After all, the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao in the primitive world has been defeated countless times by him. This situation is simply illogical. Defeated? The three-legged golden crow was actually defeated. This battle of the pinnacle actually ended in such a way. It's simply shocking. Exclamations of shock and horror rose from all around. This battle of the pinnacle finally came to an end. Yi Xian was unscathed, but the three-legged golden crow, the strongest expert of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, fled with extremely serious injuries in the void. Like a stray dog, he escaped into the parallel void and lay dormant and licked his wounds. This was already the second time that he had been defeated by Yi Xian, and both times he had been seriously injured and bloodied in the void. This point alone was enough to explain everything. If it was said that in the earth-shattering battle nearly a year ago, Yi Xian had used the fallen sky bout to severely injure the three-legged golden crow, causing him to retreat in a hurry out of unwillingness, then, today, Yi Xian had openly caused him to suffer heavy injuries in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, from the beginning to the end of this battle, Yi Xian had practically held the advantage, forming a domineering aura towards the three-legged golden crow. All of this was witnessed by the other heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the hundreds of desolate venerables and powerful figures, as well as the large number of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank who were secretly lurking in the void billions of miles away, and could bear witness to this. Without a doubt, after this battle, the three-legged Golden Crow, who was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank, would change hands after today. But it was hard to say whether the new 10th on the left bank would be the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Because, although Yi Xian had the true form of the devil ape and was considered to have the bloodline of a ferocious beast, his original body was still that of a human. Based on this point, he was not qualified to be ranked among the ferocious beasts of the left bank. God, I'm afraid you have this battle strength, but you are not a ferocious beast, so how can you squeeze in? Ding. However, all of this was left to the ferocious beasts of the left bank. Yi Xian was not interested at all. Whether it was the ferocious beasts of the left bank or the ferocious beasts of the left bank, he could not be bothered with them. What was truly important was his own strength. In the Milky Way, strength was the most important thing. The fist was the absolute truth. Chapter 5130. Heavens! Did this battle actually end so quickly in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint? This is a bloody battle between two peak 9th order great perfection heavenly Tao. Logically speaking, shouldn't they have fought for years? Defeated, the three-legged Golden Crow was actually defeated. This battle of the pinnacle actually ended in such a way. The top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list is finally going to change. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, can at least replace the three-legged Golden Crow and squeeze into the top 10, or even higher. Yes, from the beginning of this battle he was not injured at all. In such a short time he made the three-legged Golden Crow, who was originally ranked 10th on the left bank, seriously injured and fled. I'm afraid that even the 9th on the left bank can't do this. I'm afraid this will cause controversy. It's not that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is not strong enough, but although he has the bloodline of the demon ape and can be considered a fierce beast, his original body is of the human race. How can he enter the heavenly Tao beast list? This is a problem. As the battle came to an end, the heavenly beasts of the left bank and the experts of the heavenly way who were lurking in the void a trillion miles away immediately exclaimed and began to discuss among themselves. After the three-legged Golden Crow fled, the vast void that had fallen into a dead silence suddenly became noisy again. Yi Xian did not pay attention to all this because he was completely uninterested. After putting away the heavenly Tao origin black liquid that was hanging in the void in front of him like a river, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. The three great demon bodies instantly turned at the same time and looked toward the edge of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land in front of them. Previously, when the black golden sun formed by the three-legged Golden Crow rushed out of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land's star domain and stopped abruptly at the edge of the star domain, it was followed by 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts, hundreds of desolate Zune old monsters, and even more desolate antiquity great beings. These existences had all gathered behind the black golden sun at that time, watching Yi Xian covetously from 200 billion miles away. Even after the battle between Yi Xian and the three-legged Golden Crow, these old fogies did not retreat. Instead, they stayed at the edge of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land to watch the battle from afar. Today, the three-legged Golden Crow had escaped with serious injuries. However, even though he had escaped, the monk and the temple had escaped. Putting aside the countless forbidden and ferocious beasts in the various abandoned planets in the Golden Crow Forbidden Grounds, at least the hundreds of powerful figures, desolate supremacy, and the 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts that had followed the three-legged Golden Crow out of the Forbidden Grounds and were eyeing Yi Xian covetously. They were even watching the battle leisurely from afar. Hiss! Just as Yi Xian turned around to look, an incomparably clear sound of silk tearing could be heard from that direction. There were a total of 6 of them. The 6 old fogies among the 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts were the fastest to react. They immediately waved their hands and tore open a void rift. They hurriedly entered it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Clearly, they had entered a parallel void to seek refuge. This left Yi Xian speechless. Even though he was a peak heavenly law at the 9th stage of perfection, when a heavenly law expert of the same realm entered a parallel void, there was no way to pursue him. However, although 6 had escaped in the blink of an eye, there were at least 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts left behind. Killing them was basically enough to vent his anger. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the black fog avatar of the 3 demon bodies did not hesitate any longer. He immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At that moment, the spiritual source core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness began to rapidly revolve again. An invisible spiritual force instantly radiated out like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the hundreds of ferocious beasts in the void ahead. At that moment, the black fog avatar was using spiritual suppression. This was a kind of spiritual mystic technique that used spiritual force to form a mental attack. Compared to the spiritual sense attacks of human cultivators, spiritual force was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against it. The hundreds of ferocious beasts in front of him were only mighty figures and desolate supremacies. There were only 2 heavenly law beasts, and they were only at the mid-stage. With Yi Xian's current peak heavenly law cultivation at the 9th stage of perfection, there was no suspense at all when he suddenly moved and instantly suppressed them. In fact, it was indeed so. As the spiritual force completely enveloped them, the hundreds of ferocious beasts were instantly hit. The last 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts were about to escape. At this moment, however, for some reason, his body suddenly froze, and his consciousness instantly fell into a trance. It was as if he had been bewitched, and his eyes were filled with confusion and sleepiness. Roar, Kacha! A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly rushed forward. The ferocious ape raised its head and roared angrily. The big-headed black stick was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. It struck out twice in succession, smashing directly at the heads of the 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts. Black the Fog Doppelganger also activated the spiritual source core that was suspended in the sea of consciousness in its brain. In an instant, a thunderbolt exploded above the heads of the 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from above, instantly making them dizzy. Before they could regain their senses, the big-headed black stick had already smashed down. Bang! Bang! A resounding bang shook the heavens as the black rods smashed onto their enormous bodies. These 2 ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao didn't even have the time to react before their entire bodies instantly exploded apart, and they transformed into 2 clouds of scarlet-red mist that swiftly spread out. However, 2 heavenly law blood essences naturally could not be wasted. The howling of the wind instantly rang out. The black fog body immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. This blood mist swept over and directly sent into the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. At this point, the number of heavenly law blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by 2. Previously, he had already reached a total of 53. Now, he had a whopping 55. Not only were these 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts unable to escape in time, but Yi Xian was also not prepared to let go of the other almighties and desolate supremacies. Following the 3-legged golden crow out of the golden crow forbidden land in front of them was enough to show that these old fellows were all his trusted subordinates. Now, although the 3-legged golden crow had escaped when he saw that the situation was not good, his trusted subordinates had to bear Yi Xian's fury. Boom! Rumble, bang! Bang bang bang! Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately made his move. The violent ape's big-headed black stick smashed out again and again, and the skeleton doppelganger's purple-gold giant fist also continuously swung out. In an instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out in the void. Accompanied by the dense sound of frying beans, these hundreds of almighties and desolate supremacies of the Forbidden Land did not have the ability to resist at all. Their incomparably huge bodies were instantly blasted apart. Void in the air, a cloud of blood mist spread out. There were nearly 300 almighties and more than 100 desolate supremacies. All of them were blasted into a cloud of blood mist. This scene was extremely bloody and revealed an endless killing intent. It was terrifying and shocking. A large number of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void a trillion miles away gasped and exclaimed in horror. In an instant, it was like a tide that covered the sky and earth. Boom! Bang bang bang! In the void, accompanied by the dense sound of frying beans, a cloud of blood mist spread out. There were nearly 300 almighties and more than 100 desolate supremacies. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of almighties and desolate supremacies who had followed the three-legged golden crow out of the Forbidden Land star area, without exception, were all killed and blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Not a single hair was left behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This was an extremely shocking amount of resources. The violent ape immediately waved his hand and absorbed all the blood mist that was spreading out into his body. Collect. The harvest was too great. He originally had more than 200 Almighty's blood essences, but now he had more than 400. Even the blood essences of desolate supremacies, which he originally had around 70 to 80 pieces, were now more than 100 of them. Such a scene was extremely bloody and revealed an endless killing intent. It was terrifying and shocking, and it was definitely rare to see. The Almighties and desolate supremacies were like chives that were being harvested in a large scale. A trillion miles away, a large number of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void a trillion miles away gasped and exclaimed in horror. In an instant, it was like a tide that covered the sky and earth. It's too cruel. No wonder he is called the master of the magic hall. This kind of means is simply terrifying. The Almighties and desolate supremacies are like chives that are being harvested in a large scale. Is his original body really a human? His original body is a ferocious beast, and one with a more savage and violent bloodline. I'm afraid that even he might not be able to be so bloody. This kind of means is simply like that of a demon god. This violent ape cannot be provoked. Just like us, we all have existences from extremely powerful forbidden lands or star domains behind us, leaving behind our own bloodline descendants. Even though we can flee if we are no match for it, the powers behind us will suffer a calamity. They will be affected by the disaster, all of them killed. His temperament is too ruthless. He clearly has subordinates under him, and he also has a forbidden land of the magic hall under his name. Yet he still wantonly kills and doesn't care at all. After this battle, the name of the master of the magic hall will probably spread throughout the entire left bank. Who would dare to easily make an enemy out of him again? This is an existence that will immediately kill people as if they are cutting grass. Roar! Following these exclamations, Yi Xian also raised his head and roared. The huge three-headed and six-armed figure instantly collapsed into a hanging sea of blood, and then quickly condensed. In less than half a breath, the entire sea of blood condensed into a weak blood light. Blood with a flash, a violent ape walked out. It was about 10 feet tall, but the cultivation aura in its body remained extremely powerful. It was at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th order perfection realm. It had an unparalleled bearing as it looked down at the void. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. 500 billion kilometers away, there were figures lurking in the darkness. They were all heavenly Tao realm experts from the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant stellar domain. There were more than 100 of them. However, the number of heavenly Tao realm beasts and remnant star domain experts in the entire left bank's right bank was far more than that. The ones that had arrived were just a tiny portion of them. Upon sensing the warning and ferocious gaze from the violent ape, the heavenly Tao beasts and remnant star domain experts lurking in the darkness of the distant void immediately fell silent. The exclamations came to a halt as they kept silent out of fear. Among them, there were a few peak heavenly Tao realm experts at the 9th order perfection realm, but they were not as strong as the three-legged golden crow. Now, even the three-legged golden crow had been heavily injured by the violent ape in a short period of time. It had fled in a sorry state like a stray dog. Again, coupled with the violent ape's brutal and bloody methods that resembled a massacre, The image of a demonic killing god had already been invisibly established. It was difficult to erase it. Even the few peak Heavenly Tao experts lurking in the shadows did not dare easily reveal any ill intent to prevent misunderstandings and calamities. This was the effect that Yi Xian wanted. Outside the human realm's impression of him had always been that of an iron-blooded killer. He was extremely ruthless and would kill at the slightest disagreement. But in fact, Yi Xian was definitely not a person with a murderous nature. Such an image was deliberately established by him. On the one hand, he did need to hunt beasts to refine their blood essence. On the other hand, it was because he was easily bullied for being kind. Instead, he had a bad reputation. The more ferocious he was, the less people would typically dare offend him. Yi Xian was not afraid of himself, but the crux of the matter was that the magic hall's forbidden land had appeared. He had to do his best to make his name known. Only then would no one easily provoke him. Rip! Retracting his gaze, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. He stepped into it and soon disappeared into the distance. The Heavenly Tao beasts and experts of the left bank who had gathered in the void far away from the Golden Crow's forbidden land also dispersed one after another. They were originally worried that Yi Xian would rush into the Golden Crow's forbidden land and start a massacre. But in the end, that was not the case, which made them feel slightly relieved. This was also the result of Yi Xian's deliberate actions. He could be iron-blooded and ruthless, but there had to be a reason. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. No, in that case, if he wantonly killed for no reason and destroyed a forbidden land, he would definitely incur the wrath of the people on the left bank. At that time, it would not be good. Until at this point, his revenge could be considered to have come to an end. Of the 33 Heavenly Tao beasts who participated in the encirclement, except for the three-legged Golden Crow, the Primeval Heaven's Eye, and the Ghost Realm Forbidden Land's Nightmare 3, the rest were all killed. This was equally shocking. After the news spread on the left bank, no one would be able to shake Yi Xian's fierce reputation. As for the three-legged Golden Crow and the other two old guys, they were now hiding in the parallel void and would not come out for the time being. But there was no hurry. There would be a time to settle the score in the future. The matter had come to an end, but Yi Xian did not intend to return to the forbidden land of the magic hall on the right bank immediately, because the refining of the level 31 primordial pill was imminent. Now, the first thing he had to do was to implement the perfect pill formula of the primordial pill. He had started the derivation of the pill formula, and now he handed it over to the devouring system in his body. He poured all his computing power into the derivation all the time. But the level 31 primordial pill was not a trivial matter. According to Yi Xian's estimation, in addition to the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst, other elements must be added. He had no clue about this, but not long ago he was enlightened. At that time, Yi Xian found some information related to this from the remnant soul of the dark jade star python in the red refining forbidden land. In the countless years ago, there was an amazing expert on the left bank of the Milky Way who made a bold attempt. He managed to collect some Heavenly Way original liquid and started to study it based on the secret refining method of the survivors of the remote antiquity. His efforts were not in vain. This expert finally found something and said that he could use 9 kinds of Heavenly Way original liquids to refine a kind of treasure liquid called the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid. Heavenly, after consuming the 9 Great Tao Treasured Elixir, it would be beneficial to the primordial chaos Great Tao Realm Cultivator who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. The remnant star domain that this remnant expert had been in back then was the Chaos Lac Star Domain, which was known as the strongest star domain in the right section. In the past, in order to get more Heavenly Way original liquids, the mysterious expert who refined the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid said that whether it was the remnant experts or the ferocious star beasts, as long as they could bring 9 different kinds of Heavenly Way original liquids, he could refine the Heavenly Way Great Tao Treasure Liquid, but he would take half of the refined liquid as a reward. This was something that happened millions of years ago. Some peak Heavenly Way original liquids obtained more or less of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid from him, then left and went into seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos realm. It was the same for this mysterious ancient expert, But he was even more careful when he left. There was no news of him overnight, and no one knew where he had gone. It was said that even in the remnant star field where he was, no one knew where he was. Since this person left, the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid had been lost on the left bank of the Milky Way. Over the past millions of years, although there were countless remnant experts who were good at refining flesh and blood medicine, no one was able to refine it. Regarding this matter, Xianxia had to personally go to the remnant star area where he was to verify it and see if he could find some information left behind. This remnant star area called Flood Tower happened to be in the right bank of the left bank of the Milky Way. It was known as the strongest star area in the right bank of the Milky Way. Even the Golden Crow Forbidden Land where the 3-legged Golden Crow lived was slightly inferior to this remnant star area. On the left bank of the Milky Way, since there were ferocious beasts and Forbidden Land rankings, there would naturally be remnant and star area rankings. The ferocious beasts and remnant rankings reflected individual strength. The Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts were all Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank, while the Heavenly Tao remnant rankings were all primordial remnants. The Forbidden Lands and Starfield rankings showed the overall strength of the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands were the ominous beast Forbidden Lands of the left bank, while the Starfield rankings were all the remnant Starfields. For example, the 3-legged Golden Crow was ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts list. The Golden Crow Forbidden Land where he lived was also ranked 10th on the left bank's Forbidden Land list. As for the Flood Tower Forbidden Land, it was ranked 10th on the Star Area rankings, just like the Golden Crow Forbidden Land on the left bank's Forbidden Land list. But the strongest remnant expert in the Flood Tower Forbidden Land was not able to enter the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao remnant rankings on the left bank. In the Flood Tower Forbidden Land, there were more than 30 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. This number exceeded the 20 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. This among the 30-odd remnant Heavenly Tao, the one with the strongest cultivation level was naturally the peak Heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection. Furthermore, it wasn't just one, but 2 of them. This one of them was called Hong Tao, and the other was called Hong Jiang. Although the 2 of them did not enter the top 10 on the left bank's Heavenly Tao remnant rankings, their rankings were not weak either. They had already entered the top 20. The Flood Tower Starfield that Hong Tao and Hong Jiang ruled was located on the right bank of the left bank. From ever since the first set of 5 elements medicinal catalyst was collected, Xianxia had already begun stirring up trouble in the left bank's right bank. By now, his ferocious name had shaken all the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands in the right bank. However, other than the ferocious beast Forbidden Lands, Xianxia had never come into contact with any remnant star area in the left bank's right bank. This time, when he launched his revenge operation, he had nearly raided the entire right bank's right bank. Even when he encountered remnant star areas along the way, he did not enter them. Previously, when he was in seclusion to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm in the boundless darkness zone in front of the right bank, he had encountered a 7th stage Heavenly Tao remnant expert who had been blinded by lard and wanted to kill him to steal his treasures. At the very most, after Xianxia transcended the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, he activated the 9 transformations Devil 8 bloodline ability in his body and directly used the 9th transformation. His combat strength instantly soared to the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. In a fit of anger, he attacked the 7th stage remnant expert. Heart in his great shock, the 7th stage remnant expert knew that he was bound to die, but he was unwilling to accept it. Therefore, he injected most of his strength into his intrinsic magic treasure. Then, using the force of his body's explosion, he tore open the void and took the opportunity to send his intrinsic magic treasure into it. The purpose of this action was clearly to send a message. Furthermore, this intrinsic magic treasure could not exist for long. His soul had already perished, and the intrinsic magic treasure was connected to it. It was only forcefully holding on. At most, it would explode and turn to dust in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. After this person died, Xianxia had also tried to track down the intrinsic magic treasure he had sent. Although he failed to find it, Xianxia did not take this matter to heart. This, in his opinion, it was nothing more than a transmission treasure. Since it was a remnant expert of the Heavenly Tao, This person must have come from a powerful star domain ruled by the remnant experts of the primordial era. Yi Xian had gone to forbidden lands with fierce beasts, so the remnant experts of the star domain had no interest in getting involved. Therefore, even if this transmission treasure reached the destination, it would not have much of an impact on him. Furthermore, his cultivation realm had already entered the heavenly Dao realm. After activating the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability and using the 9th transformation, he was already considered one of the best among the peak heavenly Dao at the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. What was there to fear? This matter had long been thrown to the back of Yi Xian's mind. He did not even remember it now. However, things in the world were always so coincidental. Yi Xian would never have thought that the 7th-stage remnant expert he had killed back then happened to be one of the 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Dao in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone. Furthermore, this person's status in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone was not low. This was because the 2 peak heavenly Dao overseeing the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone, namely Hong Tao and Hong Jiang, happened to be the elder brother of this 7th-stage remnant expert. The Chaos Tower star domain was extremely vast. There were more than 30 remnant experts of the heavenly Dao in the entire star domain, making its status extremely high in the entire left bank and right bank. Even the Golden Crow Forbidden Zone overseen by the 3-legged Golden Crow did not dare to provoke it. But of course, it was impossible for all 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Dao to be in the star domain. Remnant experts were different from fierce beasts. Remnant experts needed to refine all kinds of treasured medicines for their cultivation. They needed to collect flesh and blood as well as all kinds of natural treasures. Although there was an area in the Chaos Tower star domain specially left some abandoned stars to rear fierce beasts, the treasured medicines refined by heavenly Dao realm experts were no trivial matter. Ordinary fierce beast materials could not satisfy their needs, let alone continuous consumption over the years. So therefore, a third of the 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Dao in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone, which was about a dozen people, would roam outside, hunting powerful fierce beasts to collect flesh and blood as well as searching for all kinds of natural treasures in the endless primordial dark void. So when one batch returned, the next batch immediately left. Among the 20-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Dao, there would occasionally be some who would enter the parallel void for seclusion to cultivate or refine treasured medicines. So therefore, in the Chaos Tower star domain, there were usually only about a dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Dao overseeing the star domain. At this moment, on a huge planet deep in the Chaos Tower star domain, the dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Dao overseeing the star domain were gathered in a palace hall on the peak of a huge mountain. However, the expressions on their faces were not good. They were gloomy and gloomy. Among them, Hong Jiang, one of the 2 peak heavenly Dao experts, was the most gloomy. His face was so black that it could drip water. Chaos Tower star domain. On a huge planet deep in the star domain, in a palace hall on the peak of a huge mountain, more than a dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Dao gathered together. However, their expressions were not good. They were gloomy and gloomy. Among them, Hong Jiang, one of the 2 peak heavenly Dao experts, was the most gloomy. His face was so black that it could drip water. His cheeks twitched slightly from time to time, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light, revealing a trace of anger and killing intent that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Hong Jiang was the older brother of the 7th Order remnant expert who had been killed by Yi Xian. Not long ago, he had obtained information from the life-bound magic treasure that the 7th Order remnant expert had self-destructed. Including the image and aura of Yi Xian, who was in the state of a violent ape, he had locked onto the murderer of his brother. However, Hong Jiang suspected that the violent ape that appeared in the life-bound magic treasure was the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. However, he could not be sure. And just a day ago, the 2 remnant experts of the heavenly Dao who had gone to the Golden Crow Forbidden Ground to watch the battle returned. They brought back the image of the battle between Yi Xian and the 3-legged Golden Crow. One after seeing it, Hong Jiang instantly confirmed his guess. The violent ape in the image was identical. Even its aura was the same. Without a doubt, the murderer of his brother, Hong Fei, was the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. Although Hong Jiang knew his brother's temperament very well, he could roughly guess that he must have encountered the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, while undergoing his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. He must have mistaken him for an ordinary ferocious beast that had just entered the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, he had the thought of killing him to steal his treasures and collect the ferocious beast's flesh and blood. That was why he took the initiative to provoke him. However, this was not important. In the cosmos, the strong were revered. When faced with such an opportunity, even he would not turn around and leave. He would most likely take action. From this point of view, Hong Fei's death at the hands of Yi Xian was due to his inferior skills. There was nothing to be resentful about. However, as Hong Fei's elder brother and a peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection of the 9th stage, he was not weaker than Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. As such, if he did not take revenge for his brother, it would be inexcusable. More if it was serious, it was very likely that this matter would affect his Tao heart, causing him to completely lose the opportunity to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm in the future. Hong Jiang was not the only one who knew this. Hong Tao and the other remnant experts of the heavenly Tao were also well aware of this. The primordial chaos forbidden ground only had 2 peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection of the 9th stage. Any one of them had the opportunity to break through again and enter the primordial chaos Tao realm. If Hong Jiang's Tao heart was damaged because of this matter, completely losing the possibility of a breakthrough, this was definitely something they did not wish to see. To the entire primordial chaos star region, it was a huge loss. Moreover, Hong Fei wasn't just Hong Jiang's younger brother. He was also one of the more than 30 heavenly Tao experts in the Chaos Lac Galaxy. Judging others by their own standards, if such a thing happened to him and the Chaos Lac Galaxy didn't avenge him, how sullen would it be? Therefore, even though this matter had nothing to do with them, Hong Tao and the other heavenly Tao experts in the primordial chaos star region still attached great importance to this matter. Right now, the remnant experts of the heavenly Tao who happened to be in the primordial chaos star region gathered together to discuss this matter. Not only does this concern fellow Taoist Hong Jiang's Tao heart and the opportunity to enter the primordial chaos Tao realm in the future, but it also concerns the face and reputation of our primordial chaos star region. The remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the hall looked around. Hong Tao, who had the strongest cultivation, was the first to express his opinion. Halfway through his sentence, his expression sank. After a short pause, he nodded and continued. No matter what, our primordial chaos star region is ranked 10th among all the remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on the left bank. In addition, the primordial chaos star region's 9 heavenly Tao treasured pills that were refined by ancestor Hong Ke was famous on both sides of the Milky Way. Even after millions of years, our primordial chaos star region is like a holy land among the remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on both sides of the Milky Way. Even the 9 remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on the left bank whose overall strength is ranked higher than our primordial chaos star region are respected. It can be said that as the heavenly Tao experts of our primordial chaos star region, everyone present is an existence that is revered wherever you go. After all, Hong Fei is one of the heavenly Tao experts of our primordial chaos star region. Now that he has fallen at the hands of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, this matter has not spread yet. If news of this spreads and our primordial chaos star region does nothing about it, we will definitely be criticized. How can we face others when we travel the 2 sides of the Milky Way in the future? Hearing these words, Hong Jiang's gloomy expression eased slightly. However, he still did not speak. His brows were tightly knitted together as if he was thinking about something. His dozen or so remnant experts of the heavenly Tao also voiced their agreement. They whispered to each other in 2s and 3s, and their expressions were quite excited and indignant. Revenge will naturally be avenged, but this matter, there is no need to be in a hurry. Hong Tao and the other remnant experts of the heavenly Tao had all expressed their opinions. Hong Jiang was shrewd and astute, so he naturally knew how to respond. He could not be too hasty on this matter. That would be bad. The more humble and patient they were and the more they considered the overall situation of the star region, the more miraculous it would be to facilitate this matter. Yes, therefore, after his expression eased, he turned to look at everyone in the hall. He suppressed his anger and said, "However, the master of the magic hall, Xian, is extremely ferocious. Even the three-legged golden crow, who is ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list, was not his match. In a short time, it was seriously injured by him and fled. Although the overall strength of my Chaos Lac Star region is stronger than the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, whether it is this old man or fellow Taoist Hong Tao, although we are both peak Heavenly Dao masters of the 9th stage in terms of individual strength, we are slightly inferior to the three-legged Golden Crow. Although this grudge must be avenged, the master of the magic hall is not to be trifled with. Therefore, revenge cannot be done rashly. Otherwise, if it causes a huge loss to my Chaos Lac Star region, this old man will definitely feel uneasy. It is better to think about it at length and come up with a foolproof plan. In fact, this was exactly what the other remnant experts of the Heavenly Dao in the hall were thinking, including Hong Tao. Only yes, it was inconvenient for them to say such words. Otherwise, if they caused Hong Jiang to misunderstand, it would be bad. Such as now that they saw Hong Jiang being so righteous and taking the initiative to express that they could not be impulsive in this matter, and that they had to endure first and slowly think about it, everyone's hearts immediately relaxed. Their hearts that were hanging in their throats settled down, and they hurriedly agreed. Among them, Hong Tao's smile was the brightest. His heart was originally beating like a drum. After all, he was the person in charge of the Chaos Lac Star region. If he really wanted to make a move against the master of the magic hall, Xian, he would be the one to bear the brunt of it. Now that this matter could be temporarily put aside, it was naturally for the best. Swish! At this moment, a ray of light shot in from outside the hall. A remnant of the Heavenly Dao in the hall reached out and received it. After inspecting it, his expression changed and he was stunned for a moment. Only then did he look at Hong Tao with a strange expression and say hesitantly, "The master of the magic hall, Xian, has come to visit." One hearing this, Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. This person actually took the initiative to come knocking on his door? How am I supposed to break this? Chapter 51:31. Swish! A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot into the hall. One of the survivors of the Heavenly Dao reached out and received it. After checking it, his expression changed. He was stunned for a moment before he looked at Hong Tao with a strange expression and said hesitantly, "The master of the magic hall, Xian, has come to visit." One hearing this, Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. This person actually took the initiative to come here. What should I do? Not only him, but the other survivors of the Heavenly Dao in the hall were also the same. All of them had their mouths wide open and their faces were filled with surprise and shock. No one expected that the master of the magic hall, Xian, would actually take the initiative to come to visit at such a time. The entire hall fell into a complete silence, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people feel depressed, especially Hong Jiang. After being slightly stunned, his expression instantly turned ashen. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his fists subconsciously clenched tightly. He hadn't even gone to look for him, but this guy actually took the initiative to come to him. This was simply too much. At this moment, he felt like his entire body was about to explode, and he had a strong urge to explode on the spot. Putting aside the time when he was on the right bank, at least after arriving on the left bank, this person has only been tormenting himself in the vicious beast forbidden grounds and has never come into contact with any survivors of the star field. After frowning and muttering to himself for a moment, Hong Tao's eyes flashed with a dark light. He turned to look at everyone in the hall, paused for a moment, and then continued, "So, he has no way of knowing Hong Fei's identity and background. From this point of view, the master of the magic hall, Xian, should not be here to provoke us." Indeed, hearing this, the survivor of the Heavenly Dao who had just raised his hand to receive the light of the transmission took over the conversation and said, "The desolate sovereign who welcomed him from outside the star field said that the master of the magic hall, Xian, came here today because he had long heard of the name of the ancestor of the Hong Kei, so that's how it is. He is coveting the secret refining method of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir." Hong Tao was stunned for a moment. and then a look of realization appeared on his face. His eyes instantly burst out with a bright light. It is said that this person has already refined the heavenly Tao elixir. This time, he used the name of revenge to wreak havoc in the right bank of the vicious beast Forbidden Grounds and collected a few types of heavenly Tao elixir. From this point of view, the heavenly Tao elixir of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, to use the heavenly Tao elixir of the heavenly Tao elixir of the heavenly Tao elixir. After being reminded by him, the dozen or so survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall seemed to have been enlightened. They all came to a realization. After whispering a few words to each other in groups of 2s and 3s, someone immediately expressed his position. Between his words and expressions, there was clearly a hint of excitement and greed. If that's the case, then this is an excellent opportunity. Exactly. The master of the magic hall, Xianxia, didn't know that fellow Taoist Hong Fei was from our Chaos Lax Star region. This time, he came here with the excuse of looking forward to meeting Ancestor Chaos Lax Star region. He would absolutely not expect that we would make a move against him. Although he has the bloodline of the devil ape and can be considered as a ferocious beast, his true body is a human. It is said that this person's natural talent and attainments in the Tao of alchemy are extremely monstrous and shocking. He can even refine the heavenly Tao elixir, and this is the proof. Now that he is unguarded and has taken the initiative to enter our Chaos Lax Star region, we can take advantage of this opportunity to set up an ambush and keep him here. In this way, on the one hand, we can avenge fellow Taoist Hong Fei and wash away the humiliation of our Chaos Lax Star region. On the other hand, we can force out all the knowledge in the Tao of alchemy that he possesses. Or we can directly search his soul after suppressing him. What's more, he has the heaven-falling bow, the farmer god's cauldron, the 9-colored flame sea, the blood sea secret technique, and a heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation by an entire level without a time limit. This is definitely doable. At this point, all the survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall were extremely excited, and Hong Jiang was even more so. The expression on his face revealed a ferocious expression, and he was eager to give it a try. In fact, Hong Tao, as the master of the star domain, was also interested in this, and it was not just an ordinary interest. However, he had to consider the overall situation, so he had to carefully calculate the success rate of this matter. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately frowned and fell into contemplation. His mind spun rapidly as he fully activated his powerful divine sense to ponder and deduce with all his strength. The people in the hall did not urge him. All of them suppressed the excitement in their hearts as their eyes shone brightly. Their gazes converged on Hong Tao as they quietly waited for the results of his deduction. The master of the magic hall, Xianxia, is still in the dark. In addition, in order to explore the secret refining method of the 9 Heavens Great Tao Elixir, he took the initiative to visit our Hong K star domain as a gesture of goodwill. He will definitely not be wary of us. This kind of opportunity will not appear again in the future. After a while, Hong Tao's deduction seemed to have come to a conclusion. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he continued, although his combat strength is astonishing, and even if this old man and all of you join forces, we may not be able to completely suppress him. However, if we use Patriarch Hong K's abode to set up the Cosmos Furnace formation, and we have a dozen or so Tao of Heaven experts controlling the formation as the core of the formation, we have a 70% chance of suppressing him. What? The entire hall was in an uproar as the survivors of the heavenly Tao became excited. All of them were extremely excited as they immediately spoke. If that's the case, then what are we hesitating for? This kind of heaven-sent opportunity will not appear again in the future. Let's just leave the master of the magic hall here today. Calculating the time, he should have rushed here immediately after leaving the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. During this time, he did not come in contact with anyone else. In other words, no one outside knows that the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, has come to Hong K star domain. If that's the case, once we suppress him, the heaven-falling bow, farmer god's treasure cauldron, 9-colored flame sea, blood sea secret technique, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can raise one's cultivation by an entire realm will all belong to Hong K star domain. We don't even have to worry about anyone secretly coveting it. The Great Universal Furnace formation is no small matter. With more than 10 Heavenly Dao experts guarding it, including 2 peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Dao experts, we will definitely be able to suppress him. The area where Ancestor Hong Kei's Cavern Star is located has always been like a holy land in Hong Kei Star Domain. Normally, no one is allowed to enter that area. It is indeed the best place to set up the Great Universal Furnace formation. Furthermore, the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, came here for the 9 Heavenly Dao Elixir. It's normal for us to take advantage of the situation and lure him into Ancestor Hong Kei's Cavern Star. We will definitely not arouse his suspicion. If that's the case, the 70% success rate is still a little conservative. With such a high probability of success, this is a feasible plan. Since we've decided, this old man will first lead a few fellow Taoists to set up the formation. It just so happens that this old man's heart is burning with hatred, so it's inconvenient for me to meet him. After all, the divine senses of a Heavenly Dao expert are very sharp. We can't let our guard down. After finishing his last sentence, Hong Jiang did not stay any longer. He immediately stood up and led the 4 Heavenly Dao survivors away in a hurry. K Star Domain. Staring the outer realm's void, Yi Xian was standing with his hands behind his back. At that moment, he did not appear in his ape form. Instead, he had returned to his original human appearance. In front of him were 7 survivors, desolate supremacies. All of them bowed slightly with ingratiating smiles on their faces. Clearly, they were extremely respectful. However, amidst the respect, there was a slight tremor. Clearly, they were extremely nervous and fearful. Such as today, Yi Xian was already infamous in the right half of the left bank. Even typical Heavenly Dao realm experts would not dare to breathe loudly in front of him, much less desolate supremacy. However, Yi Xian now had the appearance of a human. He looked extremely young and handsome. Furthermore, he had a kind smile on his face. However, he had been through a lot of killing. He had already fused it into his aura. Furthermore, he had the dignified bearing of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It imperceptibly transformed into a suppressive might that emanated. Even desolate supremacy would not be able to straighten his back in front of him. This time, Yi Xian had come for the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Dao Elixir. Although there were rumors in the outside world that even the ancient survivor named Hong Kei had not left behind the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Dao Elixir in the Chaos K Star Domain, it was impossible for him to do so. However, from Yi Xian's point of view, even if there was no complete refinement method, there should be some manuscripts left behind in the Chaos K Star Domain. To him, these things were enough. From them, he could see Hong Kei's train of thought and inspiration. Just this alone was enough for Yi Xian to use as a reference. Since Yi Xian naturally would not be rude since he was here for the exchange of alchemy. When he arrived, he even sent a greeting card. Furthermore, he had no interest in killing the survivors. Therefore, as Hong Tao and company had guessed, Yi Xian did not have any wariness in coming to the Chaos K Star Domain this time. He had never expected that the Heavenly Dao survivors in the Chaos K Star Domain would take the initiative to target him despite his infamous reputation and the fact that he had just severely injured the 10th-ranked 3-legged golden crow on the left bank's Heavenly Dao beast list in such a short period of time. Soon, more than 10 figures shot over from the Star Domain in front of him. They were all survivors, and the cultivation auras emanating from their bodies were all at the Heavenly Dao realm. Hong Jiang was not here. He had already led 4 survivors of the Heavenly Dao to the depths of the Chaos K Star Domain to set up the Qingkuan Furnace Array. At this moment, the leader of the dozen or so survivors of the Heavenly Dao that were shooting over from the star field in front of them was actually Hong Tao. Everyone quickly arrived nearby and abruptly stopped 300 meters in front of Yi Xian. 10 the remaining survivors of the Heavenly Dao all had smiles on their faces. They were obviously very hospitable. Haha, fellow Taoist Yi Xian's arrival immediately brightens the entire Chaos K Star Domain. It's really a blessing. Before Yi Xian could speak, Hong Tao took the initiative to cup his fists and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Yi, you have just defeated the three-legged golden crow and suddenly visited my Chaos K-star domain. This is indeed unexpected, but I am overjoyed. Fellow Taoist, although you have the bloodline of the devil ape, your original body is of the human race. Speaking of which, we survivors of the primordial era actually have the bloodline of the human race, so we are not considered outsiders. In the battle not long ago, fellow Taoist Yi killed everyone and made the three-legged golden crow, which is ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, flee in defeat. It was really satisfying and made all of us survivors feel extremely excited. Fellow Taoist, you have such a cultivation and power at such a young age. It really makes this old man very happy. There are many talents in our human race, and fellow Taoist Yi's talent is unparalleled among them. You are really a celestial. Although these words were a little mushy, they pointed out his position and did not arouse suspicion. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to get close to Yi Xian and build a relationship with him. In this way, Yi Xian would obviously be even less vigilant. This old man Hong Tao's shrewdness was really not ordinary. He deliberately did this in order to numb Yi Xian as much as possible. In fact, Yi Xian did not have any suspicions because he could not think of any reason why the survivors of the Heavenly Tao in the Chaos Lac Star Field would want to deal with him. There was no reason at all. Of course, part of the reason was obviously that Yi Xian was too confident. Now, even his own cultivation had stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm. Under the state of the Devil Ape's 9th transformation, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary peak of the Heavenly Tao, but one of the best even among the peak Heavenly Tao. In addition, he had the Shenong Cauldron, which could protect him in any danger. He even had the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. Even if he was not a match, he could at least escape in an instant. All of this was enough to make him extremely confident in himself. Now that he had come to the remnant star field and had politely paid a visit, his vigilance naturally dropped to the lowest point. Very quickly, the two sides exchanged greetings for a while. Under Hong Tao's warm invitation, Yi Xian was accompanied by a dozen or so other survivors of the Heavenly Tao from the Hong K starfield. They arrived at the Hong K hall that they had just discussed. Fellow Taoist Yi, I've heard that your attainments in the Tao of medicine are extraordinary and that you have even refined a Heavenly Tao treasure. Even this old man is amazed by this. This time, it's rare for you to be invited to my Chaos Lac Star Field as a guest, so you can't just leave casually. You must stay for a few more days. This old man is itching to learn more about the Tao of medicine with fellow Taoist. After the host sat down, Hong Tao's face was full of smiles. He took the initiative to mention this matter and earnestly asked Yi Xian to stay for a few more days so that they could exchange their Tao of medicine. This old man, in order to numb Yi Xian and eliminate the vigilance in his heart, this old man had really spared no effort. What he said was also reasonable. Not to mention that Yi Xian didn't have any vigilance in the first place. Even if he did, after hearing these words, he was afraid that his vigilance would dissipate. Just by listening to the meaning of Hong Tao's words, Yi Xian knew that this was exactly what he wanted. He originally came here to inquire about the refining method of the 9 Heavenly Tao treasure liquid or to gain some experience. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, there was naturally no reason to refuse. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately agreed with a smile, then changed the topic, cupping his hands and saying, "Fellow Taoist Hong Tao, to be honest, this hall has indeed refined the Heavenly Tao treasure liquid, but this medicine is useful to the subordinates of this hall, but it is meaningless to this hall. However, the 9 Heavenly Tao treasure liquid refined by Senior Hong K has an extraordinary effect on the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm, the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm and the primordial chaos realm after breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm. This is truly amazing. In terms of Tao of medicine and talent, although this hall is not inferior to others, compared to Senior Hong K, I'm afraid that this hall is still inferior. I've come to visit you in the Chaos K starfield because I've heard so much about you, Senior Hong Quebec. I wonder if you have any notes on the refinement of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, or any other information about it. If you do, I hope that fellow Taoist can lend it to me for a look. This hall will remember, and will definitely reward you greatly." I've come to visit you in the Chaos K Starfield because I've heard so much about you, Senior Hong Quebec. I wonder if you have any notes on the refinement of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, or any other information about it. As he spoke, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said to Hong Tao, "If you do, I hope that fellow Taoist can lend it to me for a look. This hall will remember, and will definitely reward you greatly." As expected, when he saw Yi Xian mention the refining manuscripts of the 9 Heavenly Tao treasure liquid without saying much, Hong Tao was delighted in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Pretending to be slightly surprised, he exchanged glances with the other survivors of the Heavens Tao in the hall, and then he frowned and fell into deep thought. This kind of reserve was naturally an act. Otherwise, if he immediately agreed to this matter, it would probably draw the suspicion of Yi Xian in an instant. Buy the 9 Heavenly Tao treasure liquid was really no small matter. Not to mention the Chaos Lac Star Field, even in the entire left bank, it was absolutely a supreme treasure that could cause a mighty uproar. To tell you the truth, this old man has roughly guessed fellow Taoist Ye's intentions and purpose for coming to visit this time. After a long time, Hong Tao sighed. After pondering for a short moment, Hong Tao finally spoke, and a wisp of a helpless expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and sighed before he continued. Since Ancestor Hong K left, the secret technique to refine the 9 Grand Tao treasured elixir of the 9 heavens was lost. If I calculate the time, it has already been 1,000,000 years, and it's truly a great regret. There has always been a rumor in the outside world that Ancestor Hong K's manuscripts are definitely kept in my Chaos Lac Star Field. Actually, fellow Taoist Yi is absolutely not the first person to come to my Chaos Lac Star Field in these past few years and want to take a look at Ancestor's manuscripts. This old man has long since become accustomed to such requests. Not to mention that if the 9 Heavenly Tao treasure liquid can reappear on the left bank, then not only would it be a fortunate thing for all the fellow Taoists on the left bank, the benefits my Chaos Lac Star Field would obtain would obviously be even greater. So, this old man naturally has no reason to refuse this matter. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head once more while the bitter smile on his face grew deeper. However, to be honest, this old man doesn't hold much hope for fellow Taoist Ye's purpose of coming here today. Because even if the manuscripts really do exist in Ancestor Hong K's abode, I'm afraid you won't be able to obtain them. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his interest was piqued. Ancestor Hong K's cave abode is located on the Chaos K planet, which is located on the left side of the Chaos K starfield. After Ancestor Hong K left 1,000,000 years ago, the Chaos K starfield listed that place as a holy land. It's not just the Chaos Lac Star, the other stars around it have been empty all these years. No one from the Chaos Lac Star field has settled there. The other stars around it are fine as they only have a few top-grade spirit herbs growing there. The higher-ups of my Chaos Lac Star would occasionally go there to harvest them for refinement. However, very few people have set foot on the Chaos Lac Star where Ancestor Hong K's abode is located. Even this old man has only been there a few times. These red lotuses are actually the karmic red lotus fire. Which cultivator like us hasn't killed before? Once one comes into contact with this karmic red lotus fire, all of the bad karma accumulated throughout one's life will instantly be ignited, transforming into karmic red lotus fire that burns one's body and soul. It's impossible to predict, and it's extremely dangerous. The reason why the karmic red lotus fire occasionally appears on the surface of the Chaos Lac Star is because Ancestor Hong K's abode is located within the core of the star. Truth be told, Ancestor Hong K's abode within the core of the star is merely an entrance that connects to a parallel space. That parallel space is where Ancestor Hong K's abode truly resides. If Ancestor Hong K really did leave behind the refinement notes for the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir, then it must be in that parallel space. However, I can't enter that place. Back then, there was a fellow Taoist who was skilled in the Tao of fire manipulation. His cultivation was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao, and because he was very confident, I persuaded him to enter that parallel space. However, as soon as he entered, the soul lamp he left outside extinguished, and he died on the spot. I'm sure I don't need to explain how terrifying the karmic red lotus fire is. but I don't know why Ancestor Hong Kei isn't afraid of it. However, there's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that when Ancestor Hong Kei refined the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir, he used the karmic red lotus fire. It could even be said that it was necessary. Therefore, in the ancient records of the Chaos Lac Star Field, there's an unproven and unverifiable ancient saying. This ancient saying clearly states that the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir that Ancestor Hong Kei left behind in that parallel space is indeed the manuscript. However, only those who don't fear the karmic red lotus fire, or those who can refine such a terrifying flame, can obtain it. The reason for this is because the refinement of the 9 Heavenly Tao elixir requires the karmic red lotus fire. Otherwise, even if one obtains the manuscript, they won't be able to refine the karmic red lotus fire if they can't tame it. That's probably why Ancestor Hong Kei left the manuscript in the parallel space enveloped by the karmic red lotus fire instead of bringing it out and keeping it with the higher-ups of the Chaos Lac Star Field. I see. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood. Although the sudden news of the red lotus karmic fire had indeed shocked him, at the same time, Yi Xian was secretly delighted. Because from what Hong Tao said just now, although the parallel void connected to Hong Kei's star core was extremely dangerous, if there were no accidents, Hong Kei's manuscript for refining the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir was very likely to be left there. Since that was the case, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't miss it. Although the karmic red lotus fire was indeed mysterious and terrifying, once it came into contact with it, it could unknowingly ignite the evil karma accumulated in one's life, turning it into a karmic fire that could burn one's body and soul. However, Yi Xian's Shenong treasured cauldron contained the Shenong 9-colored flame, so he might not necessarily be afraid of the karmic red lotus fire. He might even have the opportunity to devour the karmic red lotus fire and refine it. However, this was only a guess and he didn't have the slightest confidence. He would only know after he tried. After all, the karmic red lotus fire was too extraordinary and too mysterious. It was even more powerful than the so-called world-extinguishing black flames. Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with it before, so he couldn't accurately determine its strength. It seems that fellow Taoist Yi has made up his mind. Yi Xian insisted on exploring Hong Kei's star core cave dwelling. Hong Tao frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "That's fine too. Fellow Taoist Ye's cultivation is astonishing, and more importantly, you have the Shenong 9-colored flame. Perhaps you can find a way to resist the karmic red lotus fire." The refinement method of the 9 Heavens Great Tao elixir is no small matter. The elixir has been lost on the left bank for millions of years. If it can reappear in fellow Taoist Ye's hands this time, it will be a very good thing for my Hong Kei starfield. In that case, this old man will wish fellow Taoist a triumphant return here. However, fellow Taoist, you must not force yourself. If you enter that parallel void and find that you can't do anything, you must remember to immediately turn around and return. Where there's life, there's hope. In any case, Ancestor Hong Kei's cave dwelling is right there. It won't run away. If there's really no other way, we can come up with another plan. In the end, Hong Tao stood up and cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. He reminded him in detail with a face full of concern. The other survivors of the Heavenly Tao in the hall also stood up and nodded when they heard what he said. It had to be said that this group of fellows were indeed old foxes who had lived for a long time. Not only Hong Tao, but the other dozen or so people were also extremely shrewd. They didn't reveal the slightest flaw. They were practically possessed by drama queens. That was right. Even Yi Xian couldn't see any clues. When he saw how righteous Hong Tao and the others were and how concerned they were with him and reminded him not to act rashly and to prioritize his own safety, he even felt a little touched. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. After everything was agreed upon, the group no longer hesitated. Under Hong Tao and the others' lead, Yi Xian followed behind the survivors of the Heavenly Tao and rushed out of the planet where Hong Kei Palace was located. They rushed towards the left bank in the depths of the Chaos K Galaxy. The Chaos K Galaxy was extremely vast. Even though they were traveling quickly in the galaxy, the group of Heavenly Tao experts still took half a day to reach the region where Hong Kei's cave dwelling was located. In the dark void in front of them, there were nearly 100 abandoned planets lying in the void. Some were near and some were far. In the center was a huge planet. If there were no accidents, this huge planet should be where Hong Kei's cave dwelling was located. Hong Tao and the others did not continue forward. They stopped 10 billion kilometers away from the circle of nearly 100 planets. Turning around to look at Yixian, Hong Tao raised his hand and pointed forward. He said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, this area is the sacred land of the Chaos K galaxy. The biggest planet in the middle is Ancestor Hong Kei's cave dwelling. The entrance to the passage parallel to the void is within the core of the planet. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful. Red Lotus karmic fire will appear on the surface of that planet from time to time. It's impossible to guard against it. Therefore, if there's no need, we will not set foot in it. If fellow Taoist wants to explore the interior of the planet, it's best that you activate your defensive measures before you land on the surface of the planet. This is to prevent you from being caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the karmic fire." As soon as his voice fell, an imperceptible low buzzing sound came from the void in front of them. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound and saw that in the center of this star circle 10 billion kilometers away, on the right side of the surface of the largest giant star, a red light flashed quietly. It was an ocean formed by red flames. Every wave in the ocean was in the shape of a red lotus that was about 3 meters in size. It looked incomparably enchanting, and it even emitted a creepy and mysterious aura. No, it didn't matter. The red light that was like an ocean flashed and disappeared like a flash in the pan. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the left side of the planet as if it had entered the depths of the earth. Hong Tao did not say anything else. After retracting his gaze, he looked at Yixian and shook his head with a bitter smile. The meaning behind his words was no different from saying, "See, I was right, wasn't I? Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. If I really can't do it, I will immediately retreat." Yixian was also a little frightened. His expression was solemn. As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards Hong Tao and the others and did not say anything else. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the distance. Great Elder, this kid. Could it be that he really took out the other half of Ancestor Hong Kei's refining manuscript? When Yi Xian's figure appeared in the distance, the smiles on the faces of Hong Tao and the others instantly disappeared. Their expressions all became extremely gloomy, revealing a malicious intent. One of them immediately spoke out with a hesitant expression on his face. He turned to look at Hong Tao and paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, when Ancestor Hong Kei left, he left behind instructions for the secret refinement method of the 9 Great Tao treasured elixir of the 9 heavens. If one gathered the refinement manuscripts he left behind, they would be able to obtain. But because refining the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir required the Red Lotus karmic fire, Ancestor Hong Kei split the manuscript into 2. One half of the manuscript was left in the parallel space enveloped by the Red Lotus karmic fire. He said that he would wait for fate. As for the other half of the manuscript, the reason why he gave it to our Chaos Lac Star Field was to ensure that the fated person who could subdue the Red Lotus karmic fire would be able to form a good relationship with our Chaos Lac Star Field. In the future, when he refines the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, at least our Chaos Lac Star Field would be able to share a share. After all, the other half of the manuscript was provided by us, but now, we are about to attack the master of the magic hall, Yixian. Clearly, we will form a grudge. If he really does obtain the other half of the manuscript in the parallel space, then Ancestor Hong Kei's arrangements will be completely meaningless. With the temperament and style of the master of the magic hall, Yixian, I'm afraid that he will not be able to bury the hatchet with our Chaos Lac Star Field. These words made sense. Hong Tao and the others frowned when they heard this and fell into deep thought. The 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir was indeed no small matter. If the master of the magic hall, Yixian, could really subdue the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, then after he obtained the other half of the manuscript, the Chaos Lac Star Field would only need to provide the other half of the manuscript. This supreme elixir that had been lost for millions of years on the left bank would be reborn, but if they really activated the Universal Furnace Array, they would most likely miss out on this opportunity. What a joke! Just as Hong Tao was hesitating, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the void. Hong Jiang walked out with a gloomy face. He first glanced at the Heavenly Dao survivor who had just spoken, then his gaze landed on Hong Tao. How can the Red Lotus karmic fire be so easily subdued by a random person? Although this child has the 9-colored flame C, that is only because he obtained the Shenong cauldron. If we really talk about the Dao of fire control, can he be more proficient than that 8th-level survivor? That's true, Hong Tao nodded and seemed to have made a final decision. He turned to look at Hong Jiang and the other survivors of the Heavenly Dao. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he waved his hand. If that's the case, then there is no need to hesitate. There is no time to lose. This child's methods are extraordinary. I'm afraid that the situation will change if we delay. Everyone, enter the array and activate the Universal Furnace Array. Chapter 5132. That's true. Hong Jiang's words made Hong Tao make the final decision. As he spoke, he turned to look at Hong Jiang and the other survivors of the Heavenly Way. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand. In that case, there's no need to hesitate, there's no time to lose. This kid's means are extraordinary. I'm afraid there will be changes if we delay. Everyone, enter the array and immediately activate the Great Universal Furnace Array. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Hong Tao's voice fell, the survivors of the Heavenly Way immediately moved. More than 20 people rushed forward and rushed to the star circle formed by more than 100 abandoned stars in front of them. Previously, Hong Jiang had already led the 4 survivors of the Heavenly Way to hurriedly set up the array. They buried a large number of array flags in the nearly 100 stars, forming an invisible Great Universal Furnace Array. There were more than 20 main array cores in this array, and they were the 20 or so stars among the 100 or so stars. Now, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others were rushing toward these 20 or so main array cores. The other dozens of stars were the secondary array cores. When the array was activated, the nearly 100 stars would instantly condense into one. With the powerful cultivation base of Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the other survivors of the Heavenly Way, relying on these nearly 100 stars, they would absorb a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi from the void and transform it into an invisible great furnace force. They would then launch an all-out attack on the Hongke Cavern star in the center of the star circle. The power of this grand formation was extremely terrifying. Even the peak Heavenly Dao of the 9th stage Grand Perfection realm would be trapped inside. If the core of the Hongke Cavern star, as well as the vast and majestic Red Lotus Hellfire in the parallel void were included, even Yi Xian, who was one of the best in the peak Heavenly Way of the Heavenly Way, would be completely suppressed and trapped. He would not be able to hold on for long, and would soon be seriously injured and dying. At that time, Hong Tao and the others would be able to activate the power of the Great Universal Furnace Array and teleport him out of the Hongke Cavern star like a dead dog. They would be able to control his life and death with just a thought. Boom! Rumble! Very quickly, Hong Tao and the others all entered the main formation core stars. Without any hesitation, they communicated with each other with their divine senses and immediately activated the Cosmos Furnace Grand Array formation. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. At that moment, the 100 or so stars all shook together. Immediately afterwards, a deep rumble rang out from all the stars. The formation flags buried in the planet's core were activated by Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others at that moment. More than 20 people in the Tao of Heaven worked together, and the might of the entire formation's domain was instantly pushed to its limits. Rumble, hum. In the next moment, a loud rumbling sound rang out. The originally low and weak buzzing sound of nearly 100 buzzing sounds converged into one, and it was incomparably blazing. Among the nearly 100 stars in the entire star circle, except for the Hongke Cave Mansion star in the center, all the other stars blossomed with boundless radiance. Nearly 100 stars were already dead. But now, they were shining with dazzling light like stars in their prime, illuminating the entire Chaos-Lac starfield, which was hundreds of billions of miles away. What did she give birth to? Over there? This? It's actually the star circle where Patriarch Honk's cave mansion's sacred ground is located. Such blazing starlight is clearly being activated by Heavenly Dao realm experts. And there's more than one of them. They even formed some kind of mysterious formation, the Great Cosmos Furnace Array. This is definitely the rhythm of the Great Cosmos Furnace Array. What exactly happened? It actually made Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the other Heavenly Dao elders join forces to activate our Chaos Lac Galaxy's strongest star-killing array. In the next moment, nearly 100 stars blossomed with boundless starlight, illuminating the entire Chaos Lac Galaxy. In the abandoned stars in the Chaos Lac Galaxy, countless survivors trembled violently. When they looked over, their expressions changed drastically. Like a tidal wave, cries of shock and astonishment surged out like a tidal wave. The humming continued, and the more shocking it got, the louder it became. It was as though the entire void was resonating with it, vibrating along with it. The nearly 100 stars in the star circle changed at that moment. These stars were originally arranged in a disorderly manner in the void. Anyone who saw them would not have any special thoughts. But now, under the control of Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and more than 20 Heavenly Dao realm experts, they used the array flags buried deep in the cores of the 100-plus stars to form an invisible connection with each other, forming a single entity. The power of the domain was also being activated. Rumble. Boom. At a speed visible to the naked eye, among the nearly 100 stars, except for the Hongke Cave Mansion star in the center of the star circle, all the other stars moved rapidly in the void. Everything happened too fast. In just half an incense stick's time, the nearly 100 stars completed a new arrangement in the void. From their current arrangement, the nearly 100 stars clearly formed a huge furnace. This furnace had the void as its background, and the nearly 100 stars as its nodes. They all bloomed with blazing starlight and were connected by the power of the domain. The overall diameter of the furnace was as long as 360 billion miles. It was not an exaggeration to call it the universal furnace. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the dark void in the distance, in the abandoned stars of the Chaos Lac Galaxy, a large number of survivors rushed out of the stars. Their faces were full of shock as they looked over from afar, all of them trembling violently. Swoosh. As they sucked in a cold breath, a tide of astonished exclamations came again, covering the sky and earth. At this time, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others who were guarding the more than 20 main nodes of the void furnace did not pay attention to all of this at all. They were completely distracted by the universal furnace array, so they had no time to care about other things at this time. Now, under their full strength, although the universal furnace array had been fully formed and fully activated, the power of the domains surged to the extreme. At this time, the Chaos Lac Cavern star, which was still at the center of the star circle, suddenly looked like it was inside the furnace, was completely sealed, but their purpose was not only to seal the star and trap the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. What came next was the real highlight of the show. They would join forces to activate the second layer of the universal furnace array's power change. The first layer of the heaven-defying array's power change was only to seal, while the second layer of the array's power change was to unleash a shocking power of slaughter. The manifestation of this kind of slaughter power, besides the joint efforts of the more than 20 Heavenly Dao experts in the main eye of the array, the more important support was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the endless void outside the universal furnace. Brain. All of this flashed through Hong Tao's mind. At this time, sitting on the peak of a certain mountain on a certain star, Hong Tao's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, the second layer of the universal furnace array's slaughter is fully activated." The universal furnace array was unknown to the outside world. It was the number one killing array in the Chaos Lac star field. The first layer of the heaven-defying array's power change was only to seal, while the second layer of the array's power change was to unleash a shocking power of slaughter, and the manifestation of this kind of slaughter power, besides the joint efforts of the more than 20 Heavenly Dao experts in the main eye of the array, the more important support was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the endless void outside the universal furnace. Only by gathering massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy from the endless void as kinetic energy, and then using the manifested void cauldron array formation to convert it, could the heavenly Tao realm experts trapped within the cauldron be able to form a suppressive killing intent. All of this flashed through Hong Tao's mind. At this time, sitting on the peak of a certain star, Hong Tao's eyes flashed. He waved his hand. His voice was instantly transmitted, revealing an endless chill. Everyone, the second layer of the universal furnace array's slaughter, is fully activated. Hum, boom, rumble. At this moment, as Hong Tao, Hong Qi, and more than 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao joined hands and pushed their cultivation bases to the maximum, the terrifying array field of the heaven and earth great furnace in the void that had a diameter of 300 billion kilometers was also fully activated. A heart-palpitating buzzing sound was heard. This time, the vast void within a radius of 1 trillion miles really trembled along with the universal furnace array's vibration, as though it was resonating with it. A terrifying suction force was emitted from the heaven and earth great furnace. It sucked in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1 trillion miles of the void and turned it into a formless killing force. It crushed towards the Hongke cavern star in the void at the center of the great furnace. Whoosh! With a sound, Yixian's figure turned into a ray of light and flew away. In an instant, he was above the chaos-lax star in the middle of the star circle. Just now, he saw with his own eyes a red tide of flames that looked like an ocean suddenly appear on the left side of the planet. It disappeared in a flash. Every wave in the sea of flames was a terrifying karmic fire that was about 3 meters wide. They were in the shape of red lotuses, beautiful and terrifying. Yi Xian himself could not accurately judge the power of the red lotus fire. He did not have absolute confidence in it. Therefore, now that he was close to the star, he immediately took out the Shenong's treasure cauldron. It was only 10 feet in size and hung 1,000 feet above his head. It poured out a 9-colored mist that turned into a curtain to protect his whole body, just in case. After everything was done, he lowered his body and reached the surface of the star in the blink of an eye. Looking around, the surface of this chaos-lax star was no different from an ordinary abandoned star. What entered his eyes was only a desolation with undulating mountains, but there was no vegetation. The void was terrifyingly quiet. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to catch an extremely mysterious rhythm that existed invisibly, but he could not touch it at all. The atmosphere made his heart palpitate. The chaos-lax star's cave was located in the deepest part of the star's core, and the passage to the parallel void where the endless red lotus fire turned into an ocean was also in the core. Therefore, there was no need to stay on the surface of the star for too long. Yi Xian glanced around. Very soon his figure flashed, and he entered the ground, heading straight for the core in the deepest part of the star's underground. Soon he arrived. There was indeed a space that had been opened up in the core. It had a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In this vast space, some scattered red lotus fire wandered. Although they were delicate and beautiful, the aura they exuded was extremely shocking. Even Yi Xian did not dare to get close to them because he was not very confident. He shuttled through the scattered red lotus karmic fire. At the end of his line of sight, there was a floating palace. It was not very luxurious, and it was not very big either. It was only about 1,000 feet wide, and there was only one lonely main hall. The doors to the main palace were even open, but when one peered through the 2 open doors, all one could see was endless darkness, like a black hole, as if there was nothing inside. But if one extended their divine sense and entered the main hall, they would be able to capture a world formed by a sea of red flames. Obviously, the main hall was the entrance to the parallel void. This place was connected to the parallel void shrouded by the endless red lotus fire. Whoosh! With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian's figure came to an abrupt stop 1,000 feet in front of the main hall with a faint sound of breaking air. There was a hint of hesitation on his face. The main hall in front of him was not eye-catching. It was dark inside the main hall, and there was nothing. However, if he entered through the door, it would be like entering the passage to the parallel void. He would be facing a majestic sea of flames formed by the red lotus fire. Although he had the Shenong 9-colored flame and the Shenong treasured cauldron, He was still very afraid of the red lotus fire. At this time, he was indeed a little hesitant. This kind of top heavenly strange fire was too strange. It could ignite the accumulated bad karma of a living creature, turning it into an invisible fire that burned the body and soul. There was no way to defend against it, nor could it be extinguished. It could not be removed because this fire came from the body and existed in the dark. Although he was afraid, he was already here. There was naturally no reason to stop. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Yi Xian's figure instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the main hall, directly entering the parallel void. Whoosh! In an instant, the whistling sound of flames sounded in his ears. It was frightening. Yi Xian's heart was in his throat at this moment. He did not know if the 9-colored fog released by the Xianxia treasured cauldron hanging above his head could block the red lotus fire. Strong, as a result, he was pleasantly surprised. Before he entered the hall, he had compressed the 9-colored fog of the farmer god's treasured cauldron to a radius of only 10 feet. Although there were violent waves at this moment, it did not collapse just like that. Like this, today, Yi Xian was already in an endless sea of red flames. The Xianxia treasured cauldron hung above his head. His body was protected by the 9-colored fog released by the cauldron, forming a light shield with a radius of 100 feet. He was unharmed. The Xianxia 9-colored flame is really extraordinary. At this moment, the heart that had been in his throat finally settled down. Yi Xian let out a long breath and murmured softly. A look of joy appeared on his face. What he did not know was that it was at this moment that the great universal furnace array was fully activated by Hong Tao and the others. It was just that he had already left the core of the Hongke Cauldron Star and entered the parallel void connected to the Hongke Cauldron Star field. He could not hear the various movements in the Hongke Star field at all. That is, in the next moment, as Yi Xian's figure wandered within the boundless red lotus karmic fire, a fiery red jade slip entered his eyes, causing his eyes to instantly light up as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be the Hongke manuscript? After arriving at the core of the Hongke Cauldron Star, Yi Xian immediately entered the parallel void connected to the Hongke Cauldron Star field. Therefore, from that moment on, he was completely unaware of the various movements in the Hongke Star field. The movements were too loud, and he could not hear them at all in the parallel void. After confirming that the red lotus fire could not penetrate the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored fog of the Xianxia cauldron and threaten him, Yi Xian's heart that had been in his throat finally settled down. Soon, with the cauldron on his head, he wandered in the boundless red lotus fire. His purpose of coming here was to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that Hong Ke might have left behind. However, this parallel void was already covered by the endless red lotus fire. In order to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he had to wander around. That is, after a while, a fiery red jade slip fell into his eyes in the red sea of flames in the distance to his right. It was bobbing up and down. Yi Xian did not expect to have a result so quickly. After a moment of shock, his eyes lit up and he gasped, "Hiss! Could it be Hong Ke's manuscript?" This was simply too surprising. He originally thought that after entering this place, he would have to search for at least a period of time before he could find anything. In fact, it was very likely that he would not find anything in the end. This was because he did not have any accurate information that could prove that Hong Ke had indeed left the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir in this parallel void. However, the pleasant surprise came so quickly. After a few minutes, a blood-red jade slip appeared in the sea of flames in front of him to his right. "Oh my God! I'm afraid that this is not the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir's manuscript. It must be related to Hong Quebec. At the very least, it can be considered as a clue to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir's manuscript." Show. As he moved, a ray of light shot out from the endless sea of flames in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored fog of the Xianxia treasure cauldron under Yi Xian's permission and landed in his hand. He could not wait any longer. He immediately extended his divine sense into the jade slip and began to investigate. It really is Hong Ke's manuscript. In just an instant, Yi Xian's eyes were burning, but soon, they flashed and he frowned as he fell into deep thought. the jade slip in his hand was indeed left by Hong Quebec. It did contain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, but it was only half of it. It was incomplete. Until, as for the other half, Hong Ke had clearly stated in the jade slip that he had taken it out of the parallel void and handed it over to the upper echelons of Hong Ke's star field for safekeeping. He also said that he hoped that the fated person who obtained this half of the manuscript would be able to live in harmony with Hong Ke's star field. After obtaining the other half of the manuscript, he would be able to refine some of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for the upper echelons of the heavenly great Tao elixir. In addition, Hong Ke had clearly stated in the jade slip that in order to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, one had to refine the red lotus karmic fire mother flame in this parallel void. Mother flame. After refining the flame for one's own use, one would be able to obtain an endless supply of red lotus karmic fire. However, this mother flame was not so easy to find and refine. Hong Ke could not help in this matter, and could only rely on the methods and luck of the fated person. It seems that those old fellows in Hong Ke's star field are up to no good. After putting away the jade slip in his hand, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. As he muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth instantly curled up into a cold sneer. Hong Tao had not mentioned that the other half of Hong Ke's manuscript was in their hands. Just this point alone was enough to explain the problem. However, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. Wasn't it just half of the manuscript? Since it was confirmed that it was in Hong Tao's hands, then it was easy to deal with. But if the old man honestly handed it over, then it would be fine. Otherwise, if he continued to play dumb, at most, he would just snatch it away. This matter was not urgent. Hong Ke's star field was a big place, and the monk could run, but the temple could not. The other half of the manuscript would be obtained sooner or later. Now my top priority right now is to find that strand of red lotus origin flame. Since Hong Ke said that the red lotus karmic fire is required to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he must not have said it without thinking. Not to mention, the red lotus karmic fire is a top-grade heavenly flame that is rarely seen. Now that I have encountered it, if I have the chance to refine it, it would be a great opportunity. Swish! After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took action. He wandered through the boundless sea of karmic flames in search of the red lotus origin flame. Also, it was at this moment that something strange happened. Who? In the distance, the originally calm sea of karmic flames suddenly began to churn violently. Red lotuses of karmic flames that were around 3 meters in radius suddenly roared and wreaked havoc along with the endless waves of flames. The reason for this was obviously because the 20 or so survivors of the heavenly Tao in Hong Ke's star field had activated the cosmos furnace formation and activated the second level of killing power of the formation. Yi Xian was currently trapped in the Hong Ke cave star by the cosmos furnace formation, but because he did not rush out, he did not know about this matter. However, with the activation of the second level of killing power of the cosmos furnace formation, even if he did not rush out, he would still be affected by the power of the formation, including the endless sea of karmic flames in the parallel void. Now that the flame energy had been activated, it instantly began to wreak havoc. Buzz! By the time Yi Xian reacted to what had happened, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Following that, as this majestic and endless sea of karmic fire raged, the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored dense mist poured out by the Shenong's treasure cauldron above his head shook even more violently, and it was still slowly shrinking inward. The diameter of the dense light screen was originally 10 feet, but now it was shrinking inward. This was clearly the riot of the endless red lotus karmic flames in the sea of karmic flames. This dense light screen was about to be unable to hold on any longer. As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. His eyes shone with a blazing light, revealing an endless chill. Although he did not understand what had happened, he could vaguely guess that it must have something to do with Hong Tao and the others. He might have fallen into a trap that they had set up long ago. Casting aside these thoughts, Yi Xian immediately rushed forward again and wandered in the endless sea of karmic flames. He had to find the mother flame as soon as possible and refine it. In this way, he would not be afraid of the endless karmic flames in the parallel void. 2 hours passed very quickly. There was still no trace of the red lotus mother flame, but the dense light screen that protected his body had shrunk to 10 feet. Now, its diameter was only about 90 feet. There was not much time left. Yixian's eyes shone with a dark light as an idea flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea instantly surfaced. Perhaps, the crisis in front of me is actually a great opportunity. If I can use the red lotus karmic flames as a material to fuse with the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor for the 8th time, wouldn't the crisis be resolved instantly? As he muttered softly, Yixian immediately made a decision. He would try to refine the void-shattering shuttle again. In just 2 hours, the dense light screen that protected his body had been suppressed to a diameter of 90 feet under the raging of the endless karmic flames in the surroundings. It had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. However, there was still no trace of the so-called red lotus mother flame. In the end, if this layer of dense light screen shrunk to its limit under the suppression, Yixian himself would be in a life-and-death crisis. Facing this kind of pressure, an idea flashed through his mind. In an instant he had a bold idea. In his opinion, the crisis in front of him was actually a great opportunity. If he could use the red lotus karmic flames as a material to fuse with the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor for the 8th time, the crisis would naturally be resolved instantly. It sounded a little mysterious, but it was not completely impossible. After all, the fusion system that was attached to the devouring system in his body only needed to provide the treasure itself and some additional consumables when fusing treasures. The red lotus karmic flames in this parallel void might not be unable to be seen as a special kind of consumables for fusing. Moreover, once this was feasible, fusing the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor would definitely consume a huge amount of red lotus karmic flames. At that time, even if Yixian could not find the red lotus mother flame in a short period of time, he would not have to worry about the dense light screen that protected his body collapsing. After all, the red lotus karmic flames in this sea of flames were largely consumed, so its power would naturally be weakened. For example, in this way, he would have more time to find the red lotus mother flame. As for the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor that had been fused with the red lotus karmic flames for the 8th time, its power would definitely soar to a surprising extent. After all, this was not an ordinary heavenly flame. Now, Yixian's small private battleship, the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor, had already been fused and condensed 7 times. Currently, they were starry sky treasures. Counting the time, the last 7th fusion was actually something that happened a long time ago. While the reason why he had not fused these 2 treasures for the 8th time for such a long time was mainly because he lacked a suitable material for the fusion. After reaching the level of Starry Sky Supreme Treasure, the next target would be the level of Desolation Supreme Treasure. This kind of artificially created treasure was different from the natural minerals, crystals, and other natural treasures. It was very difficult to reach the level of Desolation Supreme Treasure. It could be said that the fusion object chosen during the 8th fusion was extremely important. After mixing in, it would be able to cause a qualitative change to the 2 battle treasures. Previously, even though Yixian had countless treasures and all sorts of rare resources, he hadn't been able to find a suitable fusion object for a while now. In addition, the further the fusion went, the higher the chances of an accident that would cause the fusion to fail. Although the fusion system of the devouring system had not failed until now, it did not mean that such a situation would not occur. There was a clear explanation in the fusion system's description. There was a certain chance of failure in the fusion of treasures. Although it was not high, it still existed. The 3 treasures in Yixian's hands had been successfully fused several times, and each time, a rare treasure was fused. Yixian basically didn't have any of these treasures in his hands anymore. If he were to casually start a new round of refinement and fail, causing the battle treasure to collapse, Yixian probably wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yixian it was precisely because the subsequent refinement had yet to begin. As Yixian's cultivation increased explosively time and time again, the 3 basic battle treasures that he carried with him weren't powerful enough, so Yixian hadn't used them for a long time. Yixian a long time ago, The withered demon blood blade of the 3 personal treasures had been fused again. The results were very pleasing. Not only had it successfully advanced to the ancient desolate treasures level, but its power had also increased greatly. Even now, it was enough for him to use. Now that he had encountered a sea of red lotus hellfire, although it was a little risky, in his opinion, it was worth it to take the risk to fuse the void-shattering shuttle and the indestructible glass armor for the 8th time. After making the decision, Yi Xian quickly took out the void-shattering shuttle and the indestructible nirvana armor from the immortal world. Then, he contacted the devouring system in his body and fully activated the supplementary fusion system. Next, after receiving the command, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Treasures that can be fused. Indestructible nirvana armor, red lotus hellfire. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Treasures that can be fused. Void-shattering shuttle, red lotus hellfire. Will you fuse them immediately? Yes, I can use them. As the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian's heart jumped. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Moreover, he fused them twice at the same time. Very quickly. Soon, with a thought from him, the undying nirvana armor and void-shattering shuttle were both handed over to the devouring system. As for the red lotus karmic fire, it was right beside him, and the surroundings were boundless and boundless. Yes, the system was in his body. Therefore, for the fusion to start, he had to guide the red lotus hellfire into his body. Otherwise, if the fusion materials were not in place, the 8th fusion of these 2 treasures would obviously become empty words. It was impossible to start. However, guiding the red lotus hellfire into his body was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If it were someone else, it would be tantamount to courting death. That is, even though Yi Xian had already confirmed that the 9-colored fog of the farmer god's cauldron could block the mysterious power of the hellfire, it was still extremely dangerous to let the red lotus hellfire enter his body with the 9-colored fog. If something went wrong and it leaked, it would affect his body. Then everything would really be destroyed, but now there was no way out. The crisis in front of him was right there, and there was no other way to solve it. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian immediately thought and activated the farmer god's cauldron. It opened up a sealed passage in the fog that enveloped him, leading directly to his body. This passage was completely formed by the 9-colored fog released by the farmer god's cauldron. In an instant, it guided the red lotus hellfire into Yi Xian's body. It was like a passage, but the red lotus hellfire in the passage did not come into contact with Yi Xian's body. The moment it arrived, it was immediately guided away by the devouring system. The next moment, he keenly felt that the pressure of the sea of flames pressing down on the light screen had suddenly lightened. After all, the originally raging sea of flames now had a passage to vent its flame energy. This result made Yi Xian heave a sigh of relief once again. Everything was still daunting but not dangerous. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Very quickly, soon, as the red lotus hellfire, as the refining material, continuously flowed through the dense passage formed by the 9-colored fog, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It has finally begun. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed. Chapter 5133. As the red lotus karmic fire, which was used as a smelting material, continuously flowed through the dense pipe formed by the 9-colored fog. A familiar system prompt quickly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It had finally begun. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed. From the beginning to the end, although his combat weapon, armor, and battleship had fused many times, there had never been a situation of failure. Until now, he had succeeded 7 times in a row, and the void-shattering shuttle had even succeeded 8 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the higher the possibility of failure. Same as the further the fusion went, the more serious the loss to Yixian would be if the fusion failed. Being worried about his gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive at this moment. Yes, with the precedent of the successful fusion of the withered demon blood blade, although Yixian was still a little worried, he was more hopeful. Thinking of this, he gradually calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, he quickly entered a state of oblivion, allowing time to pass without any surprise or joy. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Almost in the next instant, the familiar devouring system notifications sounded in his mind. The fusion of the combat armor and battleship had finally been completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has succeeded. Obtain the treasure, Nirvana Fire Armor. Grade, Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the Void-Shattering Shuttle has succeeded. Obtain the treasure, Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Grade, Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfection. The fusion was a success. The 2 combat treasures had both leveled up. Previously, they were Starry Sky treasures, but now they had become primordial treasures. The degree of increase in power was obviously worth looking forward to. The Void-Shattering Shuttle had completed its 9th refinement, and now its name had changed. From now on, it would be called the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Just from the addition of the 2 words Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. Presumably, once it was used, it would be able to penetrate the void and freely roam, and at the same time, launch an attack using the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Furthermore, due to the uniqueness of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus Void-Breaching Shuttle would be even more powerful in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles. It would be perfect if they could directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial chaos void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way. However, Yixian also knew that such expectations might be a little too high. It was almost unrealistic. Being able to directly break through the slightly weaker Source Hive star's invisible barrier would already be pretty good. Arrival in terms of speed, there was naturally no need to mention it. After all, their grades had been improved from the Starry Sky grade to the Primordial grade. As for the original indestructible Nirvana armor, after this round of refinement, although it had only been refined 8 times, which was 1 time less than the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle, its grade had also increased to the level of a desolate ancient treasure. Similarly, after completing the 8th refinement, due to the addition of the Red Lotus Hellfire as a refinement material, the indestructible Nirvana armor, which had been upgraded to the primordial grade, had once again undergone a magnificent transformation. In the future, it should be called the Hellfire Nirvana armor. Just from the fact that the name of the armor had been changed to the 2 words Hellfire, one could roughly guess its power. Presumably, after using the armor, there would be endless Red Lotus Hellfire appearing around the body, which could be used to defend and also to defend against enemies. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's expression immediately changed. The Red Lotus Void-Breaching Shuttle was fine. Although it was one of the 3 basic treasures of Yixian, it was after all a small private warship used for transportation. Even if there were endless red lotuses surrounding the body of the warship, it was still fine. However, the Hellfire Nirvana armor was different. This was an armor. Once it was used, it would directly enhance the body. The situation was naturally different from a small private warship used for transportation. When the indestructible Nirvana armor was first refined, a female armor of the purplish warbler was added. After the refinement was completed, its form was extremely feminine. After that, although this armor went through refinement again and again, due to the influence of the most basic refinement, until the 7th refinement was completed, the armor became the indestructible Nirvana armor. Its grade had also been upgraded from the quasi-starry sky grade to the starry sky grade. The overall feeling of the armor still gave people a feminine sense of déjà vu. This matter had always made Yi Xian feel miserable and unhappy. Most of the time, he tried his best to avoid using the indestructible Nirvana armor in battle. But the armor on a man's body was actually so feminine. How could he endure it? No, in the past, because his cultivation had increased explosively time and time again over the years, the power of the Starry Sky Treasure Undying Nirvana armor was insufficient. It had been a long time since he had used it, so Yi Xian had already forgotten about it before the refinement this time. Now that the refinement was completed, he suddenly remembered that this was the reason why his heart skipped a beat and his expression changed abruptly. Before the refinement, the indestructible Nirvana armor was already very feminine. Now that the Red Lotus Hellfire was added as a material to complete the 8th refinement, wouldn't this situation become even more serious? After all, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus looked extremely beautiful. If he activated his battle armor, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would appear from time to time in the shape of red lotuses. They would appear and disappear continuously. Just thinking about that kind of scene made Yi Xian shudder. With apprehension, he did not hesitate anymore. He did not care about the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle that had also completed the refinement. Instead, with a thought, he directly used the Nirvana armor. Whoosh! An extremely weak sound broke through the air. A red and purple light shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It expanded without any wind and turned into an armor in the blink of an eye. Compared to before, the general shape of the indestructible Nirvana armor was still there. However, looking at it now, the aura of the entire armor was much thicker and more solid than the indestructible Nirvana armor back then. It gave off an ancient and profound feeling that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. All of this was not what Yi Xian was concerned about. This was because after the grade of the armor was upgraded to the level of a primordial treasure, this was what it should be. What he was truly concerned about, the only thing he was concerned about, was whether the current Nirvana armor had a feminine form and whether there would be red lotuses blooming and disappearing after the armor was used. Before he waved his hand and used the armor, he still had some expectations in his heart. Perhaps it could be said that he was just lucky. However, as the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing and disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl, screech, screech. As the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing and disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl, too enchanting, too beautiful, too king. I don't have the face to meet anyone. Since I'm a man, the dignified master of the magic hall, a supreme existence that shakes the entire right bank and dominates the left bank, yet the armor on my body is so enchanting and beautiful. This is simply my brain. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, an indescribable anger instantly rose in his heart. He subconsciously vented his anger on Hong Tao and the others for this matter. If it wasn't for that group of old fellows suddenly playing tricks and causing the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void to suddenly erupt and fall into danger, how could he have made such a risky choice when he had no other choice? Now, on the other hand, even though the fusion of the two battle treasures was a success, and their grades were raised to the level of primordial treasures. However, after the fusion this time, the Nirvana armor's beauty could be considered to be irreversible. From now onwards, it would continue to walk down this path until the end. Damnable old fellow. This matter isn't over. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian instantly gnashed his teeth. He must go back and properly settle this score with Hong Tao. It's simply too sullen and unbearable. No, now was not the time to be tangled up in this matter. After all, although the crisis in front of him had been resolved, he had yet to complete what he had to do. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Red Lotus karmic fire on Yi Xian's body turned into a purplish-red ray of light. In a flash, it entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, the Xianxia treasured cauldron was still above his head. The 9-colored fog that poured out from the cauldron formed a dense light screen that enveloped his body and blocked the invasion of the red lotus karmic fire outside the light screen. First, when he started the fusion, the diameter of the dense light screen that protected his body had already been forced to a diameter of 90 feet. However, from that moment onwards, the red lotus karmic fire that surged violently outside the dense light screen found a vent and was drawn into Yi Xian's body to continue to be consumed. Therefore, from that time onwards, the light screen no longer shrank inwards. Right now, it was still 90 feet in diameter. Calculating the time, this fusion had actually taken a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, the red lotus karmic fire outside the dense light screen had been in a frenzied state. However, its influence on the dense light screen that protected Yi Xian's body was far less than before. He had actually used up too much of the red lotus karmic fire to refine the void-shattering shuttle and the nirvana armor again. According to Yi Xian's estimation, about half of the red lotus karmic fire in the entire parallel void had been used up. Although there was a wisp of the red lotus mother flame dormant in this sea of red lotus karmic fire, and could continuously produce new red lotus karmic fire, the consumption in these 7 days was too great. A large amount of red lotus mother flame was continuously devoured by the system. Even though a red lotus mother flame could not replenish it in a short period of time. In other words, Yi Xian still had enough time to find the red lotus mother flame. He just had to complete it before the sea of red lotus mother flame in the parallel void recovered to its original size. Before that, the power of the sea of red lotus karmic fire in the parallel void did not pose a threat to him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Xian's figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, wandering in the parallel void once again. In the entire parallel void, half of the endless red lotus karmic fire that was originally like an ocean had been continuously used up when refining the void-shattering shuttle and the nirvana armor. Although it was still majestic and endless, it was much more sparse than before. Yi Xian began to search, and his progress far exceeded before. After searching for 2 days, when he was wandering around the parallel void for the 4th time, a dark red color suddenly flashed in front of him to the right, attracting Yi Xian's attention. The red lotus karmic fire in the parallel void was all bright red. Moreover, the shape of each red lotus karmic fire was about 10 feet long, and they looked like a blooming red lotus. But the dark red color that flashed by just now was not only dark in color, but also gave off a restrained and thick feeling. Its shape was not a red lotus that was about 10 feet long, but a flame that was only the size of a thumb. There must be a reason for this abnormality. This flame that was only the size of a thumb was most likely the red lotus origin flame that he was looking for. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he immediately chased after it. Very soon, he saw the figure of the dark red flame again. It was extremely agile, as if it had a life of its own. It was swimming through the endless red lotus karmic fire, like a fish swimming in water. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian finally came to a realization. No wonder he couldn't find it previously. It turned out that this red lotus origin flame had been swimming. When he ran, it also ran. It had been circling in the parallel void, like a cat playing hide and seek. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt annoyed. Without hesitation, he instantly activated the power of the Xianxia cauldron's domain and locked onto the aura of the dark red flame. Whoosh! A dense light formed by the 9-colored fog swept out from the mouth of the cauldron like a waterfall. In an instant, it shot out and enveloped the red lotus origin flame that was trying to escape. Then, with a contraction and a pull, it disappeared into the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron in the blink of an eye. It worked. Yi Xian's eyes burst with light. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and directly entered the space inside the cauldron from the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared, leaving only the Xianxia cauldron that had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. It was still suspended in this parallel void in the red lotus karmic fire, motionless. Cauldron inner space. Whoosh, an extremely weak sound of breaking through the air sounded. A light fell from the sky and directly entered the interior of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. It was Xian. Soon, he came to the bottom of the central region volcano and saw the red lotus origin flame that was only the size of a thumb. At this moment, this red lotus origin flame was in the center of the 9-colored flame pool. There was a majestic 9-colored flame pool in the 9-colored flame pool, but this red lotus origin flame was only the size of a thumb. Now that it was suppressed by the 9-colored flame pool, it had nowhere to escape. Seeing this scene, Xian was relieved. Just based on this point alone, he was roughly certain that this strand of red lotus mother flame would definitely be refined by him. With the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain, it should be very easy for him to do so. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged in the void beside the 9-colored flame pool. His divine sense was immersed in the flame pool. With his eyes closed, he began to refine it with all his strength. Time slowly passed. Xian, whose mind was immersed in this matter, had already forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the red lotus origin flame in the 9-colored flame pool with all his strength. This flame was indeed extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Xian's current cultivation and strength, it took him a full 2 days to completely refine it with the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain. The red lotus origin flame was obviously extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Xian's current cultivation and strength, completely refining it with the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain was not something that could be done overnight. His mind was immersed in this matter, and he had long forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the red lotus origin flame in the 9-colored flame pool with all his strength. After 2 days, everything was finally completed. In the next moment, a huge wave suddenly rose up in the 9-colored flame pool. All of the huge waves were formed by the Shenong 9-colored flames in the flame pool. With a roar, they converged into a 9-colored river and rushed towards the crater of the central domain volcano. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored river had already rushed out of the crater of the volcano. Without stopping, it rushed into the sky of the cauldron space, from the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist, to the parallel space outside. On the surface of the 9-colored river, a dark red flame the size of a thumb could be clearly seen. It was the red lotus flame mother. Now, this strand of flame mother had already been refined by Xian, and it clearly revealed the aura of Xian's divine sense. Although Xian's figure was still sitting cross-legged beside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, in fact, his divine sense had already entered this dark red lotus flame mother. It was like a king had descended, standing proudly at the peak of the 9-colored river and rushing out of the cauldron's mouth. For the past 2 days, the sea of karmic fire in the parallel space had been roaring and churning. But now, as the 9-colored river rushed out of the cauldron's mouth, or more accurately, as the strand of flame mother standing proudly at the front of the 9-colored river suddenly appeared, the sea of karmic fire that was roaring and surging suddenly calmed down. This was the result of Xian's mind control. He had already refined the red lotus origin flame, and his divine sense was transmitted through the red lotus origin flame, commanding the entire sea of karmic fire. This was what it should be. Whoosh! Huff! After a moment of silence, the entire boundless sea of karmic fire roared again. However, this time, it did not surge wildly and randomly. Instead, it turned into a beautiful red river that soared into the sky and rushed towards the 9-colored river that had just rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Hanging on the red river, there were countless red lotuses blooming. Each lotus was only about 3 meters in size, but there were so many of them that they gathered to form a river. In the next moment, Xian's thoughts moved, and the 9-colored river shrank back into the cauldron's mouth. It was originally meant to be used as a guide. Now that all the red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space had gathered into a river, it was naturally time to return. Huff, 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 huff. In the space inside the cauldron, the sound of shocking waves of flames suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, two majestic and endless rivers of flames were falling from the sky, like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, they had fallen into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region one after another. One after cutting it, Xianxia opened his eyes. What he saw instantly made his eyes shine with joy, and a smile appeared on his face. In the 9-colored flame pool, the 9-colored flame sea was still there, occupying 90% of the flame pool. The other 10% was a red ocean, and every wave in the ocean was made up of red lotuses that were about 3 meters in size. In the center of this area, there was a dark red flame that was only the size of a finger's belly. It was the red lotus mother flame. Now that it had been refined by Xianxia, it had a profound connection with him that was connected to his flesh and blood. Everything was finally done. The red lotus mother flame, including all the remaining red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, had all been collected and refined by Xianxia. According to his estimation, this majestic and endless red lotus karmic fire could be completely integrated into the 9-colored flame sea. At this time, the Xianxia 9-colored flame would also welcome another shocking transformation. From the current 9-colored flame, it would evolve into a 10-colored flame. Its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. But Xianxia did not intend to start on this matter now, because the red lotus karmic fire was already extraordinary, and it would definitely take a long time to integrate it with the other heavenly flames. Moreover, after many integrations, the Xianxia heavenly flames had now evolved into a 9-colored flame. The subsequent transformations would definitely be more difficult. Time was only one aspect. More importantly, he needed to immerse himself in controlling and paying close attention to everything. Otherwise, if there was an accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Xianxia finally decided to take some time to integrate it. For now, he would put it aside for the time being. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind. He stood up, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out of the bottom of the volcano and arrived at a hillside at the edge of the volcano in the central region. Big brother, was that the red lotus karmic fire? Just as he rushed out of the central region's volcano, he saw the goat horn immortal head-on. This old fellow's face was filled with astonishment, and even the way he addressed Xianxia had changed from fellow Taoist to big boss. This, on the one hand, he had changed his mind and decided to follow Xianxia in the future. On the other hand, it was because he suddenly saw the majestic river formed by the red lotus karmic fire being sucked into the Xianxia cauldron. He was too shocked and was completely convinced by Xianxia. Xianxia did not hide anything. He immediately nodded and said a few words casually. After the old fellow got the confirmation, the shock on his face became even stronger. When Xianxia turned around and rushed toward the sky, he immediately retreated to a mountain range in the distance, far away from the central region volcano. Open! What a joke! The red lotus karmic fire was no joke. Once it came into contact with it, it would instantly worsen the accumulation of one's life and transform it into an invisible karmic fire that would burn one's body and soul. He did not have the ability to resist it. Looking at this situation, the old fellow probably would not dare to go near the central region volcano with the karmic fire river in it in the future. Whoosh! Break! There was a sound in the air. Xianxia rushed out of the mouth of the treasured cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the Xianxia cauldron was instantly sucked into his body. Looking around, this parallel void was empty. All the red lotus karmic fire had been sucked into the treasured cauldron space. Naturally, there was no need to take out the treasured cauldron and release a dense light screen to protect himself. In fact, even if the sea of karmic fire was still there, Xianxia did not need to do this. The red lotus flame mother had been completely refined by him, so the red lotus karmic fire naturally had no effect on him. Now, even if Xianxia was in the sea of karmic fire, he would be unharmed and even like a fish in water. Counting the time, it has been more than 10 days since I entered this parallel void. Although the sea of karmic fire has disappeared, There is clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void. As he muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned to look at the exit and sneered, "It seems that Hong Tao and the others have not stopped. I want to see what they have been doing for the past 10 days, whoosh." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly rushed out of this parallel void. More than 10 days had passed since Yi Xian entered this parallel void. Right now, although the sea of karmic fire had disappeared, there was clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void that was affecting it imperceptibly. Very obviously, Hong Tao and the other old fellows had not stopped. Even now, they were still doing something outside. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, killing intent instantly surged in his heart. With a thought, his figure turned into a ray of light and shot out. He immediately rushed out of this parallel void and arrived at the core of Hong Kei's cavern star outside the passageway. Everything in the core was the same as it was 10 days ago. However, the moment Yi Xian's figure appeared, his expression immediately darkened. He was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage in the heavenly Tao realm. His divine senses were sharp, and his divine sense was terrifyingly powerful. In just an instant, he felt the invisible suppressive force in the void. Although the void was not chaotic like when more than 10 heavenly Tao experts work together to exert pressure, in fact, this invisible suppressive force surpassed that level of chaos in the void. In other words, even though Yi Xian had returned from the parallel void, he was currently within the core of the Hong Kei cave star. He was unable to leave at all. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body could not be activated. Moreover, even though he hadn't tried it yet, Yi Xian could basically guess that even if he were to rush out of the core of the Hong Kei cavern star, he would still be trapped in the void outside. This kind of invisible suppression was too powerful. It was extremely likely that a large number of heavenly Tao realm experts had joined forces and had even borrowed the power of some kind of mysterious array to achieve such an effect. With this in mind, he immediately sent out his divine sense. A look of realization quickly appeared on his face. Around the Hong Kei cave abode star he was in, nearly 100 other stars in the star ring had shifted positions. They formed a void furnace formation, and more than 20 stars had the auras of heavenly Tao realm experts emanating from them. Just like that, even the remaining planets had array flags set up as well. These old fogies were truly extravagant. They had mobilized more than 20 heavenly Tao realm experts and nearly 100 stars to form a powerful cauldron array. They were able to absorb massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy to form a void suppression. At that moment, Yi Xian's killing intent was extremely cold. He wished he could immediately kill all these old fogies to vent his anger. But in fact, this was something he could not do at the moment. At the very least, it was impossible before he rushed out of the void furnace. The most important thing now was to rush out of here. Once he was outside the void furnace formation, everything would be fine. No, yes. The suppressive force of this cavern formation was too powerful. There was even a second power variation. This was clearly a killing force. Yi Xian was still fine inside the cavern star's core, but once he rushed out, the pressure he had to endure would be even heavier. Even with his peak heavenly Tao realm cultivation at the great circle of the 9th stage, he would probably be able to force his way out quickly. After all, his figure had yet to appear. The suppressive and killing force of the entire cavern formation was spread out evenly within the large cavern formed by nearly 100 stars. But, once his figure appeared, the 20 or so heavenly Tao remnants sitting in the eye of the formation would definitely activate the power of the cavern formation's field at the first moment, locking onto Yi Xian's aura and tracking and suppressing him. In that case, he would definitely be exhausted from running for his life. He would not even be able to protect himself. How would he have the strength to break through the suppression of the cavern formation and rush out of the void covered by the formation's field? Perhaps, in the face of such a predicament, the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle would be a good choice. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian's mind flashed, and his eyes instantly burst out with light. He thought of the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle that had just completed its 9th refinement. For example, compared to the previous Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, the power of today's Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle was obviously no longer the same. This point, just from the addition of the word Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. There was no need to say much about its speed. After all, its grade had been upgraded from the previous Starry Sky level to the current Desolate level. Except in addition to this, other powers were also worth looking forward to. If there were no accidents, once it was used, it could penetrate the void and roam freely, and it could also launch an attack formed by the Red Lotus Hellfire. And, moreover, due to the special nature of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles, must be even more powerful. Yi Xian had even thought that if he could use the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field, of course, this idea was almost unrealistic. Whether it could directly break through the weaker invisible barrier of the Source Nest star was still unknown. But, according to Yi Xian's inference, using the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to just rush out of the suppression of the cavern formation should not be a problem. More, what was perfect was that the current void-shattering shuttle, after this fusion, had been newly integrated with the elements of the Red Lotus Hellfire. If Yi Xian entered the void-shattering shuttle and urged it to rush out of the cavern formation, at that time, a large amount of Red Lotus Hellfire would appear on the surface of the shuttle as a cover. Everything would be unknown, and the more than 20 remnants of the heavenly way sitting in the eye of the formation would most likely think that this was the Red Lotus Hellfire rushing out of the cavern. If he hurriedly dodged, he would be afraid that it would be too late. It was absolutely impossible for him to guide the power of the Great Furnace Formation's domain to intercept and attack the void-shattering shuttle. If that was really the case, then Yi Xian would be able to easily charge out of the Void Furnace Formation. Thinking of doing it, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of light in his eyes, he suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! With a very weak sound of breaking through the air, a black and red light quietly flashed, and under the wind, it instantly turned into a small private warship that was 1,000 feet long. Now the void-shattering shuttle had reached the level of a Desolate Era supreme treasure. Not only was the internal space extremely huge, like a star, even the size of the shuttle had long been controlled. With a thought, the Red Lotus Hellfire gushed out of the void-shattering shuttle's 1,000 feet long body. Each flower was only a few feet in size, in the shape of a red lotus, and looked incomparably beautiful, but invisibly emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. There were more than 1,000 of these red lotuses, covering the entire body of the void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a large canopy of Red Lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all, and even its aura was perfectly concealed. Very quickly, the 300-meter-long void-shattering shuttle shrank to only a few dozen meters. Following that, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly entered the interior of the ship. He activated the power of his domain with all his might and transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. If he wanted to rush out of this void furnace formation in one go. Chapter 5134. With a thought from Yi Xian, the Red Lotus karmic fire gushed out from the void-shattering shuttle. There were more than 1,000 of them, and they enveloped the entire void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a huge cloud of Red Lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all. Even its aura was perfectly concealed. After completing all this, he shrunk the void-shattering shuttle from 1,000 feet long to only a few dozen feet long. Then, his figure flickered and entered the interior of the shuttle. He fully activated the power of the domain and turned into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. Whoosh! The void-shattering shuttle was too fast. Along with the roaring sound of flames, the void-shattering shuttle, which was enveloped by thousands of Red Lotus karmic fire, rushed out of Hong Kei's cavern star in the blink of an eye. Without any pause, it shot out of the void furnace formation. At this moment, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and more than 20 Heavenly Dao's old monsters of the Chaos Starfield were still sitting in the 20 or so planets that served as the core of the formation. They were fully activating the power of the Universal Furnace Formation's domain to suppress the cavern world in the center of the furnace. When the formation was activated, Hong Tao had already activated the power of the domain of the Cosmos Furnace formation to enter the parallel void. He saw Yi Xian, who was holding up a light screen to protect himself. He immediately withdrew his divine sense. According to his calculations, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, should be able to hold on for about half a month. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to collect the spoils of war. According to the time, they still had to wait for a few more days, but whether it was Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, or the other survivors of the heavenly Tao, none of them had expected that at this very moment, the red lotus karmic fire, which was about 100 feet long, would rush out from the interior of Hong Kei's cavern star. In the blink of an eye, it was heading towards the edge of the Qianquan furnace formation. There happened to be a main array core star in that direction, and the remnant of the heavenly Tao who was guarding this main array core star happened to be Hong Jiang. Damn it, what happened? Why would the red lotus karmic fire rush out? Hong Jiang's expression changed drastically when he saw the red lotus karmic fire rush out of Hong Kei's cavern star. His body swayed and he rushed out of the star's main formation. When he arrived in the void above the star, he exclaimed in shock. What is this? The red lotus karmic fire was aimed directly at the main array core star that he was guarding, so he had no choice but to dodge. Otherwise, once he came into contact with it, he would instantly ignite the sins of his life, turning into an invisible karmic fire that burned his body and soul. It was impossible to extinguish. Even if he was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. Yi Xian immediately saw through the clues as soon as Jiang Chen charged out of the main array core within the planet. Hong Jiang was Hong Fei's elder brother. The two brothers looked 80% similar, so Yi Xian could naturally recognize him. At this moment, he instantly understood everything. So it turned out that the 7th level Heaven's Tao that he had killed in the boundless darkness in front of the right section of the left bank was actually from the Chaos Lac Star region. Moreover, it seemed to be related by blood to this peak Heaven's Tao of the Chaos Lac Star region. In this way, everything that had happened before could be explained. This group of old guys had planned this all along. They deliberately did this, so it was understandable that he was caught off guard and fell into their trap. Phew! As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, his killing intent was immediately aroused. He could ignore the other survivors of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Starfield, but he definitely could not let this guy go. Because the enmity between them could not be resolved, he immediately activated the void-shattering shuttle, and in a flash, it shot toward Hong Jiang in the left side of the void in front of him. Damn it, what's going on? Hong Jiang had just rushed out of the main formation core star in order to avoid the red lotus karmic fire that was heading straight for the star. However, at this moment, the red lotus karmic fire that was rushing toward the star suddenly changed its direction and shot toward him, catching him off guard and instantly changing his expression. Phew! Before Hong Jiang could react, Yi Xian had already activated the attack field of the void-shattering shuttle. In an instant, the red lotus karmic fire that enveloped the void-shattering shuttle roared and turned into a sea of red flames, surrounding Hong Jiang in the blink of an eye. The old man was just about to retreat when he realized that the red lotus karmic fire was blocking his path. He was so frightened that his body trembled, and he immediately froze in midair. His face was pale and his soul was shaken. At this moment, Yi Xian also stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle and activated the perfect vibrations spiritual power mystic technique. Not only did he conceal his body, but he also completely restrained his aura. Even Hong Jiang, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, could not sense him at all. Go! The moment he stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle, Yi Xian was already in his violent ape form, and he also took out the big-headed black stick. However, Hong Jiang and the others were completely unaware of all this. Silently sneaking behind Hong Jiang, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. The violent ape raised its head and roared angrily. The big-headed black stick suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, directly smashing toward Hong Jiang's head. At the same time, he also activated the spiritual source core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a thunderbolt exploded above Hong Jiang's head. Startled. Amidst the crisp sound, A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of Hong Jiang's head. In an instant, Hong Jiang was struck dizzy. Before he could recover, the big-headed black stick had already smashed down. Bang! Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black stick landed squarely on Hong Jiang's head. The old guy had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. The whistling sound of the wind sounded in an instant. Yi Xian waved his hand at the first time, and a majestic invisible qi whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist. However, he did not send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. This was because the vitality of the remnant powerhouses was not as rich as that of the fierce beasts. Even the remnants of the natural law were the same, and they could not be refined into the natural law blood essence. But he could not waste it either. He could give it to the high-level members of the fierce beast army under the magic hall to devour. There would definitely be a lot of benefits. Whoosh! As Hong Jiang's body exploded, there was also a faint sound of breaking through the air. A light shot out and was caught by Yi Xian. It was a Qinkuan bag, and its grade was quite extraordinary. It was the storage magic treasure of the old monster Hong Jiang. This was the result of Yi Xian deliberately holding back. After all, the remnant powerhouses were different from the fierce beasts. The fierce beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Qinkuan bags. Yi Xian's divine sense quickly spread into the bag. After a sweep, his face immediately showed a look of joy. As expected of the peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. This old guy was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Qinkuan bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Qinkuan bags. Because of this, Yi Xian deliberately took away Hong Jiang's Qinkuan bag when he killed him. After extending his divine sense into it, with just a sweep, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. This old guy was indeed a peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. He was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Qinkuan bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Originally, he just wanted to kill the old guy to prevent future trouble, but he didn't expect to obtain so many cultivation resources. All of them were top-grade items, especially those several kinds of natural law original liquid, which completely caught Yi Xian off guard. After thinking about it, it was understandable. The Chaos Lac star field had half of the Chaos Lac manuscript. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Way in the star field must want to have the opportunity to refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao liquid in the future, so it was natural for them to collect some natural law original liquid. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart moved. He turned around and looked at the other stars. There were still more than 20 survivors of the Heavenly Tao present, so they definitely had some Heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. If they missed such an opportunity, it would be too much of a pity. Even more. Moreover, he had to get the other half of the Chaos Lac manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. In addition, this group of old guys had plotted against him previously. Now that he had made a move to punish them and kill them instead, it was natural. At this time, the corner of the void where he was still enveloped by the majestic sea of karmic fire from the void-shattering shuttle. The people outside didn't know what was going on at all, and they didn't dare to extend their divine sense, afraid that they would touch the karmic fire and bring disaster to themselves. It was a good opportunity to launch another sneak attack. With this thought, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He still used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to hide his body and restrain his aura, but he left the sea of karmic fire behind. He also left the void-shattering shuttle in it, and rushed to the other main formation core star nearby. Soon he arrived at the 6th star. The person overseeing the star was a 3rd stage heavenly way. Xian went behind him and directly hit him with his staff. Bang! Whoosh! A loud sound came from the sky, and the 3rd stage survivor's body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was collected by Xian with a wave of his hand. At the same time, his storage magic treasure also shot over and landed in Xian's hand. There were indeed a lot of top-notch cultivation resources inside, but they couldn't be compared to Hong Zhang's, and there was only one type of heavenly way origin liquid. After waving his hand and putting away this storage magic treasure, Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his head and roared, "Roar, Walala!" At the same time this attack was completed, his body was also exposed and revealed in the void, so there was no need to hide anymore. Looking up, with the first roar, there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void. Xian's body collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, covering a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless bloody aura. Roar! Roar! Screech! Immediately afterwards, in 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. 3 When the great blood sea avatar appeared, the cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the perfected heavenly Tao realm's 9th stage. This scene happened too suddenly. No one expected the magic hall's master, Xian, to appear here. He was clearly trapped in the parallel void where the passageway deep in Hong Kei's cave abode was connected, but now he suddenly appeared. Instantly, the surrounding void fell into a dead silence. Including Hong Tao, the other 20 or so survivors of the heavenly Tao were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Xian with their mouths slightly agape. Their minds rumbled as they didn't understand what had happened. As for Xian, he did not stop. As his figure appeared, the 3 blood sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. The 9 devil ape transformations' bloodline divine power's final form, the devil ape true body, was also activated by him. Instantly, boundless energy surged out from the 3 devil bodies. It was as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity as they rapidly gathered together. Their backs fused together, and in the blink of an eye, they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Phew! Phew! At the same time, Berserk Ape flipped his hands. With a faint sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. The Shenong medicinal pestle, transformed into a big-headed black cudgel, was dragged by his right hand as it emitted a torrential ferocious aura. Walala! Black with a thought, the fog avatar shot out a beam of light from its glabella. It expanded with the wind and transformed into a vast sea of 9 colored flames. This sea of 9 colored flames instantly condensed to its limits, transforming into a gigantic 9 colored ribbon. After a few spirals, it wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon extended out from its chest like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Swish! The skeleton avatar still did not use the fallen sky bow this time, but with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in its palm. Its entire body was covered with countless obscure blood patterns, and its shape was incomparably ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. As the blood blade was used, the withered demon blade in the demonic blade instantly let out an earth-shattering roar. The invisible ferocious and violent intent was simply shocking to the ears. On the spot, Hong Tao and the other 20 or so remnants of the heavenly Tao in the distant void all trembled violently. Faced as their expressions changed drastically, they finally came back to their senses. They immediately gasped and cried out in shock. "Oh my God! Oh my God, the master of the magic hall, Xian! Damn it, what the hell happened? Isn't he trapped in that parallel void? How did he suddenly come to the outside world? And it's so quiet. Hiss! It's over, it's really over this time. The Red Lotus Hellfire just now must be related to him. The second elder Hongjiang is still trapped in the Hellfire Sea. No one knows whether he's dead or alive. It's really unpredictable." Without waiting for the exclamations from the surrounding void to end, The three-headed, six-armed Yixian had already waved his hand suddenly with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Ching in an instant, with the sound of the flame wave, the hellfire sea in the void not far away shrank instantly and all retreated into the void-shattering shuttle. Immediately after, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The void-shattering shuttle, which was still only 90 feet in size, and the surface of the shuttle was still covered with more than 1,000 red lotus hellfire. In an instant, it turned into a red light and shot to Yi Xian's feet. Here at that time, although Yi Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he had shrunk his body and was only about 3 meters tall. When the void-shattering shuttle arrived at his feet, it was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring, suppressing Hong Tao and the others on the spot. After a moment of deathly silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the air. Damn it, he actually refined the red lotus karmic fire. Following a flash of red light, the 90-foot-long void-shattering shuttle instantly arrived beneath Yi Xian's feet. It was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring. This scene was so unexpected that it stunned Hong Tao and the others on the spot. After a short moment of dead silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the void. Damn it, he has really refined the red lotus hellfire. The roar sounded, waking up all the remnants of the heavenly Tao who had fallen into a daze again. Immediately after, their expressions changed abruptly again. As they sucked in cold breaths, they exclaimed with endless shock. In an instant, they roared again like a tide. It's over! It's over! It's really over this time. All the previous calculations have gone down the drain. The consequences are even more unimaginable. He's too savage. As soon as he appeared, he killed a heavenly Tao elite with a single strike. This guy is already enraged. This time, we're really in trouble. Heavens, where's Elder Hong Jiang? That sea of hellfire shrank and shot over to the feet of the magic hallmaster, but Elder Hong Jiang's figure is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Damn it! We've been tricked. When the red lotus karmic flames charged out from Hong Kei's abode star earlier, the hall master of the Devil Hall was definitely hiding within it. Elder Hong Jiang was killed by him silently in a moment of carelessness. Too savage. In just a short moment he killed 2 heavenly Tao elites. The losses are too heavy. It's simply unbearable. Fellow Taoists, retreat immediately and avoid the danger. The Great Furnace Formation has been broken, and this violent ape will soon show its ferocious power. We can't fight against it. Screech, whoosh whoosh whoosh, as these shocked cries sounded, more than 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao, including Hong Tao, rushed out of the main formation core star. The Great Furnace Formation instantly collapsed, and these 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao were like stray dogs. They turned around and fled in all directions. You want to leave now? Don't you think it's too late? In the face of all this, Yi Xian immediately sneered. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, and with a thought, he instantly activated the red lotus space-shattering shuttle under his feet. Whoosh! The sound of flames rang out, and his figure stood on the space-shattering shuttle covered in a large amount of red lotus hellfire. Like a demon god descending to the world, he shot forward. His speed was too fast, and even Yi Xian could not reach it with his full speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind a remnant of the heavenly Tao who had turned around and fled. Roar, crack. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. As it raised its head and roared, the big-headed black staff suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar, smashing towards the head of this remnant of the heavenly Tao. The fog avatar cooperated and directly activated the spiritual source core suspended in the sea of consciousness in its head. The spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a lightning bolt exploded above the old man's head. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of his head. All of this happened too quickly, and it was completely unexpected. No one expected Yi Xian's speed to be so terrifying that even a heavenly Tao realm expert was caught off guard. The blood-colored lightning struck down, and in an instant, this remnant of the heavenly Tao was in a daze. Before he could recover, the big-headed black staff had already smashed down, bang. There was no suspense as the big-headed black staff landed squarely on his head. The old man's entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. Yi Xian waved his hand and swept it into his body. Similarly, this remnant's storage Dharma treasure was not destroyed. It had been deliberately left behind by Yi Xian. Now, it had transformed into a beam of light and shot over. After it landed in his hand, Yi Xian did not investigate it because there was no need. He directly stored it in his undying world. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian charged out of the primordial fire cave abode star to the moment he killed the third remnant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial fire star domain, it had only taken a little more than 10 seconds. When every heavenly Tao realm expert had to cultivate for countless years to reach their present height. The amount of tribulations they had to go through during this period was uncountable. Yet now, in a short period of over 10 breaths of time, 3 such supreme existences had perished. All of this was simply like a dream. However, when it entered into the eyes of Hong Tao and the other experts of the Heaven Tao in Chaos Lac Stellar region, the shock and horror they felt was utterly impossible to be described with words. If they were not careful, their countless years of bitter cultivation and all the tribulations they had gone through would vanish in an instant. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the hearts of these old fellows trembled. At this moment, the fear in their hearts was imperceptibly magnified to the extreme. An intense sense of life and death crisis that they had never felt before caused all of them to be terrified. They were just short of trembling. There was hesitation, but there was no reason for them to stay. The remaining 21 remnant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial fire star domain pushed the power in their bodies to the extreme. They gritted their teeth and fled in all directions. Although, this kind of appearance like a stray dog really made people blush, but there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Even the great elder Hong Tao, who was at the peak of the 9th step, was running for his life. What else was there for them to be concerned about? If you still want to escape, this lord will catch up with you one by one and kill all of you. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As soon as he finished his words, he immediately activated the void-breaking shuttle under his feet again. Whoosh! The sound of waves roaring sounded again. His figure stood on the void-breaking shuttle covered with a large amount of red lotus hellfire. His speed was simply too fast. In less than half a breath's time, he, who was like a demon god descending to the world, shot forward. In an instant he was behind another remnant of the heavenly Tao, less than 1,000,000 miles away. Roar! Rumble! The next moment, the violent ape raised his head and roared. The devil ape real body, which had shrunk in size and was only a few feet tall, suddenly expanded. It directly turned into a terrifying figure that was millions of miles long. The 1,000,000 miles between it and the remnant of the heavenly Tao in front of it disappeared instantly. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. As his body expanded, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. As his body grew larger, the big-headed black stick, which was now like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, was swung high up and smashed down, bang. Compared with the big-headed black cudgel at this moment, the figure of this remnant of the natural law was like a star compared with a speck of dust. He was too inconspicuous. When the cudgel hit him, an explosive sound was heard in an instant. His running figure instantly turned into a bloody mist and exploded. Then Yi Xian waved his hand. Together with the storage magic treasure that fell out of his body when his figure exploded, it was swept up together and directly kept in the undying world in his body. In just a breath's time, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was simply too fast. It was simply outrageous and made people feel despair. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Hong Tao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a pleading tone. Fellow Yi, don't attack again. Are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize. The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was too fast. Even the powerhouses of the heavenly Tao were no match for it. Now, just a breath's time had passed, and in the blink of an eye, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. Thinking of this, Hong Tao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a strong pleading tone. "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. Are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." As the voice of this divine sense sounded out, Hong Tao's figure that was originally moving forward abruptly came to a halt in midair. His face was filled with fear as he turned around to look at Xianxia. Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. Since he had expressed his stance, the other remnant of the heavenly Tao naturally knew what to do. Although they were hesitant, they were not too conflicted. One after another, they all stopped and stood in the void in the distance. With uncertainty, they looked at Xianxia. Including Hong Tao, there were a total of 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surroundings. Their cultivation levels ranged from level 1 to level 9. Now they were all standing in the void. Although they were in different directions, the expressions on their faces all revealed fear and anxiety. Just now, although they had lost 4 remnant of the heavenly Tao, they were the ones who attacked Xianxia first. Although there was a reason for this, it was Hong Jiang's karma and had nothing to do with them. For example, today, Hong Jiang had already fallen. If they used the matter of Hong Fei being killed by Xianxia as an excuse, it would seem even more feeble. Even more moreover, now that Xianxia had subdued and refined the Red Lotus Hellfire, this meant that he had obtained half of the incomplete manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Hong Kei had left in the parallel void. In other words, Xianxia already had the ability to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. They naturally desired the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Moreover, before Hong Kei left, he had indeed made arrangements to take care of the remnant of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Starfield. Under such circumstances, they naturally did not want to become enemies with Xianxia. Previously, they had offended him, but now, they only hoped to bury the hatchet. Otherwise, Hong Kei's painstaking efforts to take care of them before he left would go to waste, and they would basically have no chance of obtaining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. The reason why Hong Tao suddenly begged for mercy and took the initiative to say that he was willing to cut himself off as an apology was actually not entirely because he was afraid of Xianxia. This was just one of the reasons. Most of all, the main reason was that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to mend his relationship with Xianxia. This was something that the other 19 remnant of the heavenly Tao were also well aware of. Although they were very afraid of Xianxia, they wanted to obtain the 9 heavenly Tao elixir more. Therefore, after hearing Hong Tao's words, they all gritted their teeth and stopped moving. They looked at Xianxia anxiously with hope in their hearts. "What? You finally figured it out?" Xianxia was well aware that they had half of Hong Kei's incomplete manuscript in their hands. At the same time, he could roughly guess what these old fellows were planning to do at this moment. Therefore, Xianxia was not worried at all. When they all stopped moving and turned to look at him, he immediately shrunk his body. Even the void-shattering shuttle under his feet, which was covered by thousands of red lotuses of karmic fire, was kept into his body with a wave of his hand. However, he still maintained his true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was only about 3 feet tall. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies shone with a fierce light, and he looked at all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao who were standing hundreds of billions of miles away. Then, he put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "I have roughly guessed the reason for what happened just now. Although it may not have been your intention, it is a fact that you participated in the encirclement to kill me. It cannot be denied." Although his tone was tough, at least Xianxia had stopped his previous pursuit. This meant that there was something to talk about. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 old monsters of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield exchanged glances across the distant void. Their hearts relaxed slightly, and they all moved to within 5 billion miles of Hong Quebec. And after that, Hong Kei, who was in charge of Hong Kei Starfield, squeezed out an awkward smile and cupped his fists at Xianxia. "Fellow Taoist Yi, you must have realized it." "That's right. Hong Fei, who was killed by you back then, was a remnant of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the second elder, Hong Jiang. Although it was not a misunderstanding that we attacked fellow Taoist Yi, we had no choice. After all, Hong Jiang was the second elder of Hong Kei Starfield, and his cultivation was the same as mine. He was also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage, so, sigh. At this point, Hong Kei paused for a moment and sighed. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. Now that Hong Jiang is dead, he reaped what he sowed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Earlier, I said that I was willing to give fellow Taoist Yi an explanation and cut myself off as an apology. I hope that fellow Taoist Yi can be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. What do you think? It's not impossible for us to let bygones be bygones, but that depends on your sincerity. A bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing. All 20 of you participated in today's matter. Therefore, if we want to let bygones be bygones, everyone has to show their sincerity. If anyone wants to go back on their word, I will keep an eye on them. Just now, I killed 4 old monsters of the heavenly Tao. There were peak heavenly Tao cultivators at the peak of the 9th stage, and there were also existences at the early, middle, and late stages of the 9th stage. Therefore, I have a rough idea of what treasures and resources you have. Let's not talk about the other battle weapons and magic treasures. I'm not interested in them, but all kinds of top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, especially the heavenly Tao origin liquid, absolutely cannot be lacking. Don't tell me that you don't have it. Just the early stage heavenly Tao cultivator that I just killed had 2 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his storage magic treasure. Don't try to be careless about this matter. Hearing this, Hong Tao and the other 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield who were standing in the void all frowned. What Xian said was indeed the truth. Every one of them had some heavenly Tao origin liquid, more or less. It was fine if they had other top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but the heavenly Tao origin liquid was too precious. They were a little reluctant to part with it. This was the main ingredient to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid in the future. However, although they were unwilling, the other half of Hong Kei's incomplete manuscript had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Even the Red Lotus karmic fire, which was necessary to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid, had been taken away by Yi Xian. If they did not resolve their old grudges with Yi Xian and mend their relationship, no matter how much heavenly Tao origin liquid they had, they would not be able to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old monsters of the heavenly Tao exchanged glances again. Soon, they silently reached a consensus. Then, Hong Tao, the Starfield manager, gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, this old man and the others will accept it."